ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a match-up this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get excited about.
The intensity and the pressure and the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing. And they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He called the river a magnificent goal.
Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal. An extra bit of class. He smashed that through. What a kick. What a kick. Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping. We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker. Leans back on the kick. Game on.
That camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward. On it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Close to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers. Snaps. He'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the leg.
Take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity.
He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah.
Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that mighty roar.
Looks one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish.
60 out. Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
That's a massive hit. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football.
3-1.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for six. Scores level.
Running pass. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer?
Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
100 years ago, back in 1925, the old 9-team VFL competition expanded to become a 12-team league with the introduction of Hawthorn, North Melbourne and the little old team on Barclay Street in Footscray in the Bulldogs. Now known as the Western Bulldogs, tonight they revert back to their original name. They haven't got all the premierships like those other two teams that came into the competition at the same time, but there is something special about the Bulldogs in the red, white and blue, and tonight we celebrate that as the Bulldogs turn 100 in the competition. Their centenary celebrations tonight against a team that has as rich a history in the competition, the biggest team in the land in the Collingwood Football Club. A pair of round one winners. Let's see what we get tonight. The undermanned Bulldogs up against the oldest Collingwood team that they've ever fielded, the Magpies, on the back of creating a bit of their own history last week. Welcome to Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. My name's Corbin Middlemass. The whole gang's here. Mick Malthouse is in the house. He's already down in the centenary celebrations, lapping it up with the Bulldogs as one of their former coaches. Kelly Underwood's here from the very start with us tonight, as always, every Friday night. Hello, Kel.
Hi, Corbin. Good luck to whoever's responsible for dragging Mick out of those celebrations on time for 7:40 bounce here this evening. But it just adds a different flavour, doesn't it, tonight to Friday Night Footy? Everyone's second favourite team, really, at some point in the last few decades. When you consider 1954 and 2016 were the premiership years, I think deep down every footy fan's heart beats a little bit for those Bulldogs, and it's great to see. I thought this week, watching the TV channels and reading the newspapers, it's so good to see Footscray plastered across the TV screens and the newspapers. And I did think to myself, I wonder if they've ever considered flicking back to the name Footscray, because it's I don't know, I just loved seeing it out there in the media, and I'm looking forward to being able to be part of this broadcast tonight and make reference to Footscray. So, a lot to look forward to.
And as someone who's a native sandgroper, it didn't make a lot of sense for me that they're the Western Bulldogs in a national competition, where immediately you think West, you'd think West Coast. Same way that the Buffalo Bills in the NFL are not the Western Bills to represent Western New York. They're based on the east coast of the country. It makes sense that they would have a geographical name representing their area. I'll put that to Meet Baines in a few moments when he joins me, the Chief Executive of the Bulldogs of Footscray Football Club tonight. The Geelong champion is with us here, of course, the Geelong legend. He's a three-time premiership player, premiership captain, Cameron Ling. Hello, Lingy.
Hello, Corbs. Hello, Cal. Great to be with both of you and also soon to be with Mick for tonight's game. It's funny, isn't it? I'll talk while Mick's not here. We've been working together about 5 years or so. And it's always interesting to hear when Mick talks about his old clubs he coaches, obviously the beautiful relationships with the Daisies and Swannies at Collingwood, the maybe not so brilliant relationship with Carlton, the joy of just those amazing West Coast years. But I notice that every time he talks about Footscray, he gets a little emotional and just loves it. And it's deep in his heart, isn't it? That first team that he coached at. So it's brilliant that he can be part of these celebrations and a great night for the doggies.
And he always refers to them as Footscray.
Yes.
He trips over his words and says, "Oh, sorry, everyone, the Western Bulldogs." So for him, that runs deep.
But it's amazing, like, even in my lifetime, like, you associate him either with Collingwood or West Coast because the premierships were there and Carlton was the most recent. And yet he talks as much about the Dogs as anyone.
Yeah.
Like, it's amazing how fond his memories are at the Western Bulldogs. And I guess when you haven't got the premierships like other clubs, and we're looking at the three premiership cups out there at the moment, one in the AFLW and, of course, 54 and 2016, you need to have something else about your club to be able to make it exist for 100 years. And the people that pass through there, they all experience that specialness that's involved with being at the Whitten Oval and the Bulldogs.
And you guys talk about Footscray, the name Footscray, and what it meant in those. And I'm probably thinking back to my childhood era, the 80s, and the Whitten Oval. And I did work for a number of years with Tony Leonard, who's worked in media forever, and is Footscray through and through, diehard. He would tell the stories of where they'd meet up for a couple of pots before the game started and they'd grab fish and chips from such and such place. I'd never heard of these places, but to him, it was some of the greatest memories they'd ever had. And there'd be so many other people who Footscray and the Whitten Oval meant the world, and the experience around that, turning up to that game, spending their Saturday afternoons there, some beautiful memories. And
my eyes were first exposed to the Western Bulldogs as a kid growing up in Adelaide. You'd get one VFL game every weekend and it would be on the ABC. I can't remember if it was a Saturday or a Sunday afternoon. It would be on replay between 4 and 6. And for some reason they'd always be at the G and they'd always involve the Bulldogs. So I picked them as my VFL team, the likes of Libber and Rowan Smith and Leon Cameron and Chris Grant when he was young, and Wind and West. There was just something about them. And when I moved to Melbourne, a very long time ago, Corbin, I thought, well, I can't be a South Australian and, celebrate or follow a South Australian team. I'm going to pick the Doggies. And it lasted about 2 weeks because you can't take who you are deep down out of yourself, can you? But that was the team I was going to pick. So I think that's what I mean. Everyone loves the Dogs.
No doubt. There's no late change tonight. The here and now. So the Bulldogs and the Pies tonight. Oscar Baker is going to start as the sub for the Bulldogs. Footscray tonight, and Ned Long is the starting sub for Collingwood. They're all ready to go for the official presentation and the celebration that's going to take place in front of us before the bounce, and all the Dogs legends that'll be out there. So we'll bring you some of that in just a moment here on ABC Sport. I had the chance a short time ago to catch up with the Chief Executive of the Bulldogs, the Footscray Football Club, tonight in a Meet Baines, and I started by congratulating the club on the centenary celebrations.
Yeah, thank you, Corbin. Obviously a big year for us, and certainly this week. The opportunity to have a showcase game here at the MCG to celebrate 100 years in the VFL, AFL is a great privilege. So, forgetting finals, obviously they're AFL games. First home game the club's played here since 2009? Yeah, I've been up-schooled on some of that. So, yeah, a long time coming. And hopefully tonight we also surpass our greatest ever home and away crowd, which is around 68,000. So the early forecast from the MCC was about 75. So hopefully the weather stays good now and people roll in. Is this an early forecast for the Bulldogs as well? Are you looking to try and play at least a home game at the G every year? Look, I think we're really comfortable with our arrangement at Marvel, and obviously we play 2 home games in Ballarat each year as well. So for us, this is a one-off opportunity, and obviously grateful to the AFL and Marvel Stadium for allowing it, but equally to the MCC for facilitating it. And yeah, I mean, this is where you got to win premiership, so it's a great honour to be playing here tonight as the home team.
I was born in the early 90s, so it's particularly nostalgic for me when I hear the name Footscray. I absolutely love it. It takes me way back to my childhood and even the old diamond jumper in the early days of the Western Bulldogs when the change happened. I know there's a push from some sections of your supporter base to go back to Footscray full-time. Has that had serious consideration at board level or come across your desk?
Yeah, look, there is year upon year what I would term a small cohort of members and fans that do take the time to write in. Anecdotally, there may be more. The board did consider it properly and in a comprehensive and considered way in 2022, and the decision was made to maintain the status quo. The legal entity that the club exists by is the Footscray Football Club. We wear the FFC on the back of the jersey. Our VFL team still is recognised as Footscray, and with our redevelopment now complete, there's also a range of other ways in which we've incorporated the club's history. So we think it strikes the right balance, and obviously the strategic reasons that were behind the club embarking on the name change still hold pretty strong, and the growth of the club's support through the west of Victoria now, and Ballarat being a highlight in that is evidence enough.
100 years is a long time. The names of the footy club, of course, Mr. Football, E.J. Whitten. You've got gentleman John Schultz, who sadly passed away last year, but from Jack Collins to Charlie Sutton to more recent times, and the Chris Grants and Brad Johnsons and Scott West, and obviously now Marcus Bontempelli. When someone says to you to sum up the history of this football club in 100 years, if you were to do that in a soundbite of 90 seconds, what would you tell them? What is the Western Bulldogs or the Footscray Football Club at its essence?
Yeah, I think it's a club that is inherently rooted in its community and has been from day one and will be hopefully forever. And because of that, the thread of connection of all of those names that you mentioned, the more recent players, officials, administrators that have come through the door and those that will come after us, really understand and respect that connection. And I think weeks like this have been instrumental not only for our fans and members, but certainly, people within the football club, the younger players, to get a greater sense of that history. And, tonight as part of the pre-game, there are going to be some of those iconic names rolling back to the G, including Templeton, Dempsey, Adam Cooney for the first time in an official capacity. So I think it's those opportunities to reflect. And I think for those that are here now, whether you're a player or administrator, it's, a real sense of gratitude to those who have gone before. And even in that time, the club's come perilously close to not existing. Yeah. So the work that's been done many times over, Peter Gordon, obviously Irene Chatfield, that board and regime, David Smorgan in later times, absolutely fundamental to the existence of the club here and now.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, I'm sure it's not lost at your football club, but I think for the broader conversation and obviously the merger that then did happen between Fitzroy and the Brisbane Bears, it almost gets lost a little bit in history, just where the club was at in the late 80s and the talk of the merger and everything else that looked like it was going ahead until the Bulldogs community stopped it from happening. It's a fantastic story, and what a football club with such a rich history. Perhaps your most decorated coach of all time, certainly in terms of games coached. He's got a premiership along with Charlie Sutton as the only other one that's done that, is Luke Beveridge. To the here and now, he's off contract at the end of the year. I've seen him do a number of media rounds recently. What do you hear when you hear him talk about his future in the press and the way that he has done recently?
Yeah, I think my first reaction is he's handling himself exceptionally well. And I should say at the outset, he brings up 350 games tonight as a player and coach, which is an outstanding contribution to the game across three clubs. The reality of it is that we're continuing to have very regular discussions with him. Obviously myself in my role and day-to-day, but also Kylie Watson-Wheeler as our president and Luke Darcy. And I think there's a level of comfort where things sit. He's obviously out of contract at the end of the year, but the season's in its infancy, so there's a lot of a road to run before then. And as you've outlined, the way he's answered it is the way he speaks to us, so there's no surprise in that. I think the reality when we got to this side of Christmas, the focus really became on performance and giving everything that we could in this season, given the disappointment of the final last year, and that remains the focus. We continue to meet and catch up regularly, often as a quartet as well to keep that discussion opening. As you said, he's our most successful coach. Our hope is that he remains our coach beyond 2025. He's in a really good space, coaching well as are his coaching group, and hopefully that can continue on tonight.
So if you hope that it does continue into next year, what more do you need to see for a guy that's been there for a decade now? What do you need to see in the early few weeks of the season?
Yeah, I don't think there's I know there's not one single metric. Performance is obviously important, but even in discussions around performance, and I think Brisbane highlighted this well last year, that you've got to be very careful to make any judgments too early in the season as well. I think there were, at the season launch up in Sydney a few weeks ago, the Inner Sanctum video that gets presented, there were two commentators, could have been anyone, they weren't from your network, but essentially wrote off Brisbane's season after 10 games, and they won the premiership. So I think performance is only one element, but even in the performance context, you've got to watch quite a bit of footy. I think our year last year was representative of that as well.
So you guys haven't set a timeline. Does that, by what you're saying, that essentially means you guys will wait on this?
Well, we continue to chat. As I said, I'm reluctant to go into all of the factors, out of deference to all the parties that we're talking through as part of that. Obviously, performance is the cornerstone of that. But there's no set time frame. So, things could happen sooner. It could, persist into the second half of the year. But the most important thing for us is that we continue to talk regularly. So there's that open dialogue, and absolutely continue to support him and the footy program in the way that we have.
If there is volatility and spots become available in other clubs around the competition, are you prepared that there's a chance that Luke Beveridge will entertain some of those offers if he hasn't got one on the table from your club?
I think that's a possibility, but again, the fact that we're communicating very regularly means that we're talking to each other in real time. So there's no information gaps for either side, and that might be a possibility down the track. But I'm sure we'd be having a conversation about it.
It felt like last year, perhaps in retrospect, maybe at the time, we went through the whole year and everyone felt like Bailey Smith was going to leave the club at the end of the year, and ultimately he did. Are we living through the same thing with Jamara Ugle-Hagan at the moment?
No. Again, probably without speaking too much about what happens behind the scenes or happened behind the scenes, I think the situations are very different, and even the framework's very different because Jamara is contracted till the end of next year. Look, our focus has remained supporting him and obviously helping him through the mental health and wellbeing challenges that he's had and continues to have. We've been really encouraged over the last few weeks, realistically since the Indigenous All-Stars camp, with more consistent attendance and being part of training in the way that his teammates are, and that's probably his biggest challenge at the moment. If you just look at it from football or in footballing terms, he's missed a lot of the pre-season from a football conditioning perspective. So we just need that continuity now to hopefully get him back up and going. But we're hopeful that he returns at some point this year. And absolutely no thought about an impending departure. And as I said, he's contracted for next year, which makes it a lot simpler too.
Yep. So you envisage he'll be there next year?
Yeah, I do.
Yep. Just on the Bont and obviously Ed Richards, the two guys that are off contract. Is there any movement on that front?
Sam Power, who's recently been promoted into the executive manager of men's football, so running all of our men's football program, in his role will still retain the significant contract negotiations. So he's charged with negotiating those, dealing with Tom Petroro on both, who also manages Sam Darcy. So we ticked off Sam Darcy, obviously a few weeks ago. They're currently talking about Ed, and we'll pick up Marcus on the way through. Marcus, you will have heard Marcus speak about it as well. No one internally is concerned about the time frame. Marcus, particularly once the season rolls around, concentrates on his own performance and leading the club, and the extra curveball this year with the injury. So I think last time it wasn't done till round 8 or round 9 of the season, so it's in line with the way he normally approaches it. So from a Bulldogs perspective and to our fan base, both those guys will be playing at the Bulldogs beyond this year.
Mate, have a great night. Do you get a cake or anything? Is it like a birthday celebration like that? Is there a big Bulldogs cake at least at the function?
Well, we have, I think there's a range of desserts that our friends at the MCC and MCG Catering through Delaware have done for us. But we're expecting over 400 people, a lot of past players here tonight, ex-administrators, presidents, board members, CEOs. Just a really great celebration to get the Bulldogs family back together.
It's a great club. One of my good mates lives on Barclay Street, so he bleeds red, white and blue, and he'll be here tonight along with so many other die-hard Dogs fans. So well done on everything that you've put on for such a special occasion, and good luck for 2025.
Thank you very much, Corbin.
Meet Baines, the Chief Executive of the Western Bulldogs, the Footscray Football Club for the night, and what an evening it is. Our own Mick Malthouse down in the official function. We've got the formal presentation to happen out on the ground, which starts in the next 5 minutes, so we'll bring that to you. This is ABC Sports coverage of Friday night footy. Great to have you with us for Collingwood and Footscray. There's no late change. The two subs, Oscar Baker for the Bulldogs and Ned Long for Collingwood.
Cameron Lang, can I put you on the spot?
Of course, Cal.
Who's the best Bulldog, do you think, of all time? And we know how hard it is to compare eras.
Yes. The fact that I love Brad Johnson, great person.
Yeah.
And I'll do it while Mick's not here, Cal.
Yeah, we all know who he's going to pick.
Yes, I know. That bloke who ran up and down that wing and went oval many, many a time. I'm going with the current guy.
Okay.
Cal, I think Marcus Bontempelli is the best. I would say he should have won a Brownlow by now.
He came second twice.
Yes, and one in particular, I think he should have clearly won that one. He's a premiership player. He's a great captain. He is truly somebody who lifted the entire program of the Western Bulldogs. Obviously, Luke Beveridge, terrific job, built a culture, a successful one. But Marcus Bontempelli, as his captain, as the one that everybody looks to, he has elevated so much. He helped bring them that premiership. They are consistently around the finals mark. I know Footscray Bulldogs fans would say expect to maybe jump a little higher given some of the talent they got running around. But and in full flight, I think it's Bond. He's the best player in the comp now in full flight.
He took them to the promised land, didn't he, in 2016. He's the hero in their time of need. So he's got the 5 best and fairest. Scott West has 7.
Yes, what a player. Played on Westy a lot. He was a tough man to stop. I think Bond's got that extra element of goal kicking and game breaking, whereas Westy would just keep getting the footy time and time again.
And, of course, we said that Mick would say Dougie Hawkins. Of course, there's the Ted Whitten factor.
Yes.
Again, trying to compare eras. Just a couple I wrote down this afternoon that you sort of tend to forget about. Adam Cooney won a Brownlow.
Yes.
Dale Morris, Ryan Griffin, Bob Murphy. We all know that he's such a great bloke, but he was a pretty handy player.
Yes.
Two-time All-Australian.
And we're clearly missing somebody as well, Chris Grant.
Yes.
Yep. He was something special. Probably should have won a Brownlow as well.
Yeah. I still remember in the year 2000, and Essendon went through undefeated, and Chris Grant kicked that amazing goal under the closed roof over the other side of the goodness knows.
Corbs is not happy with
Doc
that one.
Clarence. You remember that one, don't you, Corbin?
Certainly do.
And they beat the unbeaten Essendon.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yep.
Yeah, he was just a great player, wasn't he? Roaming that forward 50 and
could play
glided.
Could play down back, could play forward, did so much, and brilliant footballer.
Matthew Boyd.
Let us know perhaps your favourite Bulldog. Doesn't necessarily have to be the greatest of all time, but one that sticks in your memory. So the SMS number is 0437 774 774. So 0437 774 774. The one thing that Ted Whitten's going to have. I mean, there's a reason they called him Mr. Football. He was this mythical figure in the history of the game. And so as great as the Bont is, and he's going to have better accolades and everything else, it's hard to think he's going to be this transcendent figure. Like, how could anyone be that kind of figure that EJ was for a whole generation?
Yeah, and maybe we don't have that sort of person ever again. That was the era of Mr. Football and Captain Blood and nicknames like that. And they were bigger than the game almost. I have not seen enough of Ted Whitten to be able to weigh in on his football prowess, but certainly a lot of probably older Dogs fans would fly the flag for him. I feel like we're about to get the advocate for Dougie Hawkins going in just a second as the best doggy ever.
Let's bring him in. He's not only the man who's coached more games than anyone else in VFL, AFL history, the coaching icon himself, Mick Malthouse, 3-time premiership coach, premiership player, but He was a former coach of good old Footscray, which I know is particularly close to your heart, Mick, and the Dogs have welcomed you back tonight to the official presentation. It's great to see you on Friday Night Footy.
Oh, it's great to be here, and it was fantastic the last hour. I've been over at a table that at the 100th year celebration. Luke Darcy, Stevie Wallace's son was there. Steve couldn't make it because he's still trying to fly back, I think, from Queensland where they've been, they can't fly. Who else was? Oh, look, Shane O'Sullivan, who got me to Footscray in the first place. Matthew Croft was on stage with Terry Wallace. So we're just going through, probably from 1984 through to the early 90s, how things come about. And, you know, Matthew Croft, as he said, he's got his son here now, and he goes into the new rooms and go, wow. But when he went to Footscray, he was just happy being recruited, and yet he didn't know whether the side is going to exist or not. So there was so many things that I know. It's a fantastic story. Something I didn't know was that the VFL Footscray side in 1924 or 25 got an invitation to play Essendon. A VFL side. So you've got an a VFL side and a VFA side.
Yep.
They played each other. Footscray remarkably won, and was admitted to the competition. So that's, you know,
that's how the entry works.
I think Hawthorn coming around at the same time.
Hawthorn and North, same year.
Yeah. So that's some of the stories of the VFL, which now we know it's the AFL, but. Oh, some of the things, when I got there, if I can spend 2 seconds, just on, I arrived there and I said, where's this young player? We have a draft from Bairnsdale, Ian Gather and Mafra and Traralgon and so forth, that East Gippsland area, or the Gippsland area, and there was a young player there who wasn't in my group. And I said to the powers that be, I said, where's this young player? And they've gone, oh no, we've lost him because Carlton threatened to take the VFL to court on restraint of trade because there's no such thing as drafting and so forth. We lost Tom Elvin. Elvin, because Carlton decided to take him.
With all the hair?
Yeah, but he could play. And that was the difference. I didn't care about his hair.
So you left, your last year was 89?
89, 6 years.
There must have been a part of you when you left thinking this club might not look the same in the next 10 years with the talk of the merger and everything else.
It was not going to look the same in the space of 3 weeks.
Wow.
So a few of us got together, found out about it.
Yeah. It does feel like it gets forgotten a bit in history.
Yeah.
Like we
Just
spoke,
how close.
I mentioned it with Amit Baines, where we talk a lot about, you know, the almost merger between Hawthorn and Melbourne. We talk a lot about how, you know, Fitzroy dissolved from the competition, merged with the Brisbane Bears, but it's almost like how close Footscray came to merging with Fitzroy.
Very, very close. I knew who was being offered the job as coach. There were, you know, whether you put two sides at that stage who were weak financially together, that was going to work. I had no idea. You'd probably needed a strong financial club to absorb the club. Look, there's no use hiding it. We just had no money. But what the club had were really strong, desired people to make sure that football club remained a part of the VFL, which it did. And look, it started to play finals football not long after that.
Yeah.
As we know, it's won a premiership since then, which is one club hasn't.
Yep.
It's got a great identity. I don't know, I can't call it the Western Bulldogs. As you know, I always slip up and say Footscray, and that's just the way it was. Because, and I always say about my players, which I mentioned at the luncheon tonight, they would rather a fight than a feed. And so they were so easy to coach because we just said, righto, we're out there and we're going to give absolutely everything we can. Whether we're good enough, it wasn't the issue. It was whether we had a little bit of luck that we could win games of football. And we played some of the great sides and had some terrific encounters with them.
You're right about how quickly they turned it round too, Mick, and not to embarrass you, but the foundation that you would have laid throughout that time that you were coaching there. I remember being a Geelong fan, 92, I think Danny Del Rey's kicking 8 in a final and they're playing the Cats, and then 94, Billy Brownless kicks the winning goal. Now, that's all Cats memories for me. I was a Cats supporter, but the Dogs were right there playing in big finals 3 years and then 5 years after nearly being gone from the competition.
And you have a look at, say, Hawthorn and Melbourne. like Hawthorn has been a powerhouse since that decision, that people stood up and said, no, we don't want Hawthorn merging with Melbourne. So, and that doesn't happen with, I don't think it's the AFL that does that. They are people who have got a lot of skin at that football club. Don Scott at Hawthorn, there's no question there's a lot of people involved at Footscray, and I'm so proud of them. But, you know, and I wasn't part of the resurgence. I mean, the simple fact is that this didn't happen that way.
This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. There's no late change. Oscar Baker is the sub for Footscray, and Ned Long is the sub for Collingwood. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse. Tim Hodges is on the boundary. We'll hear from Isaac Quaynor inside the Collingwood camp in a few moments from now. As we welcome
on ABC Sport. You're listening to the 2025 AFL Premiership season.
AFL. Don't get better than this.
On your radio,
Sport Digital,
and on the ABC Listen app.
It's a special night for the Footscray Football Club as they celebrate 100 years. Let's check in with one of their greats, Bob Murphy, who's sitting on a big red throne out of the middle of the MCG, addressing the Dogs faithful.
Dempsey and Kelvin Templeton, our goal-kicking machine.
Again, Templeton get the fly from the back. Oh! No, it hasn't gone yet. And he's kicked it. That's his
15. Please show your appreciation for representatives of Gentleman John Schultz, Charlie Sutton, Mr. Football Ted Whitten, and Jeff Jennings, Gary Dempsey, and Kelvin Templeton. Chapter 2, a wing wizard, Libba the First, and the fight of our lives. If you thought Templeton could dob them, wait till you get a load of Beasley.
Yes, he has. 9 goals for Simon Beasley.
While he was setting records, Dougie Hawkins was making a wing his own.
Taps it out in front of him. Beautiful play, Doug Hawkins. That's wonderful football.
Libba Senior battled his way to a Brownlow, joining Hardy and Wind on the Roll of Honour. Malthouse and Wheeler had us contesting finals either side of an existential crisis.
The people of Footscray showed there was plenty of bite left in the Bulldogs.
But the Bulldogs survived in Footscray and lived to fight another day. Give it up for Simon Beasley, Terry Wallace, Rick Kennedy, Brian Royal and Tony Liberatore. Chapter 3, swashbuckling heroes, a great flood, and noble quests fall short.
The Western Bulldogs have won. Could well be an historic day. The E.J. Whitten stand is rocking.
An emotional farewell to home games at the Whitten Oval, but hello to the era of Granny, Jono, Das, and some skinny kid on the halfback flank.
And here's Murphy, the kid from Warragul.
The prelim losses and the goal that never was might sting like hell, but recalling the great flood against the Bombers can still dampen the ice.
Back, Rowan Smith's come onto the ground. They've done it. That gets them in the finals.
A number 1 pick became a Brownlow medalist.
I declare the winner of the 2008 Brownlow medal, Adam Cooney.
And we rocketed to 3 more prelims.
But Geelong yet again.
We were knocking on the door, and destiny would soon answer. Please show your appreciation for Luke Darcy, Scott West, Matthew Croft, Adam Cooney, Rowan Smith, and the smiling assassin, Brad Johnson. Chapter 4, Deliverance is Bliss. Welcome home, Bevo. A gale force of positivity whipped through the club and turmoil quickly turned to triumph. A finals run for the ages, and then on the biggest stage, Moments now immortal.
Terrific by Biggs again. Chance, Picken, Picken.
Never forget.
How big was that?
That tackle.
And Franklin was run down.
That kick.
The stadium holds its breath, and the western suburbs erupt.
That hug. The drought ended and kick on back at our place to beat them all. 2 years later, Fez took that mark and our pioneering women brought the cup home in another thriller.
Pioneers to premiers!
Glory days. Show these Bulldogs some love. Daniel Gian Syracusa, Lindsay Gilby, Daniel Cross, Tom Boyd, Easton Wood, Dee Berry, Ali Blackburn, and our captain, Marcus Bontempelli. Tonight, we've remembered and acknowledged some of the greatest to ever wear the red, white and blue. But as immense as their on-field contributions have been, we know that this club is what it is today because of its people, its fans, its faithful. You've weathered the toughest of times and stood strong when all seemed lost.
Very much a question of the Western Suburbs coming of age in that struggle.
When I turned the radio on and they said Footscray will stay there, the tears just flowed, you couldn't help it.
It's an old saying, champions get up when they can't. And that's what the people of Western Suburbs proved they were.
Your spirit and belief has ensured our survival and inspired our greatest victories. The Bulldogs story is your story, our story, the story of the mighty West. Sons and daughters of the Scray, we are a family, we are a clan, we are a mob. We stand here. Take a look around, put your arms around someone, put your arms around your friends, your family, put your arms around a stranger as long as they're wearing the red, white and blue. This is our night tonight. We've been here for 100 years and more, and we'll be here for another 100. Come out snarling tonight, up the Scray!
Beautifully narrated by our own Bob Murphy as the red, white and blue smoke is burst into the air here at the MCG. The pyrotechnics shoot off the top of the Shane Warne stand, and the Bulldogs legends gathered around their 3 premiership cups underneath the Bulldogs banner. In the backdrop, as that was all happening, the 4 main iterations of the Bulldogs logos over the years, from the Footscray Bulldogs, the FFC way back in the day, to the more recent times in the Western Bulldogs.
That 1 second from left, that's the one I remember. the big jowls of the Bulldog. That's the logo.
Makes me a bit teary, actually. So well done. I mean, a bit emotional. That brings a tear to the eye, and I'm not even a Bulldogs person, Mick. This is what footy's about, isn't it? All the people that Bob just named, out in the middle, their arms around each other, having their photos taken now. Men of all ages, and the current captain of the Women's Bulldogs team and the premiership captain, the 2 women out there with all these men of all ages. I mean, footy's about connections, isn't it? And it's about people, really.
About people. Now, there's going to be a question without notice here, Corby. We spoke of it during the week. Is there anyone alive from 1954?
I don't believe so.
No, so, you do pass. And it's funny, I had a bloke, a good friend of mine who's been in football for a long, long time, in administration, said to me about football and invited me to the Collingwood box, actually. And I said, no, I've been invited to this, thank you very much. But as I said to him, it's a carousel. We as individuals jump on the carousel and get flung off. I was sitting next to Mitch Wallace, who missed out in the grand final, and he's not bitter or twisted. He said, luckily he's got his family and other things, but he said it does leave a hole that he missed it, but he still comes back to the Dogs because that's where he grew up, that's where his father played, that's the overall connection. But we both said the same thing. As long as the football club remains, you've had a little bit of it because you've been on the carousel at some stage.
It's a great way to put it. We're so lucky to have Mick Malthouse with us, as we are Cameron Ling, the legendary Cat tonight, Kelly Underwood and Corbin Middlemass to call the footy for you. Tim Hodges is on the boundary, and we can check in with Hodgie. In fact, as a short time ago, was able to catch up with Collingwood's number 3. Hodgie.
Corbin joined down here by Isaac Quainer from the Magpies. Isaac, just over 30 minutes out from the start of the game. Do you ever get nervous? Like, it's Friday night footy, there's 80,000 going to be here. Does it ever get to you, any butterflies?
Oh, I'm always nervous, definitely. I think now is like the calm before the storm, so I always just have a leisurely kick and try to, kind of almost feel like a kid again. And then I think once the siren goes and we're running out there into the banner, that's when I start to get a little bit nervous, definitely.
It's a big night for the opposition. Normally it's a Collingwood crowd. It feels like it will be a Footscray crowd tonight with their 100-year celebrations. Does that make you nervous or a bit edgier that they're going to be super up for tonight's activities?
Well, it's obviously a big occasion for Footscray as a club, so congrats to them. But no, not really. I think we have the best fans in the comp, so I think they'll turn up, regardless of who we're playing and what time or where it is. So I think the Magpie Army will be out in full force regardless.
And it was a bit of a dodgy weather this morning, but it could not be a better stage right now. You've just had a kick. Look, the weather's perfect, right?
It's beautiful, yeah. I thought we're going to be cooked. Sitting inside today, it was raining and then it was sunny for a bit. Just typical Melbourne weather, but yeah, it's looking beautiful, which is great.
And probably a bit nicer after the heat of last week and the heat of the week before. Are you relieved to have got last week out of the way, to have got the win and to have played well as a team and individually?
Relieved. I mean, not relieved, but it's definitely good to get a win under the belt. I think coming out of the GWS game, we had some real clear focuses that we're able to touch up, and you could see that they're on full force against Port. So I was always really confident we're going to get back to playing the way we wanted to play. But it's always good to get a win early on, because obviously after we started 0-3 last year, it definitely starts to build a bit of pressure for sure.
Are you still unsure exactly what happened in opening round against the Giants?
Yeah, I think that's probably... I just think it's a bit of an outlier in a bunch of things. And, I think some of the ways that we went about it and our game plan and stuff, it won't happen again. So I think it was a kick to the teeth early on, and I think it's really kicked us into stead.
So you're confident this is the Port Adelaide is the proper Magpies that we should expect tonight?
I mean, it'd be nice to win every game by that much. I don't know if it's going to be that big of a difference in scoreboard every week, but that's the way we want to play. Like high pressure, a free-flowing offense, entertaining. So yeah, you'll definitely see more of that.
It's so good to have you so close to the siren. Can I hit you up with a couple of individuals? 2 in particular to start with, Steele Sidebottom and Scott Pendlebury. They run out for the 1 millionth game together tonight. Like, what does that mean for game 308 for the two of them?
Oh, it's massive. I mean, it's massive for them and their families. It's massive for the club. And it's an honour for me to be part of it, because I grew up a Collingwood fan. So I grew up watching those two lads play, and had Pendles as my background for a bit, and he still laughs about it to this day. So it's like, moments like these, I'll look back at the end of my career and be really grateful that I'm part of it. So just want to go out there and play 4 quarters of Collingwood footy and get the win.
And you've had 4 quarters with Dan Houston alongside in the back line. How did you find it last week, and are you excited what he can bring to your team to have Houston in it, the 2-time All-Australian?
Yeah, he's a star. I love playing with him. He's obviously just a weapon with ball in hand. Like, he does some incredible things and sees the game the way others don't. But I've been speaking on it all week. The way that he's able to defend and then attack is the best I've seen from a half-back. So, yeah, I think it's going to bring the best out of myself and the rest of us in defence and make us a better team. And
to have Jay DeGoey on the team sheet back in that team, what are your expectations on Jordan tonight to have him back?
Just the big bull that he is. I think he's going to impose himself physically on the game and hopefully hit the scoreboard as well. So he's another really integral part of our team, and it's good to have him back in.
I love the access the Magpies give us. I love how relaxed you are before the game. I hope it's a great one tonight.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
There you go, Corbin. Isaac Quainer, great to have him so close to the bounce of the ball.
It's tremendous access. Thanks, Hodgie. That was just a short time ago while all that presentation was taking place. Isaac Quainer from the Magpies. He's been back down the rooms and had the opportunity to get into his playing attire, and he's about to make his way up the race along with Scott Pendlebury and Steele Sidebottom, who lead the Magpies out despite the fact the captain's Darcy Moore. There's a reason for that. game number 308 together, Lingy, tonight.
Wow, breaks the record. Tyson Edwards and Andrew McLeod, the previous record holders. That's remarkable. You think one player playing 300 is incredible, but 308 together.
Yeah.
I think Hawkins and Selwood are third place, and then Adam Goods and Jude Bolton in fourth place, all over the 300 game mark as teammates.
Here come the Pies. Those black and white stripes, always a magnifier, and especially on a Friday night. The Collingwood Football Club, and yet they're the away team tonight up against the Footscray Football Club, the Western Bulldogs. There's no late change. Ned Long is going to start as the sub for Collingwood, and it will be Oscar Baker for the Doggies. We'll pick up the rest of our audience coming up in just a moment, and then we'll be back with the full preview from Mick and Lingy coming up next.
ABC Sport.
ABC Sport. You're listening to the 2025 AFL Premiership season.
Don't get better than this.
Footy's biggest weekly stage, Friday night footy.
Pulls the trigger on goal and goes bang! Lightning star! Unbelievable! Oh, he makes the impossible look easy!
Snaps across the body, and the party continues.
In front of Elliott! Jamie Elliott! He launched into the night sky!
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport, on radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
A special night for the Bulldogs as they revert to their original name for the centenary celebrations. They hope to mark the occasion in style tonight against the Collingwood Football Club. You heard it all before. Too old, too slow, an emphatic bounce back last week as the Collingwood Football Club fielded their oldest ever team, creating a slice of history themselves. They got the energy to tame the young and inexperienced Dogs tonight, with the Bulldogs fielding 12 players who have played 60 games or less. So it is an inexperienced Dogs team. Two changes for both sides at selection. Buku Kamas and Oscar Baker come in. Baker to start as the sub. O'Donnell and Cleary goes out, while for the Collingwood Football Club, Tagoe and Cox, two of their premiership players, back. There's no Sullivan, there's no Myercheck, and Ned Long is going to start as the sub for Collingwood. Corbin Middlemass with you alongside Kelly Underwood for the call. Tim Hodges is on the boundary. The legendary cat in Cameron Ling, the coaching icon Mick Malthouse. The teams are out there on the ground. If you haven't been with us before now, you've missed a sterling presentation to mark the Dogs' centenary celebrations, narrated by Bob Murphy. Did a tremendous job. There was a whole lot of former players out there, including some of the greats of more recent times and yesteryear. So the Western Bulldogs celebrating 100 years in the VFL AFL in 2025. All right, let's drill down on the footy. Two round one winners. The Bulldogs 1-0 to start the season. Of course, Collingwood squared themselves off at 1-1. What are we in for tonight? Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
Well, I don't want to ruin anything, especially on the 100-year celebration for Footscray, but I look at this on paper, Mick, and I just can't help but thinking Collingwood. They got back to their type of football last week that I expected of them in season 2025. After the first week loss to the Giants, they were ultra impressive. It wasn't just left up to one or two players doing some flashy things. It was hard work, cross the ground, outnumber, create a turnover, flying around in numbers, working together, that connection piece that is so often talked about in football. That seemed like the blueprint for the Magpies as to getting back up to the top of the ladder. I just feel they'll be far too strong for a Bulldogs team that had a good first up win, but is still missing some very, very key players.
Yeah, I look, you know, I've just come from the dinner, and it's, you know, a big part of me, and so is Collingwood. So it's hard to sort of take away the emotion, but selection is the worry. And as you said, Lingy, I think Collingwood may have one player. Let's say Myercheck's the only player that would be out.
Yes,
it's out of the side.
That could be in the team.
Whereas you look at the Bulldogs, they're losing. They've got Jones, who would take one of their tools. Bontempelli, well, we know how good he is. You answer off back flank. You've got Treloar, who plays well against Collingwood because of, you know, his circumstances, etc., etc., etc. And then
Waitman as well.
Waitman, and then you've lost a couple of players from last week. The interesting thing about the selection is I'm not a great, you know, I like all people, but I just don't think some of them, I've got to judge them as players. And I think Gardner, to me, has been an ordinary player. but I thought he got better last year. I can't believe he's not in the side. This is a dry track. Collingwood have got tall players who can dominate the air. Gardner, I think, could play on Cox every day of the week.
Yep.
He may even be able to play on McStay. He's not playing. I'd be interested to see what backline players they've got now that McDonald's out and Jones that can, and I'm only looking at players that are 190, 192. Look, Cox is 211.
Yeah.
I mean, look, he can reach in here now and grab hold of his microphone if he wanted to from the ground. So you think, who's going to stop him? And he's going to come into the side and think, it's Christmas.
Yeah.
So I just don't, they're going to have to stop him at the source and they might not have the goods at the source.
No, that's the big question for me, because what we saw last week from Collingwood was they're good players, their best players getting back to playing the type of football that got them a premiership 2 years ago. But then you saw the acquisitions that they've made and how they might just nicely fit in. Tim Membry being the obvious one. Yeah, absolutely. But Harry Perryman and the work rate through the middle of the ground as high half forward, high half back, that's sort of almost what you'd call the middle section of the ground. I'm not just talking about the midfield purely. He's going to complement this team really well. Jordan Ngoe coming back in is an obvious plus, and what he brings to the table.
So Houston?
Dan Houston is then the other one where you go, okay, now we've got somebody who can just whip the ball off half-back with brilliant ball use, can drift forward. That's what Houston's always had a strength of. The right time. Is he coming off the wing? Is he coming off half-back? Is he kicking a goal, running through 50 to 55? I just love all the acquisitions, provided the core is playing the way that they need to play, which is what we saw last week. Maybe we didn't quite see so much the week before.
Lingy, I'll just ask this question to you. We watched them. I watched them on TV the previous week against GWS, and I thought up there they just looked probably a little short of one or two games under their belt, which they've now got the 2 games. I wasn't convinced about their speed. They've played a side last week who were horrible.
Yep.
Was it a good gauge? And that's the question. And the Dogs' mind would be, that's their best, and they destroyed Port. But I reckon Port allowed them to be destroyed. Port were very, very slow. Their transition from the back line just gave Collingwood sweat on sides that overuse the football.
Correct.
You take Houston out of that side and put him into your opponents. So your kicking power then diminishes. Their ball getting power diminished. They played bruise-free football. They just didn't want to tackle. They didn't want to chase. So I think we've got to push. We've got to make a little bit of leeway that we'll probably see a better Collingwood side tonight, a reflection of how good they're going to be. Because the Dogs, I can't see the Dogs throwing it in like Port did last week.
No, I think that's fair. Everything you're saying is fair, except for the fact that, again, and you and I have shown our frustration, voiced our frustration over the start with opening round, is what I think last week was a clear indication of a team that wasn't quite hard-edged for home and away football because it was their first hit out.
Round 1, or you saw about last week, Port
Adelaide,
absolutely.
Versus a Collingwood team who realised they were a little off the pace against the Giants, adjusted, picked up the tempo and bang and blew them out of the water. So, yes, Port Adelaide were bad, but I reckon it was also Port Adelaide not quite being as battle-hardened as Collingwood were. I'm with you. I think we'll see the version of Collingwood that gets... Collingwood fans should be starting to get pretty excited about.
Yeah, I think so. Sorry, if I can just say, Corey, I'm really... Just their backline is too small. I just can't see them holding it.
Tom Liberatore is the only remaining premiership player from the Dogs' 2016 premiership team.
Wow.
And the other man at the coin toss is the new AFL PA president in Darcy Moore. Tim Hodges is on the boundary for us tonight. Hodgie.
Hello, Corbin. Hello, crew. Nice to be with you. An amazing crowd and atmosphere. Tom Liberatore winning the toss. The Dogs will kick to the City end. That's a right of screen if you're at home watching on telly, listening to us. A monster atmosphere. It's super down here. So the MCC expecting to top 70,000. The Bulldogs are more ambitious. They think they'll get to 75,000. I think they're going to get a lot of Magpie fans as well. Either way, anything above 68,000 will be the Bulldogs' biggest ever home and away crowd in their 100-year history, which is something. It's just the most perfect night. A balmy evening, still 19 degrees. Hard to imagine better conditions for a game of football, to be honest. Kudos to the club and to Bob Murphy. The pre-match festivities were brilliant with all of the Bulldogs icons. They did that so well. So, yeah, it's all set up for a perfect night. No late change. The subs for the Dogs, Oscar Baker. For the Magpies, it's Ned Long. The crowd building by the minute. Still plenty of people outside trying to get in. This will be some night at the footy.
Who wins, Hodgie?
I think the Pies will probably pop the party for the Dogs and probably win by 3 or 4 goals.
Lingy, Nick?
I think Collingwood will give you... I reckon this could be a real... I think it could be a flogging.
Yeah, I think it'll be comfortable, I'll go with, but Pies.
And I don't want it to be that way. I think it could. It's good to hear that Tim's not complaining about the weather anyway.
Let's see if the Dogs can mark their 100-year celebrations with victory against the biggest club in the land, Collingwood. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. You're with Kelly Underwood.
Bounce is a little wonky. English rises high. Nick Dacos starting in the midfield. So too did Pendlebury, but emerging with it, accepting the handball. Is Williams going long? It's a bouncing ball at the top of the goal square. Darcy's there. He's forced to tackle Darcy Moore. That's Sam Darcy, and he's been pinged for holding the ball, so it'll be a free kick.
That is 2 umpires on either side of the contest there because of the 4 umpire thing, who both hesitated. Should have just blown the whistle as a ball up. He was immediately tackled. And then one thought, oh, hang on, it's been a little bit long. I might pay that as holding the ball.
So Sam Darcy is going to kick right from the top of the goal square at the city end in front of the Collingwood cheer squad. It would be fitting a famous father-son opens proceedings at the MCG. As the Bulldogs celebrate 100th at the MCG, 100th anniversary of such a significant event. After all the pre-match hype, 3 father-sons out there tonight, and Sam Darcy slots it through first. 1 straight 6. Pies barely touched the ball, Mick.
Well, Lingy and myself are both looking at each other thinking, was it a free kick? I think it was a free kick because he grabbed the football. Now, he's a 6 foot. I know you shouldn't look at weight and this and stuff, but he didn't make a great effort to get rid of that ball.
But he was tackled to ground with no prior opportunity. So are we asking...
No, he had opportunity. He's tried to stand up, and he'll try to stand up here. See how he tries to stand up? But then he goes to ground.
To me, if that's paid holding the ball, that only grows frustration in football fans.
Dogs for the first of the night. Cameron palms it down. Here's Richards. Famous Collingwood surname, kicks out to half forward, bouncing footy. Unkind for Darcy against Moore, picked up there by Vandermeer. His handball, a turnover. As Moore gives it to Lipinski, hand pass away to side bottom. Kicks down that southern wing for the Pies, or spilling the mark. Darcy there, Fraser rather, not able to take it for the Dogs. Lipinski, good kick along that southern wing, finds to Goey. They love having him back, kicks inside the forward 50, punched away by Karmas. Buku getting back in defence, finds the safety of the boundary line, and a throw in forward pocket for the Pies, kicking to the punt road end of the opening term.
Well, that'll be the test, that quick ball movement and that aerial ball that goes in. Collingwood will be really sweating on taking some marks from that, but that's a very good spoil.
Inside 50 for the first time for the Pies to the punt road end. English tangles with Cameron. It comes down to Nick Dacos. He skies it off those fluorescent green boots. Top of the goal square. Slipped through the arms there of McStay. Flicked out the side. Jamie Elliott tries to get through a couple. Karmas. He's stripped of it. Big ball to be won. Kennedy with his big bullocking body puts it on the line. And then the relieving kick from Giray to centre half forward. Almost to mark. It'll be a free kick, in fact. And Darcy tangling with Cameron. A free kick to Darcy Cameron. So it's Sam Darcy. There's too many Darcys out there. Darcy Moore, Darcy Cameron, Sam Darcy. Sam Darcy's been involved in both. And Darcy Cameron gets the free kick. Too far out to score. He just skirts the perimeter. Kicks sideways to Josh Dacos.
Darcy Cameron's drifting down by himself too.
He goes short to side bottom. Too far out to score, playing game 334 tonight. He levels it with Brendan Goddard, former ABC commentator, now coach of the VFL at St Kilda. Goes to the hot spot. It's off hands. Lobs involved. Harms. Risky. Davidson in his second game. Football. Chris pounces.
Free kick, Cal. It's going to be Davidson's ball.
So Chris pounced less than a metre out, and he thought he'd got the goal, and suddenly the umpire puts his hand up to say free kick to the second gamer, Sammy Davidson, who breathes a big sigh of relief.
Pies fans aren't going to like it, but great decision.
Taken high. Yep.
Kicks out the halfback. Kennedy marks. Handball away to West. He's drilled into the ground. Dumping tackle.
Wow.
Gee, they're getting the whistle early here, the Dogs. So West takes the free at halfback.
Silly hand pass for start off.
West on the back flank. Kicks down the wing. Up to meet it is McInnes. No mark. Spills Liberatore's way. Hand pass to Davidson. Drills a short pass. Broken up by Moore. Picked up by McNeil. He's tackled. Lost it. Collingwood win it back. Moore. Hand pass to Maynard. Handball away to Pendlebury. Feeds it back through to Maynard. Now to Josh Dacos. Kicks down the wing. Gee, Pendlebury a little sore. Trying to be helped off the ground with the trainers. Moore. Reef McInnes, who's been helped off the ground. Pendlebury with the footy. Shoots a hand pass forward. Collingwood through Chris.
But he's overcooked that handball. McCreery drives on in. Now Pendlebury goes in, make amends. Fires it up to Nick Dacos. He goes back, and a quick kick there by Maynard to half forward, and happy to see it over is Fraser. Notice that Fraser started on the wing tonight. Let's get down to Tim Hodges, an update on Reef McInnes. Hodgie.
No, Kelly, that was right in front of me, a right leg. So it's either his right ankle or right knee. As soon as it happened, he threw the mouth guard, which is actually still out on the field. So he was in an immense amount of pain, couldn't put any pressure on it, has had to be helped down the stairs, has gone straight to the room. So, yeah, grave fears for McInnes.
Spinning ball back into play. It's all the Dogs. English down to Liberatore. Got it to Bailey Dale, who was brilliant last week. And then a real finger tipper. Almost a slips catch at the MCG by Maynard.
Yeah, it was a great mark by Maynard. Kept his body in line with the ball. Just hung on to it beautifully.
Goes long down the line. There's Rory Lobb with the blue hair. Got hands to it. No mark and spills out of bounds. And his teammates have been joking with him, saying he's the Dennis Rodman of the AFL.
Another free kick.
Free kick here to Taylor Duray for a push in the marking contest against Jamie Elliott.
They're all going the Dogs' way, aren't they?
Well, we've got 4 umpires, so I guess the way they're scattered, they're almost at every contest, so...
Duray down the wing. Moore trying to work his way to the front. No mark. There's a free. It's going Collingwood's way. There's the reaction. Bronx cheer from the Magpie Army. The first free kick for the Pies. The Dogs with the opening goal to Sam Darcy. A celebratory night. They bring up 100 years in the competition. Moore to put the Dogs inside the forward 50. McStay late to arrive, and Lobb punches it out of bounds. A throw in half forward for the Pies. So Footscray one straight. Collingwood yet to score.
It's interesting, Lingy, it just appears that any high ball goes in, there's no intent to mark at all at the Dogs' end. They are just going to spoil it because they've got, outside of Lobb, they've got no height.
No interceptors, do they?
Collingwood have learned from this. If they can keep the ball lower, I think they'll find a lot of space.
Right on the arc here for the Pies, but it's the Dogs at ground level as it spins back into play. Kennedy's caught, stripped of it. Wonderful tackle by Maynard. Nick Dacos goes and gets the loose footy. Handballs to Pendlebury. Handballs to Houston. He goes out wide to Crisp. He's right up against the boundary line unselfishly. He centres it. Here's to Goey. Goes in hard. Fraser wins it off the Goey. Brilliant by Fraser, who was brilliant last week. He's put the second gamer under enormous pressure, though, here in Dolan. And Dolan's happy to see it over the boundary line on the opposite side in front of the great southern stand here at the MCG. Dogs with the first one, and the Pies yet to score after nearly 8 minutes of play.
And you say that, Kel, and they've been in there 5 times to 1.
Dolan pick 31, Dogs' third selection in last year's draft. As Darcy wins it down, here's Kennedy, hand pass away to Harms, feeds a handball further forward to Richards, to Dolan, who's trying to pick it up, has a fumble, gets rid of Houston, takes it for the Bulldogs, short kick finds Norton, who marks high half forward, hand pass to centre half forward, gets it to Kennedy, shoots goalward, hits the post. Behind, the Dogs 1-1, Collingwood yet to score. We're 8 minutes in. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Good little passage of play there from the Bulldogs. Able to open Collingwood up a little bit. That's where what you got to do against the Pies. They'll come at you so hard. If you can flip it back the other way and get your game flowing and taking advantage, you'll get your shots at goal.
Yeah, they're very aggressive, you're right, Lingy.
So the skipper on the kick in duties. I don't think there was touch from Darcy Moore's boot, was it?
Doesn't matter, Kelly played on.
It'll be I did as well, so it'll be boundary throw-in.
A shout out to Andy Bell, who's listening on and got in touch with us via Twitter, said listening from a cloudy UK, arrived yesterday before Heathrow curfew. May my Dogs win. G'day, Andy. Nice to hear from you.
Half forward for the Dogs. English wins the tap down. Artie Jones blazes away, and it's out of bounds on the full. It'll be a free kick here going to Quaynor. Let's go down to Hodgie on the boundary.
This is not good news for Reece McInnes. It's a right knee. They fear for the worst. The substitution has already been made, guys. So Ned Long is into this game. But just the amount of pain McInnes was in, you fear for the worst with that right knee.
Quaynor down the wing to Cox. Spills the mark. Pack forms at his feet. The ump says, I'll have it. So Ned Long's on the ground in jumper number 44. Starting as the Sabi walks on at the 9.5-minute mark of the opening quarter. Disastrous start for Collingwood health-wise, and with Reece McInnes out of the game, sequence of handballs, and in the end to Goey, to Schultz, and then to Crisp. His handball to Long ends up out of bounds, so we'll have a throw-in. And there was a message off the SMS about what number game consecutively this is for Jack Crisp tonight. Feels like we've talked about it less, given the fact he's getting closer, so he's up to 240 consecutive. The record is Jim Stein's 244. From the boundary throw-in, Crisp inside 50, right on cue, and Lobb takes the intercept mark in front of Membry, so he's got it at half-back for the Bulldogs. Dogs by 7 points after 10 minutes.
Looking for Darcy. He's got to beat a couple. Double grabber, well done. Beats Mason Cox and Quaynor. Centering kick was good, and he gives it to Sammy Davidson. He's got it on the edge of that centre square, and some pace here from Gallagher. Off to Sanders, the two youngsters combined. Back to Davidson, inside 50, reaching up over the top was Norton. He's given it off to Dolan, who's the top of the goal square, off balance, flicking it around and having a snap was Fraser and misses. Opportunity goes begging right on the edge of that goal square, Mick.
Had handball options.
Yeah, he really panicked it, and he did have a lot of options.
Kick-out's coming back. Karmas breaks it up. West kicks to full forward, finds McNeil, who takes the mark. He's got it 15, 20 metres out, just right of centre.
Can I just rewind for a second back here in the wing? Sam Darcy, the contested mark, and then one step on the left into the corridor, just opened the whole game up. He's 208 centimetres.
If he's not the best big man going around,
wow.
And he's got a lot of dog in him. I mean, when I say dog, I'm talking about he's savage. He's an absolute beauty.
Lockie McNeil debuted last time these sides met here. His drop punt is good, and this is a perfect start to the party for the Bulldogs. 2-2 to yet to score. It's Footscray who lead by 14 points after a dozen minutes. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling, Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Well, you said it all there, Lingy. One, it was a pressured mark. Two, he brought the ball back inside. Correctly, I get hostile with players trying to squeeze between players, but he knew that even if he dropped it, his teammate dropped it, he had the capacity to pick it up. And then the pressure applied on that back half. This is something that Port didn't give last week.
No.
So
was it Karmas who came up quick and got the spoil on Darcy?
Back.
Oh, yeah, brilliant play.
So this is where Collingwood now have to adjust to the type of game being played. Yes, be aggressive with your run, but I think they've got to run the ball and don't think that everyone's going to mark it in their forward line.
Dogs by 14 points, looking to win it out of the centre again, and applying the tackle there was Sam Darcy, who's into the ruck.
We don't lose anything with him in the ruck.
He wraps up Ned Long in the tackle, and then he goes at it with Mason Cox. Slapped down, ball in dispute. Sanders flicks it out, comes the way of side bottom, gets clean handball to Cox, who just throws it on the boot. Centre half forward, over the head of Rory Lobb. Darcy Cameron's going to be pinged for a push. Lobb wins the free kick. Mick, what do you think about the bright blue hair of Rory Lobb?
Well, you've got to produce. I said that when he was blonde, that didn't work.
Okay, well, let's hope blue works. He flicks it wide, southern wing. Richards takes a strong mark, and then he's gone for Vandermeer. Really had to stand his ground with Josh Dacos bearing down, and you can't miss him. He's gone blonde. Let's hope that works for him, Mick.
Well, Josh Dacos, getting back to what Lingy said before, Collingwood are very aggressive with their positioning and their run and how far they play in front of place. Every now and again, you know that you have to be body on body. Josh has got to learn to be body on body. That wouldn't have taken place had that been the case.
On the approach, 45-degree angle, 45 metres out. Vandermeer spears it through. And with Footscray greats in the crowd at the MCG, these modern-day Bulldogs are putting on a show. 3-2-20, razor sharp against the Pies, yet to score. And we've gone 14 minutes here at the MCG, Tim Hodges.
Kelly, just confirmation from the Magpies on Reece McInnes. It is a right knee. They do fear the worst. His entire body buckled, his leg buckled, and his entire body went over on that right knee. He couldn't put any weight on it, so he's already been subbed out of the game inside the opening 8 minutes of this match. So the club put so much time and effort into him over the summer to try and make him that secondary defender, like the Nathan Murphy role from their premiership year in 2023. So it's a huge shame, and you can almost tell there's a bit of shell shock. He's an enormously popular Magpie, and some of these players on the bench are still just sort of learning and talking to each other. I think it has sent some shudders through the Pies bench.
First round pick, and they certainly look that way at the moment. It's all the Bulldogs on a big night for the club. Out of the middle they go again. Richards, hand pass away to Vandermeer, gives it back to Richards, arches the back, kicks on the run, misses. Out to the right, behind, so 3-3 to yet to score. It's all Footscray. They lead by 21 points. 15 minutes into the game, Reece McInnes suspected ACL. His night is done.
We worked on a few of the games, I reckon, where Ed Richards was just making that transition from half-back up on ball. What a move it's been. Last week he was superb. Already here tonight, a couple of moments, nearly finished off with a great goal there. He looks brilliant in that midfield.
So Jeremy Howe on the kick in, hits up Crisp, and Crisp's kick has gone to Darcy. And Darcy with a big shove, but it goes unnoticed by the four umpires. And Darcy is on fire.
Well, you know...
So too are the Pies fans, Mick. They're on fire. They've got steam coming out of their head at the moment because Darcy's hit has been able to find Norton on the end of a long lead, and he's within range from 50.
Well, Kel, you know, you say about that, and Craig McRae was saying before the match, this bloke kicked 4 goals, and so we've got to be careful about him. I think it's more around the ground. They have to be careful because he is slaughtering Collingwood.
For the perfect start, Norton on the left. Slews off the side of the boot. It's going to land in, and Mason Cox is there to slap it over for a rush behind. So that's 3-3-21. Pies, Donuts, 0.
Josh Dacos from the kick out goes on a stroll, then pokes his pass short to Howe at half back. 22 zip. Handball over the top to Maynard, who's off and running against the boundary line. One of their premiership stars kicks into the front half. English backing back, no mark. Spills down to Lobb. He's tackled by Hill. Umpire says, ball up. It's at the 50-50.
Oh, my goodness, that is holding the ball.
Going the Dogs' way to stop.
That could have been out of Flemington, though. I think he rode him.
He did.
He was on the barrier.
Yes. Cox wins it down. English had it, lost it. Jones goes bursting through. He's tackled. And the ump will do it all again. So,
how can we be so far apart in what we think about these things? Normally, Nanette says to me, I like it with you and Lingy, you just agree. Well, we are so far apart.
No, we're a little bit off tonight, aren't we, Mick?
Only good. Holding the ball.
Mason Cox.
Maybe they sprinkled something on you in that function, Mick, when you were down there. And
well,
a little bit of Western Bulldogs pixie dust.
Something says red, white and blue in my eyes. No, I had 18 years between the two clubs, so I've got great respect for both, as you know.
So we've gone from a ball up to working our way in front of the interchange gates. There'll be a boundary throw in right in front of the Pies bench, and it's slapped back over, and this time it'll be a boundary throw in front of the Dogs bench.
And I spoke to the umpires 4 or 5 times in that 30 years, so...
Did it ever work?
So that you can either say that worked or didn't work, but I think they've got it right tonight.
English tussles with Cox. Cox assumes front position, paddles it down, tries to get it to De Goey. Ricochets back to English. Just blasts it away. 1-on-1. Norton, great spoil from Darcy Moore. Pendlebury works it to De Goey, the superstars. Now a 1-on-1 contest inside 50. McStay and Lobb. Lobb with that bright blue hair does well with the follow-up, the spoil, and then knocks it clear. But quickly it comes the way of Crisp, who curls it into that left forward pocket, and it's chopped off by Duray. Former Hawthorn premiership player. Got the headband on tonight. He goes short to Lobb, and Lobb marks uncontested in front of McCreery. And a spearing ball to Jones.
Oh, that's 50.
That is 50.
Crashing into his back was Mason Cox. Artie Jones, the smaller player, he's got it at half-back.
He knew he was marking that, and he basically tackled him to ground after he marked it.
Yeah. Jones daring kick back inboard, finds Duray, and the switch is on from one back flank to the other. And now Williams has it half-back for the Bulldogs. They lead at 22 points to zip. Nearing time on in this opening quarter. Kicks down the wing, no mark, spills Collingwood's way. Quaynor, hand pass away to Perryman, and gives it by hand to Lipinski at half-back. His kick touched on the way through, still got to Nick Dacos. Hand pass back to Perryman. Goes running away on the southern side. Kicks the Magpies down to half-forward. Bobby Hill trying to get a bit of space to run and leap out it. Williams does well to avoid that. Lobb knocks it out of bounds, and the ump says deliberate. And now inside 50 in a rush. And Collingwood against the boundary line put it in the hands of Jordan De Goey, and his range is unlimited.
I'm going to have to see that insufficient attempt again.
I reckon he did. It's a big, don't forget he's over.
When players are heading towards the boundary line, they're that close, half a metre, they almost just shouldn't bother touching it at all.
I agree with you, Lingy, because then it's up to the umpire, isn't it?
De Goey outside of the right boot, trying to bend it through. He misses to the near side. It is Collingwood's first score. It comes in the 20th minute of the opening quarter. The Dogs are 3-4-22. Collingwood that behind. Footscray by 21. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Bramble goes quick, kicks it to Lobb. Lobb goes quick, goes down the boundary line, and that's a Mark Pay. Trying to come over the top and spoil was Perryman, and then he got it as it fell into his lap.
Switches on if the Pies want it. No, Quaynor was there.
Short to Darcy Cameron, and then
now they'll go.
A lead from Nick Dacos. He squares it from one side to the other to Quaynor. Got time for a fumble, a regather. Looking for Schultz. Awkward little half volley. Couldn't quite pick it up. It comes back to De Goey. He bangs it long. Huge leap down there by McStay.
It was a great mark by McStay. It was going to be a free kick anyway for downfield.
He soared up in a marking contest with Buku Khamis. What a leap. And he's going to line up for the set snap at the top of the goal square for their opener. At the 20-minute mark of the opening term, they've conceded the first 3 goals, the Pies. But McStay puts it through. 1-1-7 Collingwood, 3-4-22 the Dogs.
Well, it was the right move to be able to switch the ball open side. Collingwood got what a lot of teams try and get when you slow down a little bit on one side of the ground. They want to switch, that sounds obvious, but they want it to be a quick switch when you've got an overlap, and that's what Collingwood had manufactured. They needed to find Quaynor. They did it, and then it was Schultz's attack on the footy which provided the real opportunity. Went hard at it, created a chance for his team. De Goey got it in deep. It was a great grab by McStay, but as I mentioned, it was going to be a free kick downfield anyway. Good play by the Pies.
Yep. It does bother me with that height factor again. They've got away with it so far. Just wondering for how long that could last, Lingy.
Back to 15 points. A ruck share it in the middle. Richards trying to track the footy. Collects. Tackled immediately. Liberatore bustles in characteristic fashion. Might have got Pendlebury high. Ump says play on. Davidson gets the ball trickling away down the wing. The Dogs keep it going forward. Liberatore kicks to the hot spot. West in a tangle. Gives away a free.
Yeah, silly play. Really trying to make space for his teammate, but just can't. Not with umpires the way they settle these days.
Howe gets the free from fullback, kicks out wide, trying to find Lipinski. Artie Jones breaks it up. His hand pass off the shins of Josh Dacos and out of bounds. And a throw in 60 metres out from the Bulldogs goal. They lead by 15 points after 22 minutes.
Libber is just ferocious around the ball, isn't he?
What I mean by those umpires, Lingy, just for the people that aren't watching the game on TV, they position themselves in a slower plays, virtually taking a part of the ground, so you can't get away with pushing, holding these days.
Flick back in, Josh Dacos, some look-away handballs. He got it once from Pendlebury, he got it twice. He works it to Lipinski, who gets it to Schultz, who's got a runner out wide on the southern side. It sits beautifully for still side bottom, and the delivery was exquisite on a silver platter for Jamie Elliott. And that's still side bottom at his premiership winning best.
And can I say, the forward craft of Jamie Elliott to provide that lead was first class. The little move he made on Duray, question whether or not it was something there, but he did it quick enough and made sure the umpire couldn't see him. And it was just brilliant forward line play, and then side bottom honoured him perfectly.
Textbook AFL footy. It started with Josh Dacos. Pendlebury was involved, and Elliott can't finish it off from one end to the other. And on the right boot, he hangs it out to the right. A misfire. His first look at the sticks tonight. Collingwood 1-2-8. The Doggies 3-4-22.
Bramble to Williams, goes on a run, kicks long down the wing.
wow.
Here's Darcy again. Moves a couple aside, and Sam Darcy marks broadcast wing. Hand pass away to English, can keep the Dogs moving forward. Kicks to a crowded area at centre half forward. Or Davidson spoiled by West, his own teammate. Ball spills down to Perryman, and he's tackled by Dolan. Ball up centre half forward for the Bulldogs. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, the doctor for the Pies has been out to Scott Pendlebury. He was collected by Tom Liberatore before, just to check on him that he was given the all clear.
Pies rebound off half-back. Nick Dacos to Lipinski. Now to Jagoe. Kicks in front of the benches.
Big Mace is out the back.
Breaking for him is Mason Cox. And he's going to sit here at half forward. Lobb did really well to get back, get his big palm down to it. He's waiting at the back of the pack now. Trickles towards Lobb. Gives it to Gallagher. Fires it off to Bailey Williams, and short, sharp pass. Vandermeer bounces off his chest. Josh Dacos does really well. He's in a purple patch. McStay had to go, and he did. He wins it to Lipinski. Handball's in trouble, looking for McCreary. He's surrounded by two Bulldogs, and Jones teams up with Bailey Dale really well in the defensive 50. Handball's over the top to Liberatore. Back to Dale in 2 minds. Dury's gone. He's caught by Lockie Schultz.
Oh.
Must have been correct disposal. Got the handball away, because that should have been holding the ball. Umpire doesn't blow his whistle. Now he says too high. It'll be a free kick for the Pies. It worked its way back inside 50, and on the bottom of that pack was Nick Dacos.
Oh, terrible play by the Dogs. They froze because when they looked up, they couldn't find a free player. So they wandered through the back line and then made the wrong choice. When in doubt, either go long or go fence. Don't stay inside the line.
A lot stopped thinking that Schultz would win the free for a clear holding the ball, but the Bulldogs player got a handball away, came back inside 50, and then going low was Nick Dacos. Wins the free, directly in front, 40 metres out. Do the fluorescent green boots work? No. Smacks into the goalpost at the punt road end, that left goalpost.
Bailey Dale with the kick-out duties. Goes to the back pocket, finds Gallagher. Footscray by 13 points. Kicks into oncoming traffic. Ball spills away. Artie Jones moved out of the way. Pies win it back. Crisp to Hill. Now to Membry. High up and under into the pocket. Karmas reaching over the top. Can't mark. Spills down to Lobb. He has a fumble. Elliott got it. Handball away to to McCreary. Bounces off his chest, and Richards relieves the pressure. Kicks out wide, and at half-back, Harms takes the mark. A Melbourne premiership player kicks looking for Norton. His marking attempt broken up. Nick Dacos for Collingwood. Handball to Cameron. Back to Nick Dacos. Hand pass on the wing finds Maynard. Short kick on the 45 to centre half forward. Here's Pendlebury. Sweeping hand pass inside 50. McCreary got a kick away and lands on the chest of Schultz. I'm not sure that was the intended target, but it all works out for Collingwood, and they'll shoot here from 30 out straight in front.
Dominating the last 5 minutes. Pies just can't put the... and it's generally mistakes. I don't blame Norton for dropping the ball, because he was already up and on the way down, so he just didn't have his balance right. But you take that kick, you pay a penalty if you don't take it.
They were late to arrive to the party, Collingwood, but they've arrived now. Schultz goals, and Collingwood respond with a couple on the bounce after conceding the first 3. Footscray's lead cut to 7. That was once 22 points. The Bulldogs 3-4-22. Collingwood 2-3-15 as we approach quarter time. Cameron Lang and Mick Moldhouse on ABC Sport.
You're right, Mick. In the coach's box right now for Luke Beveridge, you'd have the screens, which would have the last 8 minutes. There'd be a lot of red showing.
Yep.
There'd be worry around the contested ball, worry around how much run and creativity and uncontested ball now Collingwood are getting. Nick Dacos is starting to get it on the end of it.
Hardly had it now. He's got 10.
10 touches, yeah. Scotty Pendlebury's had all 8 handballs, but they've been creative handballs. So they're just starting to get that machine working.
Dogs by 7 points. A minute left before quarter time. It's been helter-skelter. Sam Darcy in the ruck, beaten by Darcy Cameron. Straight down the throat to McCreary. He has a bounce. He goes long from inside the centre square. It goes right on the line, and Buku Kamas casually steps over. It was a monster kick. It fell about half a metre short. There was about 4 players there in that marking contest.
It's always a hard one. When you're told as a midfielder, if you can kick the distance, go for it. But if not, don't put it there. Put it a little bit further out from goal to make it more threatening for the
Dale
opposition.
Dale out of defence, works it up to halfway. Vandermeer under pressure, handball to Jones. His hand pass back inboard, found Perryman. Vandermeer tackles him.
You would have hated that centre bounce clearance, though, Lingy. That was just so open. Rucken tapping at 12 o'clock.
Footscray by a goal. Collingwood win the footy at the coalface here. Schultz shoots out a hand pass in a hurry to Long. Releases Nick Dacos. The champ into the pocket over the head of Hill and Elliott and bounces out of play. Interesting, Frank Inespritz off the SMS. Have the rules changed? Twice within a minute, bloke tackled. Didn't make contact with the foot. Is it not illegal? Is that not illegal disposal, dropping the ball? So
no, it depends if they've had prior opportunity there. If they haven't had prior opportunity, all they can do is make an effort. They can completely miss the ball.
Deep inside 50 here for the Pies. It's a boundary throw in. Cameron to McCreery. Wheels around. It's going to land in the hot spot. Lobs there. Goes the spoil. Fraser stripped of it by Schultz. Artie Jones goes to ground. He's pushed off it. Rory Lobb's taken a Collingwood player high.
And not paid.
Not paid.
Wow.
Is it Jamie Elliott he got?
Yeah, he's in the act of picking the ball up.
Wow, so it's a ball up. Cameron tries to take it out of the ruck. Jones in a 2-man tackle. Artie Jones going nowhere.
The 4-umpire system does not work.
Seconds ticking down. We're only right on the edge of the goal square here for the Pies. Collingwood fans are irate. Not just at the scoreboard, but the lack of whistle going their way. And the Doggies fans, they've seen a pre-match celebration which was extremely emotional, and their players responded. The first 3 goals of the game, they led 22-0, and at the first change it's the Dogs, or I should say Footscray, 3-4-22, Collingwood 2-4-16. The goal kickers, Darcy, McNeil, Vandermeer. And for the Pies, McStay and Lockie Schultz. Doggies by 6 points.
It was a quarter of 2 halves. There's no doubt about that. It was the Dogs' quarter early and it was Collingwood's quarter late. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
I was just fascinated with Craig McRae, who's coaching from the bench. He looked at the umpires and took a big, deep breath. And I reckon there was a little bit of him that wanted to probably say something. But after the events of opening round, I think he just thought best to go out to the quarter-time huddle. Was that the right advice, Mick, or should he have said something?
Well, if you want to make a donation, Timmy, you save it. But if you want to make sure it stays in your pocket, you just have to probably demonstrate a little bit, but not make it obvious.
Free kick count, by the way, actually 6-5 Collingwood's way at quarter time, would you believe, after that kind of start. All right, the thoughts of Mick and Lingy coming up in just a moment. It is quarter time here at the G. Footscray by 6 points. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
The footy might stop with the final siren, but with ABC AFL, the conversation keeps rolling. Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Roos, alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny.
From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop.
It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Let's see if the Dogs can mark their 100-year celebrations with victory against the biggest club in the land, Collingwood. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Darcy's there. He's forced to tackle Darcy Moore. Sam Darcy. And he's been pinged for holding the ball, so it'll be a free kick. So Sam Darcy in front of the Collingwood cheer squad. It would be fitting a famous father-son opens proceedings at the MCG.
This is not good news for Reece McInnes. It's at right knee. They fear for the worst. The substitution has already been made, guys. So Ned Long is into this game.
West kicks to full forward, finds McNeil. His drop punt is good. And this is a perfect start to the party for the Bulldogs.
Richards takes a strong mark, and then he's gone for Vandermeer on the approach. 45-degree angle, 45 metres out. Vandermeer spears it through
And with Footscray greats in the crowd at the MCG, these modern-day Bulldogs are putting on a show. It comes back to De Goey. He bangs it long. Huge leap down there by McStay. At the 20-minute mark of the opening term, they've conceded the first 3 goals, the Pies. But McStay puts it through.
Sweeping hand pass inside 50. McCreary got a kick away and lands on the chest of Schultz. They were late to arrive to the party, Collingwood, but they've arrived now. Schultz goals.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Just off the SMS, by the way, we were asking earlier on 0437 774 774. Favourite Bulldogs of all time? Dave in Lonnie says my favourite Bulldog has to be Richard Cousins in the mid-80s. Thanks, David. Appreciate that. The McGill boys in Harcourt. The Liberatore father and son are my all-time favourite Bulldogs. Caleb Daniel was a real favourite and represented the Bulldog spirit so much. I'm sad to see him in blue and white now. And I love this one from Steve in Ballarat. He says, "G'day, Lingy, Cal and the gang. My uncle, Jack Slattery, a former Footscray player and Eagle Hawk Team of the Century member. Jack will be on ground tonight before the bounce on his birthday. I remember Jack telling me as a kid he was running behind EJ when he split packs of men open through sheer desire. Every player stood taller when EJ played. I got to meet Teddy when I was 15, and yes, he was larger than life." He goes on to say that Jack kicked 4 goals in the second half of the 61 prelim when the Dogs upset Barassi's highly fancied Demons. But with a laugh from Jack, he'd always remind us in the grand final that he went on to kick 5 behinds. So it didn't quite work out against the Hawks the following week. Quarter time here at the G. It is the Bulldogs by 6 points. It was their quarter early. It was the Pies quarter late. Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
That's a perfect summary, Corbs, because it was all Dogs early on, and they were playing with some speed, Mick, and both you and I commented that that's how you can potentially get Collingwood, provided you can sustain it. Collingwood gets so high, so aggressive, and really try and come at you and take the ball off you and then flip it round and go the other way themselves. That if you get through, you can score. And that's what the Bulldogs were doing in the first half of the quarter. However, the second half of the quarter, it certainly flipped the other way around. And you pointed out to me a big stat that would be worrying for Luke Beveridge and his team. Inside 50s in that first quarter, 16 to Collingwood, only 9 to the Bulldogs.
Yep.
If that continues, Collingwood are going to kick more than 2 goals for if they keep getting it in 16 times a quarter. And the Bulldogs, they've scored 7 times from 9 entries. Probably not sustainable.
No, it's not. And the 16 times when you've got blokes like Dacos, Pendlebury hasn't a kick, but he has 8 hand passes. He sets it up. De Goey, Houston, side bottom. If you let these players with the ball through the middle, eventually they will find targets like they did later that'll have shots on goal. And we've already seen Dacos miss one, someone else miss one. So there's 2 shots that were generally you'd say they'll put down the glasses, they're going to put them away. The Dogs aren't out of it by any stretch. What they've got to do is continue to win the ball through the corridor and have a forward line that is going to be open and use their pace to get the ball there.
Side bottom, Nick Dacos and De Goey at the coalface here as we start the second term. Footscray by 6 points. Deft touch by side bottom. Sets up Nick Dacos. Hand pass away to De Goey. Long kick to full forward. Elliott leaping up and marking in characteristic fashion. And he'll shoot from 20 out straight in front.
So quite rightly so. The kick from De Goey would be highlighted. Superb. Mark from Elliott. Superb. But the handball option from Nick Dacos opened everything up because they went back to him. Now the tendency is either to go lateral or back again. Instead he said, nah, I'm going straight through this, fired forward. The whole ground opened up from there.
Jamie Elliott skips in, drop punt, ties the game. 22 points apiece. The Dogs scored the first 22 points of the match. Collingwood, the next 22. And scores a level 50 seconds into the second term. Tim Hodges on the boundary on ABC Sport.
Corbin, just to watch for the Magpies. Scott Pendlebury walked off the ground to come to the bench after the quarter-time breaks, down to the rooms. Haven't seen him since. And just an interesting observation from quarter-time. Marcus Bontempelli, the captain from the Bulldogs, who's out injured, is sitting in the coach's box. He's actually part of the assistant coaching team. He actually was allowed to go out to the quarter-time huddle, which you don't see very often from an injured player who is allowed to actually go out to the huddle. Just as I say that, Scott Pendlebury back from the rooms. He looks fine to return to the field.
So we're all tied up. Earlier stages of this second quarter. English ready to go against Darcy Cameron.
He was tested for neck or concussion. Pendlebury that hit.
Cameron, De Goey slaps it in the advantage of Harms. Takes them on. Bailey Dale, a give and go. Now back through the legs of Sammy Davidson. He's pushed off it too easily by Crisp. Picks it up, gives the handball to Schultz. Schultz's kick goes long. Almost there was Jamie Elliott. He had to beat a couple. He went high in the air, and now the ball's hit the turf. And they pile on top. It'll be a ball up top of the goal square for the Pies. They are surging and surging at the moment. We're all tied up at the G.
Cameron has the ball almost land on his head, spills down to Liberatore, hooks a kick out of the defensive 50. Darcy can't trap it, still centre half forward for the Pies. Josh Dacos, hand pass through traffic, got it to long, handball missed side bottom. Winning it for the Bulldogs, there was Sanders, got a hand pass away to Liberatore, to Kennedy, kicks wide, go and get that as Norton and Moore hunt out after it. Norton goes to ground, Moore wins the footy for Collingwood, hand pass away to Long, turns, kicks to centre half forward, and Bobby Hill marks, but they were lining up at centre half forward, and Hill will kick from 45 out straight in front.
Yeah, it's a superb kick from Ned Long. Well played. He had a handball option on right on the boundary, and they would have been forced to stay wide from there. Instead, he ignored that and just swung it into a brilliant part of the ground. Knew exactly where his players were. Had a little look too. You see on the replay. Just glanced inboard. It wasn't just a kick and hope. Great play.
Hasn't this match turned around from the 14-minute mark of that opening quarter? And Footscray kicked the first 3 goals. Collingwood have now got the last 4. After giving up a head start, the Pies have caught up and now gone past the Bulldogs. 3-minute mark of the second term. Collingwood by 6. 4-4 plays 3-4. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Lee.
Well, I'll say one of the things... Number one is the Dogs have got a lot of young players around the football. When they don't get the ball perfectly given to them and they have to reach into it or pick it off the ground, their first step is inevitably an under-18 or maybe in the reserves last year or just finding their feet. The Pies are at them, bang, and forcing the error. That was another error.
And can I jump in there? That was ordinary by Aaron Norton.
Yeah.
Shocking.
He was easily pushed off it by Darcy Moore, wasn't he?
But the ball
terrible.
Didn't need to be there had it been cleared early on. So, Norton was terrible. But at the moment, they're making the younger players really panic. And you cannot overuse the football against the Pies.
Pies in front for the first time tonight. Liberatore tries to slide it out of the centre. It was smothered. It comes back to Kennedy. He gives it to Richards, who goes along. It's a one-on-one contest. Quaynor beats Sanders. He thumps in the direction, though, only of Vandermeer. To Sammy Davidson, who throws it on the boot. And Darcy is playing in front of Darcy Moore. Right place, right time. Sam Darcy takes the mark.
Luck's of fortune. But
30 metres out, almost directly in front, Mick.
Yeah, well, luck's of fortune. He was in the right spot. He played in front. Darcy Moore probably in the right spot too, just in case it goes. It was off the right foot, trying to cross his body under pressure. But the difference was the Dogs got the ball in the forward line quickly.
So he's lining up for his second major tonight. On the approach, angle's not a problem. Distance not a problem. He slots it through for his second. And they put a stop to that roll of 4 consecutive majors for the Pies. And we've got a tied ball game again. It's 4-4 apiece after 5 and a bit here at the G in the second quarter.
Game number 30 for Sam Darcy. My mind boggles just thinking about how good he could be.
Another 5 or 6 kilos. I don't think he's going to grow any taller.
No,
but he just doesn't he dominate his space.
Yeah, in the air, on the ground, follow up. He's a beautiful set shot for goal. He's a beautiful kick of the ball, both feet. That mark he took in the first quarter, it was a slow play contested mark down the line. It was Darcy Cameron and Darcy Moore he was up against. Yeah. Two massive men, and he outmarked both of them.
Kicked 3 last time they met. Also got suspended in that game for a bump on Braden Maynard. He's got 2 already tonight. Back in the middle, Richards the centre break, kicks to centre half forward, and Moore takes the intercept mark here for Collingwood.
Got beaten that time. Darcy Moore worked him out. That has to get him off the blind first, and he did. He pushed him away from the ball.
Premiership skipper goes wide out to Crisp. Marks in front of the interchange. Down to half forward. Cox caught behind and Lobb marks in front.
That's a good mark. That is a very, very good mark. Big hands.
Since he was swung into defence last year, they were the second best team defensively, the Bulldogs. Rory Lobb going back.
Oh, that's a
good
great
kick
mark.
to the wing and a great mark. Finds Kennedy. Courageous mark. Hand pass to Liberatore. Short kick to Vandermeer. Got a shove after taking the mark by Perryman. Up lets them keep rolling. Kicks for Richards. Great kick. And Richards marks 40 out right half forward.
Oh, work ethic.
Yeah, huge work ethic from Richards.
Wow.
But also, you have to be prepared to be brave with the ball use, but back it up with skill. That lob kick inboard was a beautiful kick. It took a great mark by Kennedy.
Yeah. And
then the game opened from there, and you're right, Mick, you need work rate from that part from your midfielders. Ed Richards just took off, kept running hard, got on the end of it.
The grandson of Ron Richards, the 53 premiership player with the Pies. Ed Richards on a big night for the Dogs. Misses just across the goal face or behind. So Footscray lead with that point by 1. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
You talk about a historic night for the Bulldogs. It's already going to be a bit of history for them. Their biggest ever home and away crowd. It's previously the record was 68,000. The MCC thinks they're heading towards 80,000, this crowd, which is still building. An unbelievable Friday night turnout.
And the ball, the Pies, has worked its way right in front of you, Hodgie, on the interchange gates. It's in dispute at the moment. Kennedy goes first, gets it to English by hand. Quick hands by Fraser over the top to Liberatore. Spots something he likes inside 50. Norton's there, but Darcy says, it's mine.
That's good work. Good work by both players here. I don't like two big forwards next to each other because they drag their opponent across. But Norton did a lot of pushing.
Did you see him get rid of Darcy Moore, though? That
so
is superb.
Easily.
He is dialed in tonight. Anyone would think his father and his grandfather played for this club. Footscray on a night of celebration.
I actually sat with Darcy tonight at the lunch, at the dinner, and I remarked how strong he's come onto it.
Sam Darcy, 40 metres out, 45-degree angle. He's going at it at the punt road end. Is it coming back enough? It is! Darcy's got 3. And the Doggies out by 7 points. 5-5-35, Collingwood 4-4-28. They're back in business after dropping 4 consecutive majors to the Pies.
You are talking about Sam Darcy dominating against one of the premier defenders in the competition.
Well, he's a bit All-Australian, isn't he?
Yep, absolutely. Yep. A premiership player, and right now Sam Darcy is toweling him up.
Well, I'm going to say this right now. I just think this is a mistake. Darcy Moore is off the ground. Now, I can only imagine that's been a rotation, and he's left Moore, less Darcy, down there, and who's picking
Jeremy
him
Howe.
up?
Jeremy Howe,
okay.
yep.
Jeremy Howe's going to have to get a run at it.
And Maynard's moved to Norton.
I just don't get why you would take a key back off at this stage when he's just kicked 2 goals.
3 goals now for Darcy for the night. 1 for every generation as Cameron palms it down. Liberatore for the Bulldogs. Hand pass away to Kennedy. Kicks down to half forward for the Bulldogs. Bouncing footy out in front of Dolan. Cops an unkind bounce. Crisp wins it for Collingwood. Hand pass broken up. Liberatore forces it back to Richards. Hand pass to Fraser. Snaps goalward. Gets it to the goal square. Norton almost took the juggled mark. Pack falls in the goal square. Umpire circles. Ball eventually comes out. Norton gets a second play at it. Tackled. Taken down. Harms kick smothered. Somehow it's still alive. There's a free kick. And it's going to go Collingwood's way. And gee, they needed that. And I thought they were going to score about 4 times.
He would have paid the mark to Norton, surely.
Oh, he was still juggling it maybe, but then Quaynor just jumped on it and was going to be done for holding the ball, and he basically had to tunnel ball it out of there. Footscray
by 7 points, 10 minutes gone, second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
For all that, Quaynor gets the free kick and he goes short in the pocket to Howells. Howells smothered. He stepped off his line, in fact. Guess who smothered it? The man of the moment, Sam Darcy.
Well, he played on.
Yep.
It was called play on, kicked the ball from outside the boundary. That boundary umpire has got to indicate that that ball is out. And he didn't do it.
And Josh Dacos has taken the mark.
Oh, right. Really?
So Josh goes long, down the line, English up over the top of Cameron. And Fraser's held up in a tackle by Nick Dacos. So it'll be a ball up right in front of the doggies bench.
Gee, this has been a good response by the Dogs. Yep. They were getting blown off the park for a little bit.
They are dialed in for this one tonight. It's an emotion-charged game for them.
The last 8 minutes of the first quarter and the first few of the second, it was all Collingwood. Terrific response by the Bulldogs to just flip the momentum of the game back their way.
Cameron wins the hit out, rolls straight out of bounds, so boundary throw in on the wing.
Level up inside 50s too, thingy, four each. And I think the Dogs have got the last 4, quite frankly.
Yep.
Footscray by 7 points. A dozen minutes gone, second term. The Dogs with the last 2 in the game, both to Sam Darcy. As English wins the hit out down to Darcy Cameron. His kick trickles away down the wing and then he follows up, sockers it another 30 metres further afield. Karmas, first one there for the Dogs. A little fumble. Gathers, hand pass away to Williams. Hooks his kick down the wing for the Dogs. English late to arrive, breaks it up. Falls down to Richards. Hand pass to Sanders. His handball, a turnover. Cameron got it out to his teammate who's tackled immediately and the ump says, I'll have it. As Crisp is locked up on the wing. Bulldogs by 7 points, a dozen minutes gone, second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
It's a free kick in the ruck, and it's free kick to advantage. It was going to Darcy Cameron. Pendlebury takes off with it to Schultz. He squares the kick. He goes one side of the one ground to the other to Lipinski on a long lead as Elliott. He's marked outside the arc. Little sidestep, thought about it, then regathers, goes short. And taking the uncontested mark is Houston. And there's a murmur around the MCG because everyone knows that Dan Houston has got 55 in his boot and he's going to back himself here.
Well, comfortably.
I see him up in the third tier holding their hands up. One of them's going to get a free ball in the third tier from here.
Well, he's kicked a match winner from this end before for his former club, Port Adelaide. This would be his first in black and white. From right on 50, is it touched?
No. Goal.
No, it's a goal. And they come from everywhere. And that brings the black and white army to its feet. Welcome to the Pies, Dan Houston. He was brilliant last week against his old side, Port Adelaide, and he breaks through for his first major. It just had to be a bomb from well outside 50. And it's back to a 1-point ball game. Collingwood draw to 5-4-34. The Dogs 5-5-35 after 13 gone in this second.
It all started from the free kick in the ruck contest. Scotty Pendlebury with enough awareness to take the advantage, and then it was open side of the ground. And for a moment, because they'd gone wide, it felt like the Dogs had scrambled back pretty well to cover the holes. But then it was Dan Houston who just ducked into that position right on the 50, and he had the distance just. He didn't get all of it.
Footscray by 1, so Cox back in the middle, wins the hit out midway through the second term. Darcy doing some of the ruck work, goes and gets it for the Bulldogs. Hand pass to Richards, kicks to centre half forward. Jones leaping at it, no mark. Got out to Maynard, taps it away to Josh Dacos for Collingwood. Tumbles a kick down the wing. Kennedy and McCreary out after it. In fact, it's Williams who gets there first. Hand pass away to Fraser. He sends a kick to half forward. Darcy Moore got rid of Norton. Takes the intercept mark, and Moore's got it at half-back for Collingwood. 15 minutes into the second term, Footscray by a point.
Yeah, Norton worried too much about Moore. Moore worried about the ball, and he ended up with it. So Norton really just should have held his ground there.
High ball looking for Mason Cox. McStay comes and makes it a contest at ground level. The Dogs with the numbers. This is Bailey Williams. He's got it at half-back. He's twisting and turning, getting around Jeremy Howe. Sets it up for Darcy. Got his hands to it.
Yeah, arm chop or push.
So free kick. He is covering every blade of grass out there at the moment. He was down back trying to make sure that Dan Houston's almost got his fingertip on it to make sure it was a point.
Look at that kick.
Great kick.
Great kick to half forward, and taking the mark was Richards. He's on the right side for a left footer. He goes to the goal square where Norton is, but it's slapped down by Darcy Moore, who's finding a little bit of confidence after being well beaten by Sam Darcy. He's beaten Norton the last 2 occasions.
So Sam Darcy obviously plays forward majority, spends a 5 minutes maybe in the ruck, and then just heads to the bench. So just rotates up the ground, bench, then comes on fresh legs as a forward again. He's having a huge influence.
More long kick up to the wing, spills down to Pendlebury, hand pass to his mate side bottom. The record breakers tonight comes to Crisp. His handball a turnover. McNeil for the Dogs into the forward pocket. Norton juggled mark, can't trap it, and out of bounds it goes. So just repeating that record, so Pendlebury and side bottom, 308 games together tonight. We go past Andrew McLeod and Tyson Edwards, the previous record holders for Adelaide. Footscray by a couple of points here, 16 and a half gone, second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The Dogs in the royal blue, of course, with the red and white hoop and the blue shorts, and the boundary throw-in. Cox down to Lipinski, he's tackled. And Collingwood predominantly in white with the black stripes and the white shorts.
Crawling closer to goal here for the Bulldogs. English taps it down. Mason Cox just tried to mid-air soccer it. Pendlebury's playing for the free. Sanders is in his back. Umpire doesn't blow his whistle. Eventually he does and says it'll be a ball up.
Does that too often. Throws his boot at it.
Cox, yeah, I thought he was lucky not to be.
Very danger. That's a free kick every day of the week.
This time Mason Cox soccers it into the left forward pocket, and still side bottom is pushed over the boundary line by Norton.
Did I miss a shout out from you, Hodgie, down on the boundary? I don't think so.
No.
You with us, Hodgie?
I'm here.
Basking in the sun.
I thought I heard him jump in before in my ears. And
I'm going to go and get some lemon juice for that throat of yours, Corbin.
Oh, there's a Bulldog that's been taken high here. It was a boundary throw in, and Harms taken high by Maynard, and there's plenty been said. Fraser, Maynard.
Do you remember that rule that if you showed any aggression about a free kick and there'd be a 50-metre penalty?
Called dissent?
Yeah, dissent.
That's gone.
I reckon anyone who got penalised for that should ask for their money back.
Yeah.
Because Maynard then just absolutely sprayed the umpire for that free kick.
And it was clearly a free for two high on Harms. So Harms lining up to extend their lead from 48. He's going to celebrate before it even crosses the line. He turns to the Bulldogs fans. He punches the air with delight. A couple of high fives from his teammates, and he sprints to the bench full of adrenaline and takes a seat on the pine. Doggies by 8 points. They are back in this contest. 6-6-42 to Collingwood 5-4-34 halfway through the second term.
Lingy, are you seeing anyone go to Nick Dacos?
No, not
generally.
Not hard. I reckon they're really aware of him around stoppages.
I was wondering about Harms. Would Harms not drift into him every now and again into stoppage? I'm not sure. I can't get a feel for it.
No, it's not obvious if he is, and certainly there with him kicking the goal and coming to the bench and Dacos still being on the ground and in the middle. I would say not. I don't know if Libba's trying to take his body around the inside of the stoppage and someone's taking care of him outside. There's no clear one, Nick.
Bulldogs back out by 8 points. Side bottom swats it away at the restart. Down to Nick Dacos. Kicks to centre half forward. Oh, big leap, no mark. It's going to be a free to Pendlebury. It is.
It's for a tunnel, I think.
Yeah, just landed in his landing space. Bailey Williams put himself there, and we don't see that rule too often, do we? As Pendlebury's up rubbing the back of his head. And even more unusual is seeing him burst out of the forward line as centre half forward.
I reckon Pendle's got a bit of whiplash from his landing then.
Pendlebury doesn't shoot from outside 50. Great kick. Half volley pick up. Elliott turns, snaps goalward, but misses.
Wow, I don't know who was on Elliott, but that was terrible play. Great play by Collingwood, open it up, but no one went with Elliott into it. Like he had a train track from Pendlebury's boot to the goal line. That is not good defence, let me tell you.
Footscray by 7 points as we tick into time on second term Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
So Bramble makes sure of it to Gallagher. Runs and then kicks long, looking for Vandermeer. Two Magpies up over the top of him. Round the southern side they go. Great handball by West. Gives it off to Jones. Jones then to Dolan. Inside 50 and getting separation on his opponent is McNeil. He's marked in the right forward pocket, right on the boundary line, only 20 metres out.
Sometimes players almost try to impose themselves too much. Braden Maynard over there just made a mess of the pack, but mainly his own teammate trying to come third man up, which left all the Bulldogs players on their feet and out the back of the contest. He didn't need to go on that occasion?
For a 13-point lead, he goes the left foot banana, McNeil, in that right forward pocket. And he doesn't pull it off. It's just curls a little wide across the face. It's an 8-point lead the Dogs' way, or Footscray's way this evening against the Pies.
They've got a lot of lefties, the Bulldogs. He's not one of them as Houston goes short to Maynard, who takes the mark. Hand pass away towards Houston. And Houston, long kick up to the wing. Darcy in from the side, brings it to ground for the Bulldogs and then steps around side bottom. The party trick from Sam Darcy. Short kick finds West. He's tackled. Says all holding the ball. Jeez. As soon as he picked it up, tried to spin out of the McCreary tackle, and the ump said, there goes your prior, that's holding the ball.
Isn't it a lot today, Westy? He's generally, I know he's one of those hard-working players on the forward line, but nothing has really fallen his way. He's sort of caught in between.
Footscray by 8 points. Maynard kicks it to Houston, got it on the half volley, goes back to Howe, just marks. Ahead of the pressure from Liberatore, who leads the Dogs tonight. In the absence of Bontempelli, of course, the famous name, the son of the Brownlow medalist, and Tony Liberatore. Short to Moore. Moore kicks out of defence. Schultz the target, broken up. Williams knocks it down. Richards had a fresh air shot, still centre-half back for the Pies. Howe ushers it out to Pendlebury. Over his shoulder to the Dacos brothers. Nick to Josh. Kicks to centre-half forward and Mick Stay marks. He looks further inside 50. Cocks the target and marks overhead. And Mason's got it at left half forward. He'll kick from 40 out.
And there's only one reason why Mason Cox was by himself inside 50 there, because of the hard run of Jordan De Goey. Flew forward, wanted the ball off McStay. It meant Lobb was forced to leave Cox to come across and cover De Goey. And Mason Cox just said, thank you, I'll take that one. That's a little bonus. Brilliant play by the Dacos brothers to the middle of the ground, though. Great to watch.
We had big momentum swings early. The Dogs got it out by 22. Collingwood hit the front. It's been goal for goal since. Cox's kick misses out to the left. And he's ordinarily a pretty good set shot, particularly for a guy that grew up playing basketball. 23 minutes into the second term, Footscray by 7. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Bramble goes his set play again to Gallagher on the southern wing. He has a bounce, he has a dash, and then he delivers looking for Sam Darcy. A couple of Pies surrounding him, and it'll be a ball up instead. Darcy Moore back on the ground and Sam Darcy, so they've got that match up again. Sam Darcy's booted 3 goals, and we've got 5 minutes to play before half-time. On the outer side, it's a ball up. Liberatore streams away. Darcy Moore goes at it, a desperate lunge. And with 2 knuckles, he knuckles it over the boundary line, and that's legal, Cameron Lee.
Yes, it is, because it's from a kick. It's classed as a marking contest, even though he could have possibly chosen to mark it. But you're allowed to punch it directly at the boundary line.
I think he's worried about Darcy.
Yeah, I reckon he is too, Mick.
English palms it down, harms the target. English goes and gets it. Got a hand pass away to Sanders. Now to Liberatore at half forward. Fights through the tackle. There's a whistle on the play. It's a free. It's going Liberatore's way. He was taken high in the tackle. I'm not sure it was so much the tackle of Houston. He might have got clipped on the way through, in which the umpire's blown
Sam Darcy.
As Darcy leaping up, trying to take the mark, unsuccessful. The kick went in his direction. Houston down to Pendlebury, back to Houston, spun around court. Quaynor, hand pass out to half-back. Dogs sweating on them at the moment. Richards collects. Gee, it's a hot footy, and we got another free for a high tackle. Quaynor taken high. He'll get it at half-back for Collingwood.
There's a lot of bodies going in, a lot of swinging arms, a lot of pressure.
I like the way Matt Kennedy, he's fitted right in with this side. They just needed, probably with McRae going to St Kilda, they needed a player like him.
And almost that Josh Dunkley type player too.
Yes.
Dogs by 7 points. Quaynor went long down the southern wing. Cox juggles the mark. It's paid. Gives it to Schultz, who was running by. He kicks to a one-on-one. Jamie Elliott almost a one-hander. Duray wins it. And then he steals it back. Elliott, the umpire says free kick to Jamie Elliott. Taken high against Duray. He's too far out to score. He's got it at half forward.
And I can feel Brisbane Lions fans, he's not as good as Josh Dunkley, I will admit that.
His eyes are darting. He's looking for a lead. He goes to Cox. Oh, De Goey got it. Took them on. He just tried to bullock his way through at the top of the goal square, and he ran into a brick wall, Tim English.
That's holding the ball. That is holding the ball.
Ball up.
Cameron palms it down for Collingwood, straight to Karmas. His hand pass stolen. Ordegoe trying to squeeze a kick out of there. Lob grabs it, kicks to the boundary line. That is deliberate. Free kick for Lipinski, left half forward for Collingwood, 35 out.
If a player can get to it, it's not deliberate.
Yeah, but it's an opposition player, is what the umpire will say.
He could have got to it. We spoil the game by that sort of stuff.
Not a fan of that one, Nick.
Well, I'm not a fan of that one because Lipinski could have got to it easily.
Collingwood's number one. Lipinski snaps across the body, hits the post. Gee, pretty good effort in the 45-metre snap out wide.
Or make it outside front 50s that if it goes out, it's a free kick.
6-point lead for Footscray, 26.5 gone second term.
Bramble goes short to Lob, who's been solid in this first half. Minutes counting down until interval here. It's been a fascinating opening half of footy. Long kick, spoil from Quainer, and then McNeil steps over the boundary line. So it'll be tossed back in right in front of the Pies bench. Margin is 6 points. Footscray leads. That's the exact same margin at quarter time. They kicked the first 3 goals, Footscray. Collingwood hit back with the next 4. Spinning ball back into play. Oh, it almost hits Darcy Cameron in the head. It did, in fact. At the back waiting was Liberatore. He's been tackled by De Goey. Perryman's in there. Quick hands. Side bottom. Had it. Lost it. Richards follows up with a tackle. And Nick Dacos says, I'll take it. There was a bit off the ball. Nick Dacos didn't stop, and his kick's been picked off by Karmas.
Yeah, it was a Bobby Hill free kick.
Yeah, and there is a wrestle between Hill and Richards behind the play. I must admit, I stopped for the wrestle as Nick Dacos swooped in.
They're going open side, the Bulldogs. So Duray, long kick, finds Vandermeer, who takes the mark. He's got Davidson on over the top, receives a hand pass, kicks long to Artie Jones, getting back downhill, leaps up close to the boundary line. It's out on the full. Free kick Collingwood.
Just a little bit of penny kick there.
6-point lead for the Pies, and here go Collingwood on the counter-attack. Long hand pass to Josh Dacos, puts it out in front of Perryman, soccers it forward, Williams collects, spins out of the would-be tackle from De Goey, handball to Karmas, hand pass over the top to McNeil.
McNeil's got Bulldogs players across half forward. Waiting for it to bounce is Norton. He's trying to draw to the defender so he can hit it out wide to Liberatore on his left. He doesn't connect it sweetly. That's unlike him, the acting captain tonight, Liberatore. Howe chops it off. An uncontested mark. Last line of defence goes to Perryman. Straight down the ground to De Goey. These are all kicks, all uncontested marks. He puts it out in front of Big Mason Cock. Lob comes across. What a brilliant contest. They both go to ground. Somehow got it to McStay. And McStay went to dribble it through and missed his teammate in the goal square, McCreery.
Oh, did he pass it? Did he have a shot? Who knows?
Half and half.
He tried to get it to McCreery and he skittled it with a low kick and it went through for a behind.
It's got the old Dennis Cometti line about he picked the third of 2 options. The ball ends up out of bounds on the southern wing, so we'll have a boundary throw in.
I just think that he was confused. Do I shoot for goal or do I pass it? They've done everything right. They've opened it up and he's 6'5".
Ends up going out a bit, through from behind, so minor score. Dogs lead by 5 points, ticking towards half-time. From the boundary throw-in, Nick Dacos spun around, got a hand pass away to Josh. Handball to Schultz, picked up here by De Goey. High half forward, hand pass close to the boundary line. Gallagher finds the safety of the line. The ump says it's all okay, and a boundary throw-in half forward for Collingwood. Half-hour mark, second quarter. It is the Bulldogs who lead it by 5 points, celebrating their centenary tonight. Tremendous monologue pre-game by Bob Murphy and all the former greats out in the middle of the G. First home game here at the MCG in 16 years as it comes down to Davidson from the boundary throw-in, and he's tackled halfback for the Bulldogs. So 33 seconds to go before half-time. It is the Bulldogs by 5.
Cameron beats Darcy in the ruck. Liberatore on all fours trying to wedge it out of there. Schultz is in a wrestle with him. Harms fires it out to Nick Dacos. Can he get clean hands? De Goey went without it. Sanders has forced to tackle. Liberatore's there as well. Fires it out. Missed the target in Sammy Davidson. Standing up was Harms. Now he eventually gets it to Davidson, who goes the long kick down the southern wing. Norton was there. He was held out of it. Allows Darcy Moore to take an uncontested mark. And footy fans on their feet with applause. It's the Western Bulldogs by 5 points at half-time. It's been a brilliant ball game to date after an emotion-charged pre-match. Bob Murphy narrating the story of the 100 years of this famous football club. The Footscray Footy Club tonight with some greats out on the ground. They came out and pounced the Dogs. They were fired up with the first 3 goals. They led 22-0, led by 6 points at quarter time. And at halftime, they lead by 5. 6-7-43. Collingwood 5-8-38. The goal kickers, Sam Darcy's been the star. He's kicked 3 with his dad, Luke, in the stands. And, of course, his grandfather also playing for Footscray. Singles to McNeil and Vandermeer. And there's goals to McStay, Schultz, Elliott and Hill for the Pies. I missed one for the Doggies.
Who did we have? West? Might have been West.
West.
One
That's
for
it.
West, one
Perfect.
for Harms, one for Vandermeer.
Done.
Make your budget complete. So that is half-time. Footscray by 5 points. Just ahead of Mick and Lingy. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie, it was a horror start for Collingwood health-wise with one of their young stars out of the game early.
Yeah, just watching the bad blood between these two clubs. I'm not sure whether the Dogs are so wound up with their centenary night, but there's verbal, there's hip and shoulders, every single contest, and every tackle has been putting the players into the ground. But just touching on Reef McInnes, in the opening 8 minutes of the ball game, Corbin, unfortunately his body twisted, his leg buckled, and it's a right knee injury. Just telling you what the club has told us, that they fear the worst. So, yeah, the doctors are so good now that they can normally tell when it's a really bad knee, and for them to sub him out immediately, they knew. And his reaction, he got up and he threw the mouthguard. He was in a hell of a lot of pain. And, you just sort of hope for the best for Reef McInnes, who is trying to make cement his place in that back line for the Magpies. But, you don't think it's going to be a good result with that right knee injury. So Ned Long was into the game within the first 10 minutes of it. So certainly issues for the Magpies and for Reef McInnes. The Bulldogs yet to activate their side. Oscar Baker is that man.
Thanks, Hodgie. We'll hear from you in the second half. So Footscray by 5 at half-time. The legendary cat Cameron Ling and the coaching icon Mick Moldhouse.
I reckon Hodgie's onto something too. I was watching, there's a few Collingwood players who want to get Libba as well. Libba's attack on the footy is ferocious, as we know. He's also been playing right on the edge with his hardness at the opponent, which is why Dogs fans love him. But I just noticed in the last 5 minutes of that quarter, there were a few contests where Collingwood players went out of their way to try and get him. So it's a little bit of feeling.
I don't think it'll worry him.
No, he'll absorb all of that and say, bring on some more.
So long as, though, Lingy, that he has support.
Yes.
Because he cannot do that He-Man stuff, because he is, I say this, he is fragile because of the hits he's had. It's not going to stop him playing the way he does, but I'm not saying Collingwood are after that, but they are after him. But he has got to get support around the ball.
He does.
And Darcy will give it to him. English is not bad at it. Kennedy's with his big body is not bad.
It's not the recent history, by the way. Dogs have won 3 of the last 4. And last year there was that incident early in the game, so the Bulldogs ended up winning by 18. They came from behind at three-quarter time, and Sam Darcy, almost as the game started, bumped into Braden Maynard. He went off the ground, had the concussion test. He came back. Darcy ended up missing 2 weeks. He was obviously ineligible to win the Rising Star as a result of it. So that's perhaps a little bit of the history there just to fill in some of the gaps.
Which he would have won, I think, Darcy. It's fair to say he had a better season than Harley Reid, in my eyes. Would have won that Rising Star. But Tom Liberatore, 18 disposals, 11 contested possessions, 7 clearances in a half of football. So he has been Herculean, as he often is, Mick. But you're right, the support's what's required. And that's how the Bulldogs got going again in that second quarter. Last 8 minutes of the first quarter, maybe the first 6, 7, 8 minutes of this second quarter, we were thinking, oh, here go the Pies. They're in total control. They flipped it around, and on the back of what you're talking about, the support for Libba in the middle, Ed Richards found the footy
Fantastic.
again. He's had 7 inside 50s,
Tough
had
as too.
15 touches, absolutely.
And 371 metres too. I think that's so significant.
Yeah, Matt Kennedy, as you mentioned, he's been fighting really hard. He's had the 3 clearances to go with his 12 disposals. Sam Darcy's obviously been excellent as well. There's a group probably down the bottom end of the Bulldogs team that just can't quite get into the game, can't quite get an influence on the game at the moment. So they're top tier are fighting overtime to now be leading by 5 points. But a great response. Collingwood, on the other hand, Mick, to think there was almost a little sense of, oh, well, we've played our 16 minutes of football now. We're in total control of this. We'll be fine. And they quickly had the game completely flip around. That's the worry. They're almost playing burst football at the moment, Collingwood, as opposed to sustained football over the course of the entire quarter or entire game.
Yeah, and you're spot on, you know. And what the difference between the two sides at the moment is that top level of the Dogs, who are playing really, I don't say out of their skin, but they're playing really good football. And probably why they're not further in front is that the bottom 5 or 6 haven't contributed greatly. I'm not going to say they haven't contributed at all, because that'd be unfair. But I also look at Collingwood. They've got Membry and Hill, who they've kicked 1 goal between them. They can be deadly.
Yep.
Now, Membry, of course, has come from St Kilda, and they didn't. At the end, they thought that they've got better players, and rightfully, I suppose, some of those younger players. But it's always difficult when you're in a loaded side on the forward line where you fit in. Now, last week he fit in very easily because he kicked his 4 goals. And what I saw of the game is he found the ball clear. He took 3 or 4 marks, probably 10 metres away from anyone, and the Collingwood boys looked for him. It's a bit different tonight because the back line, even though it's small, of the Dogs, they're going one-on-one, and they're making it more difficult to get an easy ball.
I reckon it's a great pickup by you, because so Collingwood have been inside forward 50 27 times.
Yep.
And they've got a midfield of the likes of the Dacos boys and DeGoey and Crisp and Pendlebury and all that. Beautiful ball use, open the game up. But with the 27 inside 50s in a good midfield, Membry's had 0 influence. Hill's kicked the 1 goal, but not a lot of influence. Cox has done absolutely nothing, and Bo McCreary's done nothing. So 4 of their forwards have had basically 0 influence on this game, despite the ball being in there a fair chunk of time, and at times coming down with some speed and some dangerous ball use.
Throw McStay in there too.
Yeah.
Look, I know he's kicked a goal. They've kicked out of those forwards. They've kicked 2 goals.
Yep.
So the other goals have come.
Elliott's kicked 1, and Elliott's been threatening, I reckon. He's kicked 1 goal too.
I didn't put him in that because I think Elliott's been a real danger to them. Schultz actually is a danger to them too. I think this is probably one of the better games I've seen Schultz play. But so we've discussed the Collingwood bottom 5, 4 or 5. I still think McNaughton touch and go.
Norton's got to be better.
Oh well, yes, he's got to be better. Touch will go on 2 marks. One was in the goal square, one was just out of the goal square. I thought one could have been paid. He just didn't clunk it. He's made mention himself that that's where he wants to play because he loves being on the forward line. Well, you might love being on the forward line, but you've got to start producing. It can't just be Darcy taking those big marks. That's the biggest problem with the Dogs, is that when Darcy goes off, all of a sudden that forward line becomes very mundane. It's easily picked off because young West hasn't jumped up, and he's generally a goal kicker, but he's done nothing. We've said McNeil kicked the 1 goal, but should have kicked 2. They just don't have that quality at that bottom end to worry us. But having said that, there's a couple of players that should be better.
More from Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse on the other side of the latest from the ABC newsroom. It is the Bulldogs by 5 points. The Footscray Football Club at halftime celebrating their centenary year. So the Dogs 6-7-43. They lead Collingwood 5-8-39. 5-8-38. You know that by now. A 5-point lead for the Bulldogs at halftime. More of your thoughts coming up as well off the SMS on 0437 774 774. All of that still to come in the second half action, but for now, let's get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
Hello, this is ABC News with David Rowlands. Britain's Energy Minister says there's no suggestion that foul play was behind a blaze that prompted the closure of Heathrow Airport. Patricia Tiano has more.
While the UK's largest airport remains closed until at least midnight local time, fire authorities say a probe into how the West London fire began can now commence. The London Fire Brigade has confirmed the blaze is now under control, and local authorities are working on minimising disruption and supporting the community. More than 16,000 homes lost power, and 150 people were evacuated from their homes. Energy Minister Ed Miliband says there's no suggestion of foul play, but says it's too early to tell what the cause of the blaze was. The airport is anticipating significant disruption in the coming days, with over 1,300 flights today alone affected by the closure.
The Children's Court of Victoria has granted a suppression order in the case of a 17-year-old who allegedly tried to hijack a Jetstar plane earlier this month. Ruth Brooke reports.
The teenager was detained at Avalon Airport on the 6th of March after allegedly boarding a flight armed with a shotgun. Today, a Victorian court granted a 3-month suppression order preventing media reporting of the names of any foreigners the boy may have spoken to before his arrest. Federal police lawyers argued the suppression was needed for national security reasons. Today, it was revealed the teenager is facing 4 additional aviation charges and that a joint counter-terrorism investigation is ongoing. The boy remains in custody and will be back in court next month.
The federal opposition has committed to reviewing a scheme meant to help Tasmanians with the cost of shipping and travelling across Bass Strait if they went government at the next election. Federal Liberal leader Peter Dutton today pledged $65 million to improve the Tasmanian Freight Equalisation Scheme and include its passenger vehicle equivalent in a federal government review. Speaking at a cider company in the state's northwest, Mr Dutton says Tasmanian businesses are currently paying too much to do business with the mainland.
We are putting our money where our mouth is, and we're saying that we agree with Tasmanians. It's time for this scheme to change and for it to be updated and for it to reflect the reality of the costs that people are incurring.
South Korean opposition parties have raised a motion to impeach acting President Choi Sang-mok in a move likely to escalate recent political strife in the country. He's been leading the nation after President Yoon Suk-yeol was impeached over the short-lived martial law he declared in December. However, Mr Choi has angered opposition parties by repeatedly vetoing bills and holding off appointing a constitutional court justice approved by the Liberal-leaning Assembly. The ACT's Chief Magistrate, Lorraine Walker, has refused bail to a man accused of serious sexual offences, saying the risk of him reoffending if he was released was too high. Elizabeth Byrne has the story.
The man is charged with possession, control and transmission of child abuse material, along with a charge of bestiality. Chief Magistrate Walker said she was particularly concerned that his attention was not directed at any particular sex, species or age. Police found the child abuse material on his computer, along with inappropriate images of women filmed surreptitiously in public places. The man was remanded in custody until next month.
Several students have been expelled from a prestigious private school in regional Victoria following an investigation into student violence, which has been described as horrendous and confronting. Last month, allegations emerged that senior boys at a Ballarat grammar boarding house had been striking younger boys with belts. Principal Adam Heath says an independent inquiry has confirmed the allegations and a number of students have been expelled.
We have an incident that's arisen here that is utterly unacceptable. It's well beyond the values of the school and anything that we would ever accept. We will work tirelessly to look unrelentingly at what has occurred. We will work to learn from this incident and we will make our school an even safer place.
The first female director of the Art Gallery of New South Wales in their 154-year history will take on the role next week. Maud Page has been appointed to the top job following a global recruitment process. Ms Page, who's currently the gallery's deputy director, says it's rare for someone in that position to be promoted.
There has been so many incredible deputy directors that unfortunately have not been given that opportunity. So I'm very aware of that, and it's just an incredible position to be in.
And in the NRL, the New Zealand Warriors have beaten the Sydney Roosters 14-6.
The World Test Championship is coming.
He gets connection here, lifts it over the keeper, one bounce for four.
Australia versus South Africa.
And he nicks it, he's got him again.
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Nick Dacos, hand pass away to Goey. Long kick to full forward. Elliott leaping up and marking in characteristic fashion. Jamie Elliott skips in, drop punt, ties the game.
To Sammy Davidson, who throws it on the boot. Sam Darcy is playing in front of Darcy Moore. Angle's not a problem. Distance not a problem. He slots it through for his second, and they put a stop to that roll of 4 consecutive majors for the Pies. To Liberatore, spots something he likes inside 50. Norton's there, but Darcy says, it's mine.
Did you see him get rid of Darcy Moore, though? That is superb.
Going at it at the punt road end. Is it coming back enough? It is. Darcy's got 3.
You are talking about Sam Darcy dominating against one of the premier defenders in the competition. Right now, Sam Darcy is toweling him up.
And taking the uncontested mark is Houston, and there's a murmur around the MCG because everyone knows that Dan Houston has got 55 in his boot. This would be his first in black and white from right on 50. Is it touched? It's a goal, and they come from everywhere, and that brings the black and white army to its feet. Well, there's a Bulldog that's been taken high here. It was a boundary throw-in, and Harms taken high by Maynard, and there's plenty being said. Lining up to extend their lead from 48. He's going to celebrate before it even crosses the line. He turns to the Bulldogs fans. He punches the air with delight.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and on the ABC Listen app.
It was an interesting opening quarter in which the Footscray Football Club kicked the first 3 of the night. The Pies responded with the next 4. And then the Dogs steadying up to kick 3 of the next 4 in the game. And as a result, it's Footscray who lead by 5 points to celebrate their centenary tonight. They're on top at the half against the favoured Pies. So it is 6-5-43, the Western Bulldogs who lead Collingwood 5-8-38. Corbin Middlemass alongside Kelly Underwood for the call. Tim Hodges on the boundary. The legendary cat in Cameron Ling and the coaching icon Mick Malthouse. Just off the SMS, 0437 774 774. Dan says, favourite Bulldogs also a pie. We Georgie Bissett. There you go, Mick.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? My first game with St Kilda.
Yep.
Can't remember it. Got knocked out, but played on Georgie Bissett. And he didn't clobber me, so it wasn't him.
Hi, Corby. Chris Grant was my favourite Bulldog growing up, but answer largely generational. Bont, I'd say, is the best overall from Brett in Canberra. Thanks, Brett. Appreciate that. And from Matt in Tassie, doctors entering the field of play during live action to check on head knocks is utterly ridiculous. The player must be brought from the ground to be checked. If it was concerning enough for the doctor to run onto the field, then clearly it's appropriate for the player to be brought from the ground. Tell the umpire, blow the whistle, remove the player. From Matt in Tassie.
He's spot on, but how do you umpires can't be doctors, so how do they know that player is? It's the only way I can think of it is the emergency umpire via the doctor runs on and informs that if that player doesn't come off, informs the central umpire, and a free kick's given if that player doesn't come off.
Apart from the free kick part, they can do that now. They can use that mechanism. You're right. The only thing I would say is doctors are so hyper-vigilant that they see anything, they will run on there immediately just to check sometimes. And it might be a really, really minor thing. But if it's anything beyond just a quick, everything okay, Corbs?
Yeah.
And, everything seems fine, all good. It might be a knock. It might be a corky. It might be did you roll your ankle? It might be a head thing. But if they see anything beyond that, I absolutely love the fact they can stop the game and bring that player from the ground.
It does feel a little bit like that. The AFL is petrified to make any kind of judgment on the doctor's ability to do their job. It's like they don't want to interfere in that space at all. So we have this scenario in our game now where players are getting heavily sanctioned when there's any episode that causes a concussion, almost like we're going to hold the players solely responsible to solve it. And yet all the legal action has come from players saying, hey, my concussion wasn't dealt with properly.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, almost none of them are saying, I'm suing because I sustained a concussion. It's not because it happened. It's more often than not about how it was treated. So it is surprising in that sense that there's not harsher rules on that front.
Couple of stats up until half-time. No surprise, the acting captain Liberatores had an 18, Ed Richards 15 for the Doggies. Footscray, they lead by 5 points. Nick Dacos with 17. I wonder who's going to finish with more. Nick Dacos 17, Libbers had an 18, and the marks 5 each for Sam Darcy and Rory Lobb. 4 of his 5 marks, Sam Darcy, have been contested.
Richard from Geelong, can't tell you how much I'm enjoying hearing Footscray by 8 points over the radio. Great nostalgia. It is Footscray by 5 as we start the second half on ABC Sport. Here's Kelly Underwood.
And a big leap from English, taps it down into space. Fraser runs onto it, little toe poke. Richards picks it up, gets a kick away, only as far as Cameron for the Pies. Handball's in the centre of the ground to De Goey. Handball's to Perryman. Perryman's kick out wide, left half forward, and McStay kicks it out of bounds on the full. It lands 12 rows back, and the mark's been paid by the Collingwood fan in 12A back there. It's a free kick for the Dogs. Footscray. Karmas has got it. Kicks to the wing, the northern wing. There's Darcy, another contested mark. Oh, no, he's been pinged for a push.
He actually did push him. Yeah, he did push him. I don't know whether it had any impact on the contest, but 2 arms out.
He's had a night in his 30th game, Sam Darcy. Cameron goes short to Josh Dacos, told to keep going, kicks down the line and leaping up. Liberatore knocks it away from Nick. And over the boundary line, a throw in high half forward for Collingwood.
You get a blood nose out of that, Libber, because that's as high as I've ever seen him jump.
The only Dogs premiership player out there from 2016. Interestingly, last weekend, St Kilda had 2 in McRae and Cordy, so they had more premiership players from the Dogs 2016 team playing last weekend than the Bulldogs did. As the Dogs send it down to half forward, hitting up to meet it is Norton. He's tackled, dispossessed, holding the ball, tried to fight through the tackle of Darcy Moore.
He's got to be stronger than that. He really has to put the feet on the ground, don't get moved.
Oh, Moore goes back, trying to hit Perryman. He slips over. Dogs in here. West collects. Hand pass to Darcy. Darcy hits the post. The pressure was coming, but he was 15 out, no one in front of him, and jams it into the post. Maynard, desperate, trying to smother. Forces the error. 2 minutes into the third term, Dogs by 6.
Easiest kick he's had all night. He's booted 3 majors. Straight down the ground go the Pies on the kick in to Perryman by foot, to Pendlebury by foot, to Nick Dacos. Coming up for possession number 18. It's been another Nick Dacos-like performance. Takes on the man on the mark, runs to the southern side of the ground and then kicks just outside the 50. A bouncing ball. Bramble gets it. Duray taken high. Wins a free. Or wants to go.
He did go.
And then thought better still. And he kicks backwards in the defensive 50 to Lobb. Goes across the face. It was risky, but it was a pinpoint pass. A long pinpoint pass by Boot to McNeil. And the McNeil looking for Libber, who's happy to see it over right in front of the benches. Had Maynard for company. 2 tough customers. Liberatore pulls up a little proppy after that. Right in front of Tim Hodges, who's on the boundary for us tonight, just clutching at that right knee.
But Hodges to keep an eye on it as English reaching over the top. Free kick Collingwood, advantage applied. McCreary, hand pass to Pendlebury, gives it to Josh Dacos, kicks to full forward. McStay and Karmas down there. Ball hits the deck. Schultz onto it, sells the dummy, kicks the goal. Game tight again. Lockie Schultz bursting through the Dogs defenders, broke one tackle, shook Lobb, and jams it through from the goal line to tie the game. 3.5 minutes into the third, 6:8:44 apiece. Lockie Schultz with a couple for the Pies.
Mick, I reckon that's about the third time I've seen from a stoppage, a free kick being paid, but then from the advantage, Collingwood, almost like the line out in rugby, of just a wave of runners, opened up the whole ground.
Also, I've just noticed it's another cross, if I can say it, about a younger player not taking the ball cleanly. That ball was there to be taken in the back line, or I don't know if there's a free kick there or not, but nonetheless, you've got to take that ball when it's near you.
Scores a level. Physio's been out to Liberatore. He waved him away and he's at the centre bounce here, lining up alongside Pendlebury. He's got it. Handballs to English. Handballs to Kennedy. Dodged a would-be tackler, gave it back to Gallagher, who just jams it on the boot. Spoil came from behind from Harms. Crisp underground handball was magic. Off to Josh Dacos, to Nick Dacos. Through the bullseye goes Pendlebury. Back to Nick Dacos. He goes long. Karmas comes across right in front. Ricochets McCreery. McCreery standing start. Snaps around the shoulder. Goal. Collingwood by 6. 7-8-50. Dogs 6-8-44. Couple of minutes into the third.
That's the footy they can play really fast through the middle of the ground. Mick, I watch again, understand it's easy from up here, but players needing to know exactly what an opposition player's tendency will be. As soon as Nick Dacos got that and gave the loopy-ish handball to Scott Pendlebury, the Bulldogs player just then left him, stopped. You got to know Nick Dacos is going to get the 1-2.
Yeah,
so the moment he handed the ball to Pendlebury, he was thinking one thing, I'm going to get it back on the run. And that's exactly what he did and opened up the entire ground. Great deep entry. Nice finish.
Inside 50 twice. Yep. 2 goals. That's the danger.
Third lead change, Collingwood by 6. Cameron palms it down to Liberatore, extracts it off his knees for the Dogs. Hand pass away to Fraser, in off the square. Handball to Richards, back to Fraser. Hand pass away to Liberatore, now they're out. Kicks in the Darcy direction, he's got it again. Sam Darcy with Velcro for hands.
You called it, Corby, before he marked it. His presence as a young player, he gets in line with the football.
Yep.
He takes it at its highest point. He gets rid of... Darcy Moore is a All-Australian and didn't even get his fist to it.
Yeah, and it's such a quick movement to just get his opponent off the line and then come back at the ball.
This guy is going to be a problem for opposition teams for the next decade. The third generation Dog hits the post again. It's hit the same post twice in 5 minutes.
Yeah, so he could...
Yeah. Well, it could have been 5 already.
Yeah. Well, it could have been 5, and that keeps them back in the game. That's the danger.
Collingwood's lead is 5. 7 minutes into the third term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Howe goes long to the broadcast wing. Lovely launch from the side from McStay. Takes a contested mark.
English should have been really... He was unsure, English. He should have attacked that football. McStay wouldn't have been able to take that mark.
Wedges the kick over the top. Uncontested mark, Nick Dacos.
You don't have to mark everything. What you have to do is put body pressure on.
He's got it at half-back. He goes to the pack. Defensive side to the attacking side of the wing, off hands from the taller players. Crisp swung around in a tackle, spills the way of Membry, just gets his boot to it. Tough one here for McStay to gather. Flicked out clever by the Bulldogs to Gallagher. Short to Karmas. Now Bailey Williams right up against the boundary line. It's going to go to centre wing. Norton in front, got his hands to it. Couldn't take the mark. He wins the free kick. He had 2 tall Collingwood players behind him and he wins the free kick. Wants to move it quickly to Libber. Libber's got it at half forward. Flicks it into Bailey Dale. Usually good by foot. Where's Sam Darcy? He was down there. He was knocked off it in the pack. And Moore grabbed it and Artie Jones grabbed him. It'll be a ball up.
I can understand why he's actually looking at the umpire there, Darcy. Yeah. Sam Darcy. I reckon he got pushed away from the ball.
Darcy reaching over the back, palms it down to Fraser, tackled, dispossessed. You can throw a blanket over 15 of them in the forward pocket for the Dogs. How about Braden Maynard, by the way, was asked by Fox Footy at half-time. Sam Darcy's playing well. How are you going to stop him? And Maynard's response was, is he? I haven't noticed. Maybe he's noticed early in this third term. He's threatened to bust this game open from the ball up. The ball's out of bounds. So still a stoppage. Forward pocket for the Dogs.
Yeah, that's a better setup by the Dogs outside their front 50 now. It's now they've got a spare play behind the ball.
We get a score from the stoppage here. English palms it down into the path of Richards, soccers it but in the wrong direction. Goes and chases his own ball. Now he's lost track of it. Dogs win it through Fraser. Hand pass over his shoulder to Dale. Snaps across the body from 45 out. English down there. Great work, Perryman. Breaks it up last moment for Collingwood. Side bottom hand pass to Maynard. Kicks down the wing.
over the head of Cox and Lobb, which is hard to do. Lobb gets back, tracks it, picks it up. Good pick up to Gallagher. Wheeling around, out of trouble down there was Williams. Gets it back. In a pickle here is Bramble. He fires out the handball. Pies fans want holding the ball, and it will be a free kick.
Bad decision, that one. He didn't see the hand pass. There was a hand pass there by the best umpire in the competition, Brett Roseberry.
And there's a bit of afters after Wood as Rory Lobb goes down hard over the boundary line. So De Goey wins it.
Oh, that was all after the free kick had already been paid. McCreary rips him into the AstroTurf. So, well, that does some tickle, Kel.
Taylor Duray actually got involved in the push, despite being on the bench. I think he got a little telling off from the emergency umpire there.
So short, sharp kicks. It was De Goey to Pendlebury and now to Crisp. 70 out from goal, right up against the boundary line. Again, just slicing and dicing their way forward by foot. Now it's Josh Dacos.
That's not 15.
To Long. Wheels around, 55 out, goes to the hot spot. Karmas was there, off hands. Elliott, here's a chance for Lipinski, thought about it. Schultz snaps. Oh, touched on the line by Cameron, who went for the mark. Wasn't going to be a goal. It was going over across the face, and Darcy Cameron was pushed right on the line and couldn't take it. It's a rush behind. Pies by 6 points.
Pretty big moment in the night right now as the kick from Dale out to half-back.
Yeah, it's got to be 50. Yes, it is 50. That's silly play by, is it
Jeremy Howe?
Howe. He took the mark and then goes and grabs him. It's just no.
English took the mark. Howe held him up. English dropped the footy 50 metres. There's the kick from English out to Norton, who marks it left half forward for Footscray.
Love that from English. Had the awareness. He hadn't even finished getting the 50. He's allowed to just go. Saw Norton was free. Kicked it there straight away. We've been asking for Norton to really stand up. He's the experienced player in this forward line. Big if he could go back and nail this one.
Kicked 3 last week. Hasn't got one so far tonight. He's going to dab it into the forward pocket for English, who's up and can't complete the mark. Lipinski did well outside just to force it out of play.
Oh, I'm not sure about that. Take responsibility. You're 45 out. You kick the ball 50 metres. Norton, he hasn't got a goal yet, and he hasn't contributed a goal to the side in any fashion today. So take responsibility.
English this time slaps it down. Ball to be won at ground level. Howe goes to ground and it's a free kick. Holding against Norton. So Jeremy Howe's got it. Defensive goal square. Flares the kick wide to Darcy Moore, who's got a bit of space. And he glides over the 50, glides down the southern wing. Elliott with the leap from behind, but he didn't need to because Membry was too strong in front. And then he gets on his bike, does Elliott. Membry goes to Elliott. He retreats, goes back to Lipinski, and then the sharp pass honours the lead of Lockie Schultz.
Yeah, beautiful patterns from Schultz. He was the one bolting back towards goal really hard to be the first option. As soon as that wasn't taken, little hook lead, came back at the kicker.
Got the separation on Bailey Williams, who was his opponent.
Yeah.
And he's gone back from well outside 50. So Bailey Williams 10 metres in from the boundary line.
Has he got the distance from here, though?
He's not an overly long kick, so he might just put this to the end of the square.
Yeah.
And he does that. He keeps it low. He's going for Darcy Cameron. Lobb was there. Spills clear. Dale to Williams. And tackled over the boundary line was Davidson.
I think everyone in the MCG knew Schultz was going to do that except the Western Bulldogs.
I know.
Because they were late to go to Darcy Cameron.
Yeah. And that's always the ruckman they go to.
Yeah.
Because, you get that. The backline players generally play pretty tight at that stage, but the ruckman gets a little bit idle.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Cox rucking, wins it down, but straight to Davidson of the Bulldogs. Hand pass to Fraser. High up and under out to half-back. They all leap for it. They all miss it. Ball hits the deck. Close to the boundary line. Quaynor keeps it alive for Collingwood. Got it through to Long. Still 55 out at half-forward. Surge kick inside 50 out on the full.
Yeah, Collingwood are starting to... We've seen these periods where the Dogs have got to hang in here. Collingwood have really pushed hard forward.
Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Corbin, probably something we all feared. Collingwood has just confirmed to us that it is a suspected ACL for Reef McInnes. So they've given us great access all night, including Isaac Quaynor half an hour before the game. But That's not the medical information we really wanted, so not good news for McGuinness.
It's terrible news, Hodgie. The kick from Karmas went straight down the throat of Mason Cox. He's 2 kicks out from goal. Pack forms. Elliott goes in hard. He rolls once, he rolls twice. And then it's McNeil who's stripped of the footy. That is holding the ball. Lockie McNeil trying to dance his way out of the defensive 50. And it'll be a free kick for the sub. A great tackle from Ned Long. Not the first time we've said that tonight. And he's going to line up for goal.
Yeah, good tackle.
Great tackle. Good call by the umpire. Can't blame McNeil either, too. No. Just trying to take the game on. And
we're just trying to get that distance because that right there and then, Collingwood had so many opportunities to get the ball.
So Ned Long kept his spot in the team after the big win against Port Adelaide from directly in front. True centre half forward for his first goal of the season. And it's offline. Missing to the right-hand side. A misfire. And the margin is 7 points. Pies lead. Footscray by 6 at quarter time and by 5 at half time.
Dale short to Harms, back to Dale. Short kick finds Sanders, the high pick from last year. He moved off his line, umpire told him to go, so chips it short down the wing. Artie Jones drops a mark he should have taken. Still with the Bulldogs. Hand pass away to Karmas. Kicks down to half forward. West the target, slides through his hands. Moore cleans it up for Collingwood. Hand pass to his premiership teammate in Howe. Links up with Pendlebury. The smooth mover through the middle. 1-2 with Howe. Back to Pendlebury. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. Kicks for Elliott. Punched away by Lobb. Lobb goes to ground. Elliott can't trap it. Bobby Hill clever. Sockers it to Elliott's advantage. Still 40 out at half forward for Collingwood. Hand pass to McCreary. Centering kick is superb. Oh, Lipinski dropped the mark. Had hands to it. Now Davidson tackles him. And a ball up. 35 out from the Magpies goal. Collingwood by 7. 16 gone in the third. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well done by Lobb there to save that ball. That was gone.
Mason Cox wins it down easily, but straight down the throat of Bailey Williams. Gives it to Fraser, throws it on the left. 1-on-1. Dolan, the youngster, does well. Skips off after it, tries to loop it up to Vandermeer. He goes to ground. Ball still alive on the outer side. Players pile in from all angles and held up in the tackle. Would it be a ball up? A metre in from the boundary line, right in front of the Shane Warne stand sign.
McNaughton in the ruck,
yes.
I reckon, just to get him into the game.
And he couldn't win it in the ruck there, and now it comes down to Lipinski. Breaks a couple of tackles and hits up Membry on the chest. Tough angle, 10 metres in from the boundary line. He'll kick just inside 50.
Can I say what's not working? Norton in the ruck. Hasn't got near it. You might as well put Lever in the ruck. When you're in the ruck, you've got to, the body must be just drive your body into your opponent. And if you don't want to do that, get back, jump and get him in the neck with your knee.
So super strong start to his time at Collingwood with his 4 goals and 10 marks last week. He's in the right forward pocket at the punt radar end. A couple of steps, sends it on its way. It's touched right on the line. Just like this contest, millimetres in it, and it's through for a behind. The Pies by 8 points. 18 minutes into the third term.
Dale short to Libber, got it back. He loves the give and go, and then Dale has to retreat back to Liberatore, trying to exit defence. No mark for side bottom, spills down to Artie Jones for the Dogs. Hand pass to Dolan, tumbles a kick down to half forward, bouncing footy. Howe and West, happy to see it out. Throw in half forward for Footscray, but they transition the footy at least up into their front half. 18 minutes gone in the third. Collingwood by 8.
Maybe they're going to do the same with West. If they're going to put Norton in the ruck, got to get West up in the play as well. He's just been really monstered down there.
Mick Malthouse on ABC Sport. Friday night footy. We'll have another ball up here from the boundary throw, and we're going nowhere fast.
Yeah, that's Quaynard going to him too. He's just too strong for him.
18 and a half minutes gone. Third term. Collingwood by 8. They've kicked the last 2. There's a free kick at the stoppage. It's a Nick Dacos free. As his jumper tugged in all of that, threw his arms back, and the umpire bought what he was selling. Hand pass away to Josh Dacos. He gives it to side bottom against the boundary line. Kicks up over halfway. The target was Membry. Dale breaks it up for the Bulldogs. Runs into trouble immediately. Got it back out to Bramble. Hand pass to Williams. Southern boundary line. Dogs still with it. Handball to Libba. Short kick down to high half forward and finds Dolan. Josh Dolan, the 18-year-old, with 26 on his back, sends the kick inside 50, turns it over. And Howe takes the intercept mark.
There's another one down the bottom end of the 22. They just can't contribute. And I don't say he's not trying, but just the quality.
He's able to hit up Nick Dacos, who goes to Houston. Houston goes long around the southern wing. Schultz has got to beat a couple of Bulldogs out there, and Bailey Williams made sure it went over the boundary line and was able to kill it for a moment. So Collingwood by 8 points. Schultz is the only multiple goal kicker. He's kicked 2 for the Pies. And for Footscray, Darcy with 3 goals too. Hit the post twice. This game well and truly in the balance as it's tossed back in on the outer side. Norton in the ruck with Mason Cox. Scramble at ground level. Liberatore fires out the handball. It comes to Williams. Bearing down is Elliott, puts pressure on the kick. Awkward one. Side bottom picks it up. Handball's over his head to Davidson, the intercept. Back to Norton. All by hand across half back before Bailey Dale. Beautiful kick to Fraser. Streaming past him at full pace is Gallagher. Accepts the handball and then hits up Vandermeer from 50 out. Perfect. The passing, the precision, perfection. And sliding in the right forward pocket and taking the mark is Riley West.
And that all comes from Bailey Dale. A brilliant kick because the Dogs were under pressure. The heat was coming.
Couldn't clear it.
It was messy, wasn't it, Mick? Throwing the ball around, a little bit of hot potato. You can have the heat, not me. And then Bailey Dale said enough of this and hit a laser through the middle of the ground.
Well, this has got to be done because really he's been quite poor. Kicks a goal here, makes up for it.
Tough assignment ahead of him. Riley West needs to thread it, and he does. The Sons of Guns have come to the party as Footscray celebrates its centenary. Sam Darcy has 3. Libba's the acting captain, and Riley West bobs up with his second goal. And they draw back within 2 points. 7-9-51. Collingwood 7-11-53. And there's 5 minutes to play before three-quarter time.
Well, he needed to get in the game. And what he did, he read the ball very well, Lingy. He read the ball coming out of that at that centre line. His Collingwood player took the corridor, which is sometimes right. But then he was able to find that little bit of space.
No, you're right.
Well, that should give him a bit of confidence now. He's kicked the goal.
And I like this, Mick. So throw him into the centre bounce now. He's kicked the goal, a little bit of confidence, then get in the action. If you get a little clearance here.
We call that to me a couple of minutes ago. They've got to get him into the game.
English palms it down in front of Nick Dacos.
There it is now.
Take possession. West gets the loose footy. Kicks to half forward. Quaynor can't mark. Liberatore's on. Hand pass away to Sanders. Half forward for the Bulldogs. Handball away to Libba against the boundary line. 50 out. Looks for Darcy. Hands to it. No mark. Falls down to Dolan. Dolan kicks to the top of the goal square. Cameron's back. Broken up by Harms.
Free kick.
Says free kick.
There was a free kick there, but the player wasn't allowed to get to that contest.
It was Harms into the back of Cameron.
Harms couldn't get to the ball. He was held back, so very lucky there.
Gee, they've been good tonight, the Dogs. There's been moments where you think Collingwood are going to break this game wide open, and the Dogs hang about, and now momentum. We're in red, white and blue as the Dogs are within 2 points again. The kick out of defence comes wide to Crisp. And marks, he goes short to Quaynor, who we spoke to pre-game. He just dabs the kick over the top to Schultz.
He's been better, Schultz. He's coming up the ground, not getting locked into that front 50. No, that suits him because he's got a bit of stamina about him.
2 point lead for Collingwood, approaching three-quarter time. Long kick down the line. McStay can't mark. Tacked into the lap and Nick Dacos almost slips over. Sweeping hand pass puts Pendlebury under pressure. Got his arms free. Now he's caught holding the ball. And Bailey Dale came second into the tackle. Made sure Pendlebury was going nowhere fast, and a free kick for the Bulldogs. Magpies by 2 points, 7-11 to 7-9.
Once you see Darcy, just kick it to Darcy, Sam Darcy.
He's had a Incredible night. He's got 3 already. Could very well have 5 or 6 as Dale spears a kick down to half forward, turns it over.
It's a better option than that one there where they just kick to nothing. Even if it's to Darcy Moore and Sam Darcy.
Well, they're going to spoil it.
Yeah, Sam Darcy's been destroying him.
Yeah, and they're only going to spoil it. He's not going to try to outmark him.
Cameron Longbomb down the wing. Hands on it from English for the Bulldogs. No mark. There's Lob behind, mopping it up. There's a free for Collingwood, in fact. Shepherding in the marking contest. And it'll go to Membry.
Yeah, against Bailey Dale.
So they all rush inside Collingwood's forward 50 at the city end. The former Saint, former Swan, Membry to full forward. Karmas punches it away for the Bulldogs. Solid down back. Houston attacks it hard. Centre half forward. Kind bounce for side bottom. The old wily veteran hooks it through. Oh, the oval-shaped Sharon. Smiled on him there, Steele side bottom. A kind bounce. And he does the rest from the right forward pocket. Collingwood restore an 8-point buffer. 25 gone in the third. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Collingwood 8-11. Footscray 7-9.
You like to think with 3 goals to 1 that they've dominated the quarter. They have dominated sections. When you look at Sam Darcy's hit the post twice.
Yeah, yep.
Relatively easy kicks.
Yep.
Norton chooses to go for a short pass as opposed to a 45-metre shot on goal.
Gets knocked out of bounds.
Nothing happens about it. It's the moments of taking the opportunity. Steele Sideman's always going to take that opportunity. If it falls anywhere near him, and he's not a selfish player, so if that ball looks like going to go through, he will kick the ball.
Yep, absolutely.
And that's the little moments are the ones that Collingwood are. The reason why they're in front, it's the little moments they're winning.
Mick Malthouse on Friday night footy on ABC Sport. It's the Pies by 8 points. Bants down in the centre. Side bottom, the recent goal kicker getting involved here. Throwing his weight around, but eventually it's mopped up by English. Quick hands. Gave it off to Kennedy. Inside 50 to a one-on-one. Sanders goes to ground. Maynard's with him. Quick little flick by Lipinski. Could have been a throw. Umpire says no. Houston kicks it out of bounds on the full.
He tried to do a little banana, right foot rather than the left.
No left foot. Might have a beautiful right foot, but to be complete, you've got to be able to kick that ball left-footed.
Arms was the closest player. He's got the Sheridan in his hands. He's 60 out. He goes deep. Howe with the spoil. Darcy Moore at the back. Handballs it off to Maynard. Gives it to Josh Dacos. Wheels it along the ground. And then the professional fumble from Still side bottom.
It was very professional.
I'd be bringing Oscar Baker on very, very quickly. He's a ball getter.
Who for?
Well, I'd bring him on for the Dogs, given he's a Dogs player. I know what you mean, Kel. I would say be one of those younger players that just hasn't put his, they haven't contributed enough.
Yep.
So maybe, I don't know, Jones, Bramble.
Jones is the one for me. And mind you, he could be the type of player who could find you a goal, but...
So from a boundary throw in to a ball up, while you gents were chatting, and now a scramble at ground level. Norton's there, head over it. Lipinski wrenches it clear, gives it to Josh Dacos, curls it around beautifully on the left to Pendlebury, who marks. Still in the D50. Thought about retreating and going backwards, and now the left footer goes down the line. Karmas with the spoil. Umpire saw something in that 2-on-2 contest, and it'll be a free kick coming back to Membry.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Both players went hard for the football.
Started his career on a Friday night in a Sydney jumper. It was a late inclusion for one Lance Franklin at Sydney, Tim Membry, as he kicks down towards half forward, and the turnover as English takes the intercept mark, goes short and wide out to Karmas.
The Dogs are just telling Karmas, I think, to just nice and slow, be pretty measured with your kick here, don't bite anything through the corridor, long down the line.
One of their 5 lefties into night, kicks down to half forward. Karmas punched away at the back by Jeremy Howe, finds the boundary line and another 15 metres. And a boundary throw in high half forward for the Dogs. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Just watching both teams, Corbin, they are out on their feet approaching three-quarter time. Even Nick Dacos down, leaning on his knees there. I just wonder if that Reef McInnes early casualty will take an impact on the Magpies, and still with fresh legs to come with Oscar Baker to come on for the Bulldogs.
Thanks, Hodgie. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Dogs trail by 8 points. Great work in tight. Dogs got it out. Harms to Kennedy. Handball on the wing to Duray. He's getting tackled and a ball up on the logo.
Libba had no right to win that ball and just kept fighting for it.
He's brilliant, isn't he?
Oh, eventually got it to a teammate.
Liberatore, Darcy West, some famous names out there for the Dogs again tonight in the latest generation in a proud footy club in their 100th celebration game. The Dogs from the stoppage again win it. Giray out to Liberatore, who had a hand in it before that. His kick inside 50 can't beat the bell. And it is three-quarter time at the MCG with Collingwood leading by 8 points. The Magpies 8-11-59. Footscray 7-9-51. An 8-point advantage for the Magpies. They kicked 3-1 in the term and turn around what was a 5-point halftime deficit into an 8-point three-quarter time lead. Sam Darcy's got 3. He hit the post twice in that third quarter. Could very well have had 5 or 6 the way that he's played tonight. The 21-year-old in his 30th game. Singles for West, Harms, Vandermeer and McNeil. Meanwhile for Collingwood, 2 goals for Lockie Schultz and then singles for Elliott, Houston, McStay, Sidebottom, Hill and McCreary. So that is how it is situated. Perfectly set up in front of a bumper crowd at the MCG. It has to be upwards of 75,000. As Hodgie said, the MCC forecasting somewhere around the 80,000 mark, which would break all kinds of records for the Dogs in terms of their home and away attendance on a special night for the footy club. The thoughts of Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling coming up next. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
The Socceroos can take a big step to next year's FIFA World Cup on Tuesday night.
And it's a well-crafted goal by the Socceroos.
After a big win over Indonesia, they travel to China, hoping for another 5-star performance. Hear the match live on ABC Sport Digital Radio and on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Josh Dacos kicks to full forward. McStay and Karmas down there. Ball hits the deck. Schultz onto it. Sells the dummy. Kicks the goal. Game tight again. Lockie Schultz bursting through the Dogs defenders. Broke one tackle. Shook lob. And jams it through from the goal line to tie the game. Lockie Schultz with a couple for the Pies.
Through the bullseye goes Pendlebury. Back to Nick Dacos. He goes long. Karmas comes across right in front. Ricochets McCreary. McCreary standing start. Snaps around the shoulder. Goal.
Collingwood has just confirmed to us that it is a suspected ACL for Reef McInnes.
Beautiful kick to Fraser. Streaming past him at full pace is Gallagher. Accepts the handball and then hits up Vandermeer from 50 out. Perfect. The passing, the precision, perfection, and sliding it in the right forward pocket and taking the mark is Riley West. Tough assignment ahead of him. Riley West needs to thread it, and he does. The Sons of Guns have come to the party as Footscray celebrates its centenary.
Houston attacks it hard. Centre half forward. Kind bounce for Sidebottom. The old wily veteran hooks it through. Oh, the oval-shaped Sharon smiled on him there. Steals Sidebottom. A kind bounce. And he does the rest from the right forward pocket.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Handy goal for the Pies, gives them an 8-point buffer, and still Sidebottom, as Kelly mentioned earlier, game number 334 tonight, so level with Brendan Goddard, 33rd all-time in VFL AFL history. Incredibly, Collingwood are even older than they were last week, given the 2 changes they made, so DeGoey and Cox coming in for Sullivan and Myercheck. So last week was the oldest Collingwood side in history, and obviously they've had to wait less than a week for that to be broken tonight on Friday night. Their youngest player tonight, Mick, is Nick Dacos, who polled 38 votes in last year's Brownlow medal. It's a staggering number in what they've been able to do.
It is. And the test will be, as those older players work into the year, can they sustain their level? And I'm not suggesting because you turn 30 or whatever the case may be, but it does take, the body does take a lot longer to get over those sort of hits. And now they've lost a player for the year, you would suspect, with the knee.
Yep. Who's one of their young ones at 22?
Well, it's been confirmed, hasn't it? It's been confirmed.
Yeah, so it's suspected he's out for the year.
Reef McInnes.
They've got to find another key back. They've only got Myercheck out. They said soreness. That means anything. He could have his leg sawn off for you know that it's soreness. So we take that with a grain of salt. So you don't know what's coming up. De Goey's back in the side. Yes, they're at full strength. So now who goes back and plays that third tall? Because we found out last year that Darcy Moore really struggled without that floating, tough, hard player where he could just float around a little bit. Anyway, we'll talk about this game.
And you said just before three-quarter time that you'd make the sub for the doggies?
I would have made it 10 minutes ago.
And I asked you who, and you said a Dogs player, so you've been a bit of a smart bubba.
I was.
But then you did say Artie Jones. One of them.
I thought Artie Jones.
Okay.
I thought he's just been too fun.
I was trying to give Mick a bit of love after being cheeky to me. It is confirmation it is Artie Jones.
Oh, it is it? There you go. Yeah, well, it's well picked up, Lingy, because he
I'll claim that now. I didn't realise that. Thanks, Cal.
because he's just been a little bit... Well, he just hasn't contributed.
And fumbling for me.
And fumbling.
A couple of times he's taken the ball and has been half tackled and coughed it up.
Yeah.
Not even a big jarring tackle, just a half tackle.
But Lingy, Baker is a bit of a fumbler. But what he is, he's a ball-getting player, and he's also a running player.
He's got some run, hasn't he?
So
yeah,
if you want to put him on the wing, and that's the logical thing is to start him. Now, I hope he starts.
Let's get down to Hodgie, because Luke Beveridge just then, a big quarter coming up in the context of their season, Hodgie, and the fact that it is their 100-year celebration. A fascinating huddle just then, wasn't it?
It was, Kelly, and I'm still fascinated that Marcus Bontempelli is allowed to be out there. Lingy, did you ever do that when you were captain and you were injured? All the assistant coaches were ushered away. Luke Beveridge wanted his players only. He kept the bond, and it was basically the 23 players plus the injured captain and the coach, and he gave it to them to make this memorable night for the club a memorable result on the scoreboard.
Hodgie, you're allowed to do it if you're listed on the game bench. And generally they don't like players there.
And I'd never do it.
No.
Here we go, final term underway. Collingwood lead it by 8 points. If the Dogs got something in those young legs, the undermanned team to be trying to come back and win this as Harms is caught in the centre square.
Baker's on a wing, which is really good.
Restart English, straight down to Richards, gets it going forward in a hurry. Darcy reaching over the top from Moore, can't mark, spills down to Howe. Kicks out of the defensive 50, comes wide to Schultz, who takes the mark at half-back.
Gee, that's a good kick.
Good kick, and this is what I like about Schultz from last year. He's coming further up the ground and getting involved.
Schultz with a couple of goals. He steps around Gallagher on the mark here. Keeps going in front of the benches. Sends Collingwood to half forward, and English takes the intercept mark. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Here with Kelly Underwood.
Sam Darcy's on. He's a long lead all the way up to the broadcast wing. And he honours his lead. He's taken an uncontested mark in front of Nick Dacos, and then he goes towards Norton. Has it knocked out at the last minute. He grabbed it clean, and it's knocked out by Darcy Moore. And play on, says the umpire. Quick hurried kick comes up towards Nick Dacos. English does well to tackle him. And then the Bulldogs coming quickly. Find out handball to Richards. Richards skies it into the left forward pocket. Vandermeer's down there. Quaynor's got him for company. And volleyball slaps it over the boundary line and kills it. It'll be a boundary throw in. Punt road end to start this fourth term.
Have we dropped in a first goal important in the last quarter? Tick the outages off. Gee, it feels like a big one here for the Dogs.
Oh, it does, doesn't it?
Pies lead it by 8 points. We're deep inside 50 here for the Bulldogs. Hurried kick out of the pack. Oh, Baker goes at it hard. So did Schultz. Schultz is down a little sore. Baker gets up and readjusts the headband. And then the ball spills out to the side. Schultz gets it and Baker ties him up.
And whatever happened to the rule of push in the back? Schultz just got a massive push in the back then. You've got to pay it. These umpires have just put the whistle away for the wrong reason right now.
Cameron got it out to Long. Hurried kick up towards the wing. Picked up here by Duray. Hand pass stolen. Cox has got it. Collingwood out downhill. And how appropriate. Bobby Hill runs onto it. He burns off the would-be tackler. Hill can finish. Great transition footy. Bobby Hill with a second. And Collingwood just burn you on the turnover. The Pies by 14 points. 2.5 gone in the final term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
A little bit ambitious trying to handle over Mason Cox's head here.
Oh, that's right. Silly. But, you know, I know that it's 14 points. Unless if Collingwood get the next one, it's going to make it difficult. It's just the way the Dogs have come out here. And I like Baker on the wing because he's going to give them fresh legs. And I like what happened in the third quarter where they started to put West and these sort of players through the middle. So it made Collingwood then have to put different players in there. This game's not over by a long shot. McNaughton marked that ball down here. Wasn't paid. That's a 50-metre kick or 40-metre kick for a goal. This game's outside of the next goal. And I'll take it back if Collingwood kick it.
Perfect bounce in the centre. Cameron and English tangle. Cameron gets it down. Dacos was there. He couldn't control it. And English tackles Cameron. Secondary ball up. Still in the bullseye. This time English slaps it down. Umpire says there's a free. And it's...
High contact?
Yep. It's going to Nick Dacos, is it? No, it was in the ruck.
Yeah.
Nick was claiming it, but Darcy Cameron takes it. Gives it off to Josh Dacos. Spearing pass. Inside 50 to Goey. Had 2 grubs at it. Couldn't claim it on the third. Fires out the handball out wide from the Dogs. Here's Baker that hits it at speed. Can he keep it in play? He handballs it over to Richards. Richards runs past the benches, has a couple of bounces, glides across, brings it back inboard. It was a tough one for Darcy to get down at his bootlaces. Darcy Cameron did. He fires up the handball to Josh Dacos, back to side bottom, goes down the line, unable to take the mark was Crisp. Crisp mark is paid.
That's no
So Norton's wasn't paid, Mick, but the Jack Crisp mark has been paid on the wing right in front of us.
No difference.
Collingwood 4 goals to 1 after half-time. As Crisp sends it to half-forward. Kick favours English. Cox breaks it up down to Kennedy for the Bulldogs. Hand pass out to English to Sanders. Handball to Buku Kamas. Got a handball away to Baker. The sub with the fresh legs. Hand pass to Gallagher. High up and under in front of the benches. Moore trying to mark, and Darcy punches it away from him. That's Sam Darcy and Darcy Moore. As we've tripped over all night, Darcy Cameron, well represented, the Darcy clan.
Darcy on Darcy all night. It's been fascinating, hasn't it?
5 gone in the final term. Collingwood, 4 of the last 5 goals and a 14-point buffer. Margin hasn't been this wide since the opening quarter, in which the Dogs got it out to 22 points, a game high at one point. And the other Bulldogs with it all to do on their special night. Pendlebury, smooth mover through traffic. Hand pass to Crisp. Handball away to Long, up over halfway. Pendlebury feeds it to Crisp. Kicks to centre, half forward. McStay marks.
Yeah, too good, too strong. Scott Pendlebury at 37 years of age held his ground, followed up the work, and handball fantastic to pick the right target.
Yeah, and it was Fraser, wasn't it, who just didn't quite bodyline the ball the same way Pendlebury did. As you said, that strength and then composure.
Just like Neo in the Matrix, like everything's going slower when he moves his way through. What a player he's been for a long time. McStay on the drop punt. It's left, it's behind.
Oh, they're keeping the door open.
They are, aren't they? To Goey drop mark, McStay miss.
Collingwood by 15, 6 gone final term. Pies 9-12, Dogs 7-9. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Ling, Mick Moldhouse, Tim Hodges on the boundary. I'm Corbin Middlemass, and here's Kelly Underwood.
As Bailey Dale flares it wide to Kamas. Kamas goes along to the northern wing, and the spoil came from Houston. Right up against the boundary line. Pendlebury comes in with a smother. Pendlebury's got a bit of... He's gritting the teeth here. Comes up to side bottom. He's going to get it back again. Works his way forward. Handballs to McCreary, who slips over and then leapfrogs over Bailey Williams. Williams kept his feet, went up and got it. Quick little handballs. Got it at half-back. Centering kick straight to Quaynor. Goes the spoil to DeGoey. Handballs back to Cameron. Pangren gives it to Houston. A steadying kick to Josh Dacos. Got it right on centre wing here in front of the broadcast.
Josh goes off his left peg as he's closed down. High up and under to half forward. English hands on it. Can't complete the mark. Fraser cleans it up for the Dogs to Williams to Dale. Hand pass to Sanders through the phone booth. Got it out to Williams. Back to Fraser. Sweeping hand pass. Gallagher took on side bottom. Caught. Umpire forgiving. Says ball up.
Did he have prior? He took him on.
Well, I don't think he did.
I don't think he did, but it's the same as earlier on in the game. But I didn't think the player had it that time either.
Collingwood by 15 early in the final term. Cameron wins it down. Fraser for the Bulldogs. Hand pass to Sanders. Slick hands. Got it through to Kennedy. Kicks along the boundary line for the Bulldogs. Howe there. Norton spoils in the end, but straight down to Josh Dacos. Hand pass into the path to Quaynor. Quaynor looking through the corridor. In the end goes laterally. Long kick out to Hill, who marks on the southern wing.
There's no one near Bobby Hill. Looks left and now goes right. Into the pocket. Oh, Elliott. Ambitious up over the back of Buku Khamis. But he didn't get anywhere near it, and the Bulldogs are able to clear it out of the defensive 50. It's knocked down there. Membry gets it. He's been held with one hand. Gets a little kick away. Only favours the Bulldogs. West. And now Richards, the centering kick. Norton marks it on the defensive side of the circle. The centre circle. He goes wide to the southern wing. Davidson, a strong mark. Up over the top of Maynard. It was 2 Bulldogs to 1. And Maynard outnumbered. Brings it back in play in the corridor to Dale, who can pierce it. And pierce it into those gigantic hands of Sam Darcy. And Darcy will go back and line up for his 4th goal of the night.
Well, he hit that. He's come out with Darcy Moore right on him. Darcy Moore still hit the arm and everything. And Sam Darcy takes the mark. Let's for the dog's sake, you hope that he can knock this one over.
That's the best mark of the night.
Just come out and hit that.
Degree of difficulty.
Beautiful kick, though.
Yeah, it was. But at full stretch, as you said, with pressure and at speed, that is a tough grab to take.
So the man on the mark is 35 out, almost directly in front to the punt road end. Forget star of the future. Sam Darcy is a star of the now. And this game is well and truly alive. He's got his 4th. The margin is 9. And the Bulldogs are coming. They're chock full of emotion. And they're not done yet. 8-9-57. Collingwood 9-12-66. And we've got 13 minutes to go in this last quarter. Still plenty of time in this ball game.
Yeah, plenty of time. Down the other end of the ground, Collingwood just unable to take their couple of little chances they generated. And then, through sheer effort, the Bulldogs were able to break their back half of the ground. And then it was Bailey Dale drifting through the middle. So often the Bulldogs' goals have come when he's had ball in hand. But watching the replays again, Baker's more and more impressed with that grab from Darcy.
Yeah, fantastic. Baker's only had 2 hand passes, but he just seemed to have had a bit of impact. The interesting thing is that Libba hasn't touched it this quarter. If he gets himself going, Libba, look out.
Cox wins it down, but straight to Norton of the Bulldogs. Hand pass away to Richards. Gets a handball out wide to Davidson. Steps around 2 would-be tacklers. Wrong-footed Howe. Kicks inside the forward 50. Moore punches it away down to Vandermeer. Hand pass through to West. Got it, deliver. It'll bring the house down. Tom Liberatore, this second-generation Bulldog, snaps it through for the goal, and these dogs keep hanging about.
Liver Senior's going nuts in the crowd.
Just Liver Senior, and 2 seats in front of him was Simon Beasley. The shot before we saw Luke Darcy.
Luke Darcy, yeah.
It's I've been dead against father's sons, but when you see it like this, it's just a magnificent, really.
How can you not love that? The second-generation Bulldog, Liberatore, captaining the team tonight, pulls the Dogs within 3. 11 gone final term, 9-12 to 9-9. And Lingy, how many times tonight has it felt like Collingwood's about to bust it open and the Dogs do something like this?
Absolutely. Sam Davidson's had some big moments.
Yeah, he has, hasn't he?
I don't like what's happening now, though.
Collingwood by 3 points. We're underway again in the centre. Mick doesn't like Norton in the ruck. Norton says, hey, watch this, Mick. He just gets rid of a Collingwood player, and then handballs, though. Oh, good smother. Mason Cox had the kick. Norton with the smother. So a good couple efforts from him. Richards has given away a free. Has he? No.
Yes, he has.
It should have been. Umpire says it's a Richards free kick. Play on advantage. Up towards Darcy, but this time in front. Taking the strong mark was Jeremy Howe. And he had to use every spring in those ageing legs to get up there and mark that in front of Sam Darcy.
It was paid, Kelly. A good call. It was paid that free kick.
How long to the boundary line? Maynard floats through, takes the intercept mark.
So Collingwood have got to keep speed on the game here. It's way too long to think We're just going to go into slow tempo, controlled footy.
That's gone 6 metres.
Or to Nick Dacos,
well
short
done,
kick,
Darcy.
broken up by Darcy, punches it away, Dogs win it back. English got it away to Bramble, short kick turns it over, and Perryman takes the intercept mark. Handball away to Quaynor. Hand pass to Lipinski, feeds it forward to Nick Dacos, pulls the trigger on the 45, finds Cox, and he's got the footy. And Cox will get the free here at high half forward. And it was a late spoil from Lobb. And Cox is a little slow to get up. And we're just getting a look at the replay, and he got him solidly.
A fist right to the face, wasn't it?
Gee,
bang.
Knocked the...
No intent, though.
No, but
knocked the glasses off.
Yeah, knocked the sports goggles off his head. And Cox is not even going to be able to take the kick. So that is a very errant spoil from Lobb.
Well, they showed during the week they don't care if things are an accident or not. They'll still get you, the tribunal.
Nick Dacos gets to take his free kick, puts it into the pipe of Elliott.
Great
who's
kick.
up and marking in the corridor, 35 out.
That is a great kick, great lead, and unfortunately for the Dogs, when there's a channel between where the leader comes from and the kicker, with a Dacos kicking it, you've got to fill it up. And Elliott was able to lead on to that for that very reason. There was no one there.
Jamie Elliott. We're only halfway through the final quarter, and yet the noise in this stadium feels like there's 2 minutes to go. Jamie Elliott, so often big fourth quarter goals, not here. Not now, at least. Behind Collingwood by 4, halfway through the final term. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Mason Cox straight to the rooms. I'd expect to get patched up, but also a HIA on that head. A nasty gash underneath his left eye.
Yeah, big egg developing already under that left eye. Hodgie, it didn't take long. So the Bulldogs, a couple of quick kicks, and they've worked it to half back in the hands of Lockie McNeil. Keeps it low. Coming in from the side, Kennedy almost took the mark, then fires out the handball to Vandermeer. Vandermeer going and looking for, needed a kind bounce, did Riley West, he didn't get it. And it hit the point post, so it'll be a boundary throw in. Right in front of the Bulldogs cheer squad. Look at them down there, up on their feet. Hands clapping in full voice at the punt road end. Trailing by 4 points, 9 and a bit to play in this one, Footscray. And they're right in front of their goal. English assuming front position on the palm down to West. West picks it up, tries to take on DeGoey, and he's dumped into the turf, and the umpire said it'll be a ball up.
Well, you think we've had Darcy kick one, Libby kick one. Riley West has got to kick one this quarter.
Wouldn't it be romantic?
Up it goes. Cameron rips it out of the ruck for Collingwood. Hand pass in front of Nick Dacos. Handball releases McCreery, who's out and trying to burn off Davidson. The doctor's out after him. McCreery kicks down to half forward. Karmas looking to spoil. Knocks it away from McStay. At the drop, Elliott collects. Hand pass away to McStay. McStay's handball out in front of Membry. He's got Williams to deal with. Close to the boundary line, and out it goes.
Good contest by all those players. Six players involved in that. Really
terrific run by McCreery too, wasn't it? But great chase by Davidson.
Yeah, put pressure on him. So it wasn't a great kick in the end.
Crowd posted at 78,027. It is the all-time attendance record for a Bulldogs home and away game. From the boundary throw-in, comes down to McCreery. Hand pass to Lipinski. He's tackled immediately by Liberatore.
Oh, Liberatore, well.
Gee, it feels like there's more than 4 points on the line here for the Bulldogs, and everything that's baked into it for Footscray. Down by 4. Collingwood lead at 16 gone final term.
Ball up right on the 50 here for the Pies. Houston is able to run onto it. Handball to Lipinski. Handballs over his head to DeGoey, who has a shot from right on 50, only a metre in from the boundary, but never gave that a chance. He's missing to the near side. How have you seen Mick DeGoey's return to footy?
I expected the way it is, because he's been out for some time. He's been valuable without being great.
Dale from the kick out to Sanders. Back to Dale. Kicks to English. Marks. Hand pass away to Sanders. Through the corridor. They find Buku Karmas. Slips the tackle from Hill. Hand pass missed the target. Gallagher trying to go back in. Ball knocked away to Nick Dacos. Kicks to full forward. Mick stays up. Can't mark. Keeps his feet. Goals. Big time goal for Dan McStay.
They're going to check it though. They're going to check it. Did the Bulldogs player get a hand on it, Bailey Williams?
Yeah, he went straight to the goal umpire to say, I touched it.
Umpire's call, is it behind?
Soft call, is it behind?
Oh, he got it.
Bailey Williams leaping onto the boot of McStay. He was desperate there onto the boot.
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant, Bailey
Absolutely
Williams.
unbelievable.
And the fingers clipped back. He was all over it, and the video supports him. So great call from the umpire. Great work, Bailey Williams.
That is a great call by the umpire, Corby. You're spot on. That's with a crowd like that behind you.
That could be match winning.
In front of the Collingwood cheer squad. And he's got it spot on. It's a behind. Collingwood by 6 points. 18 gone, final turn.
And Bailey Dale with the kick in straight down the throat of English, although he doesn't pay it in the end. Quaynor got involved. Old-fashioned jump ball here, and the umpire says, I'll ball it up.
That looked a certain goal for Collingwood. Bailey Williams' first effort to spoil, and then the follow-up smother. Unbelievable.
English straight down the throat of Fraser, who throws it on the boot at half forward here. West gets rid of his opponent illegally.
Yes, absolutely illegally.
Perryman, play on advantage. Quick kick to Nick Dacos. This is dangerous inside 50. He always hits a target. Oh, he hit the goey right in his stomach, and it bounced off that six-pack, and it bounced over the boundary line.
I think it was good play by who spoiled that? That was a very good spoil.
Oh, I was blaming
Bramble.
I was blaming the six-pack, but it was obviously Bramble.
I think he might have got his hand around the front of him, Cal, just from there.
The boundary throw in. Cameron hooks it down. Unkind bounce there for Long. Fraser in the end taps it out for the Bulldogs to Kennedy. Short kick out of defence. Vandermeer just knocks it away to the advantage of Sanders. High up and under down the wing. Howe leaps up and takes the intercept mark.
This is where Dorton's just got to put...
Oh, how dangerous into the corridor. Side bottom can't mark. Intercepted by Fraser. Dogs out downhill. Takes a bounce. 50 from home. Fraser. Goals. Scores level. And the Footscray believers roar their approval. 69 points apiece with 7 to play. 10-9-69 the Bulldogs. Collingwood 9-15-69. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Mick Bolthouse and Cameron Ling.
Lingy, I reckon it's going to be, right now we know it's level. It's going to be this running side that can win this game. The little bits, the little breaks have come about. There's been 2 goals. The last 2 goals have been kicked, one of each by Collingwood and the Dogs. Have both come from miscalculated movement through the corridor. Just the wrong ball. Steele side of him dropped his mark and it was a bit over his head. The Dogs before that gave one up through the corridor. You've got to play the odds, yes, and you've got to run the ball, absolutely. But you've also got to be careful when the tightness sets in that your kicks actually hit the targets. Otherwise, that's what takes place.
All tied up. Sam Darcy's just come from the bench into the forward line. Nick Dacos taking it and breaking with it. A little give and go with Darcy Cameron. He's off. Now side bottom. He wants it back. Side bottom ignored it. Instead went by boot. And almost to his teammate Schultz, who dropped it in the end. It was uncontested. Bailey Dale mops up. Bangs it long out of the dangerous territory. Liberatore handball to Vandermeer. Vandermeer gives it off to Baker. Baker breaks it over the would-be tackler. And then arches his back, has a bounce, delivers down the line. Riley West couldn't take the mark. It was brilliant from Maynard in a typical one-on-one contest. It's been tough and tenacious, pulsating footy, and it's going to be compelling right to the very end. 6 and a bit to play. It's all tied up. Footscray by 6 at quarter time, by 5 at half time. Collingwood by 8 at three-quarter time.
And all in front of a crowd of 78,000 at the G. Cameron out of the ruck, kicks it out on the full. It probably would have been deliberate anyway, and a free kick for the Dogs, and Norton to take it.
Could well be Baker that swings this game, you know.
Here he is. Baker, in fact, takes the free, kicks inside 50. Darcy in the pack, no mark, spills down to Sanders. Handball to Fraser again. Tackled. Hand pass away towards side bottom, collects for Collingwood. Handball to Perryman, kicks onto the wing for Collingwood.
And it's to Goey in a one-on-one contest with Williams. Williams goes to ground. Carvis has got it. De Goey wraps him up. Oh, this is brutal. Dive for the footy type stuff at the MCG tonight.
That's a win for the Bulldogs there, that one. Carmis not fumbling that footy because Collingwood had all the flow of the play. Allows his team to set up now.
Ball up on the northern wing, straight down to Fraser. And then the umpire said, so the umpire giving a free kick against the Bulldogs, and it goes to Schultz for high contact. Off to Houston. He's a thumping kick. He goes deep. Launching is McStay, and he's going to claim it.
Oh, he's paid the mark.
No.
McStay came in from the side.
Oh,
he
no,
grabbed
that's
it with
awful.
one, and then De Goey got it. And McStay looks up, and they said, yep, you can have it, to De Goey.
Oh, no.
No, hang on. McStay got hands to it first.
Buku Khamis can't believe that he's not getting a free kick
With
in.
the push.
Oh, my. And the umpire's right next to him.
So De Goey has pushed him in the back. McStay rises high, hands to it, lets it go, and it lands in the arms of De Goey. De Goey claims it. 20 metres out, as easy as you like, and he's missed. He's missed the unmissable. And the Doggies fans, the Footscray favourites in the crowd, say there is a football god. Collingwood by 1.
Gee, that was a miss. And a let-off as the kick comes out wide towards Duray against the boundary line. Kicks in front of the benches, hands to it, and a good mark from Houston. Collingwood by a point. 24 gone, final term.
Darcy's got to, if Darcy's not going to be playing second ruck, which I think he should play second ruck and be on the forward line.
Houston down to half forward. Khamis up, knocks it away, but straight to Elliott. Hand pass to Lipinski. Handball to side bottom. Over his shoulder, Nick Dacos tried to feed it to McStay, and Dale knocks it out of bounds.
Oh, he's paid it.
Oh, and deliberate.
Oh my God.
Oh no, that is not right. And a free kick for Collingwood at right half forward. I think the free kick count, by the way, is something like 30-14. I know some Dogs fans have been going spare about it, but that...
Oh, that's incredible. That's Bailey Dale bodylining the ball in a contest. Oh, my goodness.
That's a gift. McStay.
Oh, that's what it deserves.
Turns it over, and Dale takes the intercept mark on the behind line. Collingwood by a point. 24.5 gone, final term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
And they go wide. Baker took off.
Oh.
And he didn't know that Bobby Hill was right behind him, and Bobby Hill swallowed him up.
He hand passed it.
Bobby's got it. 70 out.
Yeah, he won't kick a goal for him. I tell you what, though, he's very, very smart with the football.
Let's make it 60 out. He's a step in from the fence.
You run around late here, though. If you
He's in the left forward pocket at the city end. Collingwood by a point. 4 minutes to play. The crowd falls silent.
I think he's had more than 30 seconds to kick that foot.
He steps over the boundary line. He opens up the angle. He lets rip from 51. It's a low floating ball, and it trickles over the boundary line. It'll be a boundary throw in. Khamis got down low, and it was flicked over down there. A boundary throw in with 3 minutes 30 left on this. Collingwood by a point.
Free kick count 31-14 from the boundary throw in. Side bottom through traffic. Goals! Big time spot from the veteran. Collingwood by more than a straight kick. It's the Magpies by 7. 26 gone in the final term. Collingwood 10-16-76. Footscray 10-9-69. And a stoppage goal for Steele. Side bottom gives him 2 on the night.
Oh, big moment from the veteran, from the champ. Well played there. He probably feels like he owes his team one with that drop mark a little bit early on that led to the Frazier goal. But he doesn't need...
Doesn't move too much space.
No, he doesn't. That is brilliant. Watching the replay, that is just superb. He was already turning his body, Mick, knowing where he was going to snap before the ball had even got into his hands.
Yep.
So clever.
So even if he got hit, he's still facing the goals. Yep.
Pies lead it by 7 points. Black and White Army has gone up early with the Collingwood chant. In the ruck, it's Darcy Cameron and English. Nick Dacos slides in. Libba picks it up, gives it to Richards. Handballs to Frazier. He goes without it. Libba just wills himself to the contest. His kick was smothered. Ricochets to side bottom. He's gone for the safety of the boundary line. The foot race is on. McCreary overruns it.
Picking it up is Membry. Handball straight to Gallagher for the Dogs. It's a turnover. He's caught. Umpire says play on. Side bottoms everywhere. He gets there. Handball's back inboard to Perryman, who goes long. Top of the square. They set themselves. McStay flies too early, and Bailey Williams is at the back off to Oscar Baker. Baker wide to Vandermeer. Vandermeer's got it at half-back. They trail by 7 points here. Footscray.
Vandermeer inboard to English. They have responded all night, the Dogs, when Collingwood seemingly have it in their keeping. Can they do it again here? English short kick finds Kennedy.
Well, they got numbers on this side of the ground.
They try to bring it through the centre square. Lob drifting forward, takes the mark. Attacking edge of the square. Big Rory lob goes long. Harms it full forward, runs underneath it. Out the back is Jeremy Howe to try and clean it up, and in the end he allows it to roll through from behind. He's shoved in the process by Darcy.
Isn't that a push in the back?
Oh, just pushed him straight in the back.
They put the whistle away. It's too hot for the umpires.
6 point lead for Collingwood. 28 gone in the final term. 6 point lead for the Pies. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
So the Sherrin in the hands of the experienced Jeremy Howe. He goes for the rucks in front McStay. Darcy Cameron also in the contest as well. McStay takes the mark.
Wow.
He goes through the centre. Oh, what a kick.
Oh, what a
He
mark.
hits up Schultz. Had to stand his ground. He had 3 Dogs bearing down on him, and he stood his ground beautifully.
What?
Schultz then just trying to take seconds off the clock. Kicks it wide to Darcy Cameron. Cameron short to Nick Dacos.
Why would
Of
McStay
course
kick
goes
the
to his
ball
brother
there?
Josh.
My goodness.
Josh in front of the benches. Has it for Collingwood. Contest kick down to high half forward. Karmas got his hands around it. Great mark, Buku Karmas. And keeps the hopes alive for the Bulldogs. He's off and running. It's a 6 point game. Karmas down to half forward. Hands on it, English. Norton trying to claim the mark. Not to be. Moore got a handball away towards Lob. He's tackled and there'll be a ball up. 60 metres out from the Dogs' goal. Down by 6. Collingwood lead it. 65 seconds to play.
They've shoved everyone forward behind the line, Collingwood, or most of them, so they're going to save the last minute.
Norton's in the goal square. We're at half forward. Off the hands of Darcy Cameron down to side bottom. Trickles it out towards the boundary line. Happy to see it over was McStay right in front of the Dogs' bench.
He's hit out. Look for Libba, just in and under, and the quick little hands. Somebody's got to be on the move. Hard. Off Libba's play here.
Stadium
Ed
full.
Richards maybe.
Stadium full silent. They've been desperate Dogs. They've been inspired. They're emotion charged, and they trail it by 6. Quick handball by Pendlebury again goes for the boundary line. Now the ball's in the hands of Dacos, who just steps over. Was that deliberate umpire? Boundary throw in.
Wow.
Boundary throw in. Very, very casual. Did not disguise it at all, Nick Dacos. Questions were asked. Umpire said no. So we reset and go. The yellow Sherrin is going to spiral in the night sky at the MCG. Darcy Cameron and English. English palms it down into space. Here's a chance. Sammy Davidson looked like a throw. Pies fans wanted it. Ed Richards inside 50. Where are the Dogs players? Schultz fires it out. Out to Chris. It's desperate stuff. He goes on the southern wing. Karmas gets there first. Palms it down to himself. Overruns it. Bramble comes in. Also does that Oscar Baker. And Baker can't control it. And it's over the boundary line with 18 seconds to play. Collingwood by 6 points. And time is not Footscray's friend.
Would have been a free kick to the Dogs there.
Absolutely.
Prohibitive contact.
Flick back in on the southern wing. Cameron. Side bottom. On his left boot goes down the line. It's out of bounds on the full. Is there time yet, Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling?
Well, it can only be time if it's marked in the forward line. I've got a suspicion that they've got to go long here and punch it on, or because it's only 9 seconds. 9 seconds is not...
Can't switch it.
You can't switch. No. It's no use caught. Well, I don't know what...
6 points the difference. Harvey Gallagher's got it. He's got it right on the southern wing. He kicks as long as he can. They need a contest. Lob! It's not Rory Lob. It's Darcy Cameron, in fact, who stood in front of Lob. the Pies spoil the Dogs' centenary in an absolute cliffhanger. They win by 6 points.
Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades shout. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
Right from the very start, it felt like it could be the recipe for a very special night, and that's exactly what was delivered. Both teams giving their all, the Dogs throwing the kitchen sink at Collingwood, and they fell agonisingly short in front of their biggest home and away crowd ever. 78,027, Collingwood 10-16-76, the Bulldogs 10-10-70.
Good old Collingwood forever. They know how to play the game. Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades shout. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
Collingwood 2-1 on the season now. Footscray 1-1. A 6-point victory for Collingwood. 33-14, the free kick count in the finish. I'm sure that will be the focus for a lot of frustrated Dogs fans. And a couple of big moments, particularly down the stretch in that final term. Collingwood ruined the birthday bash of the Bulldogs, and for the Dogs, it's their birthday and they'll cry if they want to. That is a heartbreaking way to lose it in front of a record home and away crowd for them of 78,027. What a night at the footy. It's rich in storylines again coming out of it. Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse. Collingwood by 6.
Yeah, Collingwood probably, Mick, get out of jail a little bit, even though they had the game through that last quarter. They just didn't take a couple of chances. I think there was a De Goey shot a goal. There was a De Goey drop mark earlier. There was an Elliott and McStay shot a goal. Touch ball. So it felt like they had all the play. But then in the end, gee, the Dogs could have grabbed it and almost should have grabbed it. And yeah, the umpiring is going to be a discussion, and probably rightly so. There's a lot of frustration. You could sense it in the stands, probably from our listeners with the Bulldogs. That last one at the end, the prohibitive contact below the knees.
That's a free kick.
That's what it was brought in for. Yeah. Quainer sliding in low. Yep. Should have been a free kick. So
Karmas getting the shove, and the free kick goes to De Goey.
Correct. A lot of confusion around. Sometimes with the insufficient attempt was paid, other times not. Holding the ball was paid, other times it wasn't. Yeah, that's going to be spoken about, I think, all weekend.
Did it cost the Dogs a game?
Oh, it's a bit. When you analyse each one of those, if you add them up, it's always harsh to say that those decisions or a decision, but on a collective, I would say yes. Yep. There was too much.
And it denies Collingwood too, because you never know what would have happened if they were. Like, you can't prove the counterfactual, but it was a huge moment in that final term.
It was. And the numbers in the end, and there's nothing in the game that says free kick count has to be even.
No.
But it was...
I didn't really notice it much until halfway through the last quarter, where I felt like, gee, and it felt, to be honest, the first 10 minutes, it felt like the Dogs were getting the rub of the green with the whistle, and yet the last 15 minutes, when the game was on the line, it probably stood out to me.
I think at three-quarter time it was 26-12.
The count.
Yeah. So...
26-12. And what did it end up, Kel?
34 to... I'll tell you in just a second. Hang on.
Text machine's going off. That's for sure, you guys.
I think we've had a similar message from the same guy about 10 times, I think, which is all to do with around the umpiring.
33-14.
33-14. So even the last quarter was 7-2.
Yes.
Yeah, and you know, there was just a couple. Even the Nick Dacos one right in front of us. That's as deliberate as you'll get.
Yeah,
and yet Bailey Dale gets done over for hitting the ball with his body, and it goes over the line. Now, if both of them are paid or both of them aren't paid, you live with that. But if one is paid and the other one is not, they're the ones that you think just don't make sense.
Just on Steele Sidebottom and Scott Pendlebury, they broke a record tonight. They've played more games together than any other pair in the history of the game, and they've just swapped jumpers, which is a beautiful touch. So ordinarily in the history of our game, you're used to seeing the jumper swap, and Nick Dacos has just ruined the beautiful photo too of the pair of them as he's come back from a television interview and jumped between.
That's a fan though, just wanting a
Absolutely.
photo.
That's exactly what I
being a
thought.
fan.
He's going to frame that, isn't he? Absolutely.
Gets a photo in between the two record breakers tonight, Sidebottom and Pendlebury, the dual premiership players. And so Scott Pendlebury is rolling around with Steele's 22, and Steele Sidebottom has Pendlebury's number 10.
He had some big moments, Steele, in that last quarter. He had that one poor one, which led to a Bulldogs goal. It's almost as though, pardon the pun, he steeled himself from that moment onwards and said, I cost my team a goal there. I'm going to make up for this, because he kicks the goal late, but also I reckon he had 2 or 3 clearances late, won the ball around the contest and just thought, you know what, I'm going to do something about this. He was brilliant. Go back to the third quarters. I think Scott Pendlebury had some huge moments in the third quarter and late in the game where he was able to open it up. So the ability to have a player playing game 334 and another one playing in game number 406, amazingly, that experience was able to help them over the line. We'll have to wait and see over the course of the season whether or not their run and what they can do playing the season out. They'll manage them as best they can. But in games like that and moments like that early on, it's nice having that sort of experience. On-field coaches being out there.
Full-time Collingwood by 6 points, 10-16 over Footscray 10-10 as the Pies lap it up. The Dogs have already disappeared off the ground. All your post-match interviews, analysis, and all the breakdowns still to come as we're on air for another 40 minutes.
I'm going to say, if I was a Dog fan, got a touch of Dog fan in me, let me say, that when you analyse that game, there's a couple of things, coaching side of things, that you would just maybe tweak a little bit. I just thought that when English went off the ball and Darcy went on, the Dogs lost nothing. When Norton went on, I just thought that Collingwood had a bit more say where the ball went. I can understand why Norton went on, and he's got to be one of the most disappointing players out there from a Dogs' point of view. Didn't score. Probably got robbed of a mark at 50 metres, took a mark 45 metres, elected not to have a shot. He's got to see where he sits in the side and take that responsibility. Sam Darcy, as a younger player, did. He sat back and kicked the goals from those.
And when we dissect the Dogs, we've got to give Rory Lobb a lot of love, because he's been a much maligned player of the year, but I thought he was
he's
really
in the men's
good.
department now.
Yeah.
He's in the back line.
But he was right very solid tonight.
Fantastic.
We will talk about that, but at the moment it's still Sidebottom and Scott Pendlebury leading the Pies down the race, and they'll turn into the room. So they've swapped jumpers, and still Sidebottom's got a little bit of room in his, and Pendle's is just... Every muscle is rippling in this. I don't think he can breathe in that jumper, can he, Lingy?
Painted on, isn't it, Cal?
He's sucking it in. It's very tight.
Let's go into the winners' rooms. Tim Hodges is downstairs. Collingwood by 6. Hodgie.
Well, as you can imagine, it's pretty jovial in here. No worrying about the umpires. We're a bit dirty in the first quarter, all the Magpie fans. Pretty happy with the last few minutes. Scott Pendlebury and Braden Maynard leading the Pies in. We'll talk to Nick Dacos on ABC Sport after they sing the song, which is pretty cool. Talk about that moment that he shared with Steele Sidebottom and Scott Pendlebury jumping into the photo. So Jack Crisp and Mason Cox, who has an unbelievable shiner underneath that left eye, is the last to join the song. They'll gather in, go arm in arm, and then as they do at the Magpies, they go deathly silent. And we've just seen Reef McInnes just walk out of the rooms, actually. He's been in the players' rooms, strapping on that left knee, just repeating the news that they fear. It's a suspected ACL, which is horrible news for the young defender. They're very quiet now. Here's the song. was a pretty subdued singing of the song at the end, wasn't it? Did feel at times like that was more than 4 points, and you can actually see all the Magpie players go up to Reece McInnes now and just check in on him, almost ask him what's wrong, and he's probably breaking the news to them. So the Pies will go in for a short meeting, guys, then we'll be back with Nick Dacos.
Thanks, Hodgie. Look forward to it. So we'll get some reaction from the Pies rooms and also see what's happening with the Dogs too after a heartbreak on their big night celebrating 100 years in the competition. And a 6-point win for Collingwood with so many flashpoints in that final quarter that I'm sure we'll work our way through in the next 35 minutes.
It's such a crucial game for the Bulldogs too, because they are just trying their hardest to almost tread water, hang in there until Bontempelli can arrive back and Treloar can arrive back and Waitman and Jones and all of these players. And if they can... you're focusing more on the skipper because he's the best player in the game, but if Bontempelli's, let's say he's going to miss 6 games, if somehow they could be 3-3, 4-2 when Bontempelli arrives, they got a massive launching pad for the season. And they pick up a game tonight to go on the back of last week's win and go 2-0. That's a huge, huge thing. But now back at 1-1, and do they drop 1 or 2 still because of those players missing? And then it becomes really hard for Bontempelli to come back in.
I don't believe they should, but there'll be another one out this week through a tribunal.
Yeah.
Well, there's a whole lot to work through on that front. So,
do you mean Rory Lobb on Mason Cox?
I hope he doesn't, because I don't know what he's supposed to do when he's going to spoil the ball. I know that...
I agree with you, Mick. I agree with you completely, but we just saw during the week that the tribunal doesn't care if it's accidental anymore.
So the thing that will help him is Mason Cox put his goggles back on and was ready to come back on the ground. So he did return to the fray. It wasn't as if it ended his night or anything of that substance. But it was a full-blooded spoil that literally knocked the sports goggles off the head of Mason Cox and ultimately busted him up.
So I'm with Mick. I don't think in that situation, genuinely trying to spoil the ball, he hasn't changed the direction of his fist at all. It's not a swinging arm either.
That's different. That's right.
Yeah.
The other one last week, Ridley, was it Ridley?
Scrimshaw on Ridley.
Yeah, when Ridley was running in, I don't reckon he saw Scrimshaw at all. All of a sudden he was there, and I don't reckon Scrimshaw thought, oh my God, what's that? So he did swing the arm. Yeah. There was no swing here. This was a direct attempt to punch the ball clear. We have got a contact sport, and we've got to be realistic that there's going to be contact in some instances.
The other 2 incidents I'm sure will be looked at, but again, there wasn't huge damage, so you're probably not anticipating sanctions. It's ordinarily on the outcome of the player that leads to the bans. Scott Pendlebury put his head in the hole, and Liberatore came in from the side early in the game and collected the ball. He got his hip or his backside in the hole and collected Pendlebury front on with his head. Pendlebury went off, got a check, came back, was all okay. And the other one is Jack Crisp, who laid a slam tackle on Riley West. Now, West received a free kick. He was right to go. Now, the extra kicker in this is Jack Crisp has played 240 consecutive games. He's 4 away from catching Jim Steins on 244 as the all-time record. So, again, on both occasions, Pendlebury came back, kept playing, and Riley West played out the remainder of the game.
No, I couldn't imagine that one going. Not with Crisp.
No, I agree again. But this is the thing that frustrates me and a lot of other footy fans is those decisions are made on outcome as opposed to action. Mm-hmm. So if Crisp lays that exact same tackle and Riley West gets knocked out, he's probably looking at 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Whereas this one, Riley West plays on. I agree. He'll be fine. He'll get off for that. So do we want them to stop the action, or are we going to say, hey, if you do it and you happen to hurt someone, we'll only get you then?
So is it as simple as saying...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is it simple as saying with Rory Lobb, as you said, came through for the spoil, punched him in the side of the eye, Mason Cox?
Look, half the crowd wanted that to happen anyway.
Yeah. Oh, God, Mick. Yeah. But so Mason Cox went off. If he would have been tested for concussion, we don't know what the result...
No, he did pass. He came back, put the goggles on, sat back in the front row of the bench.
Right, so he's passed the concussion test.
Yep.
So he's fit to play next week, unless there's some sort of fracture or something like that.
Yeah. Or delayed concussion.
Yep. So we will wait and see if there's delayed concussion or a little crack in there.
Mm-hmm.
You would think that Rory Lobb will go.
Well,
but if he's okay and fit to play and there's no injury, no concussion...
The first thing Michael Christian needs to do is say, was it a reportable offence? So is it?
But aren't we waiting on the outcome of the player, of Mason Cox?
So technically the first thing Christian's meant to do is say, was it a reportable offence? That is the jumping off point. Is it a reportable offence?
I don't want to relitigate the week.
Yep.
But Tom Lynch's action was worse than Archer's action.
Yep, jumping into someone and...
Yeah, jumping into somebody and choosing to bump and get him in the head.
Yep.
He gets 1 week for that because Tom de Koning's fine.
Yep.
Archer runs into a contest and approaches it at speed and collects Cleary high.
Yep.
He gets 3 weeks because Cleary unfortunately was knocked out.
Yep.
But the pure action, I think Lynch's was worse than Archer's. But it was decided upon the outcome, by the outcome.
So what should happen with Rory Lobb?
I think Rory Lobb should be fine because the action that he did was purely a spoil, no swinging arm, straight arm, and it was an accident. I worry that if who was it, Mason Cox
gets delayed concussion.
Then Lobb gets suspended purely because Cox ended up with a concussion, not based on the action.
Yeah. Which is keeping a little bit with the court of law. I know it's hard to try and transfer that onto a football field, but if you run a red light and no one gets hurt, the penalty's not the same if you run a red light and you kill someone. Then all of a sudden you've got much more damage. You've got damage on your hand, you've hurt someone, and so you've got a high penalty as a result. Same way, that's...
How long does he wait for, though?
That's exactly right. What if
Cox says, I've got a headache by Wednesday?
Yeah.
So how long do you wait for?
So they get a medical report, so they'll ask for a medical report, and the match review officer findings will be in tomorrow. But this is again, a classic, man. Kel, you raise a really good question because this is how it feels like we look at it. We go, right, was anyone concussed? Right, what incidents were they concussed in? And we all think that kind of works back to front.
Backwards, yeah.
The way it should really work, and what they tell us that this is how the guidelines look, is Michael Christian's first tick box, or the graph that he goes through in the order of merit. Was it a reportable offence? And do we think that that's a reportable offence? If you're looking to try and spoil...
No, not a chance in hell.
Well, then it shouldn't get to any of the other factors. Shouldn't matter whether he's concussed or not. It's not a reportable offence.
Okay, just take out the concussion. Did you think that Archer's was a reportable offence?
No. I thought he made a terrible case at the tribunal. I think they completely butchered that.
Yep.
So I would have gone to the tribunal and said I was trying to contest the footy. But they went to the tribunal and Archer said I was trying to tackle. And immediately he sort of acknowledged that he was going to be second to the ball. And then it was like, oh, well, if you're second to the ball, that's on you to take more care, and ultimately he failed in his bid. I wanted to hear how the case would have played out if he went there saying, I was attacking
there
the
to
ball.
pick up the ball. Yeah.
Whereas they didn't make that point in North Melbourne, which was it almost like that ruined the whole debate for all of us to have by the fact that they, I think, got their defence so wrong.
Well, so you got that one. I can't remember seeing the penalty one, quite frankly, but the
Pendlebury one was early.
The tackle one on Riley West.
Yep.
That's... Look, I didn't think he really... In fact, I was surprised it was actually a free kick because I thought he just pulled him down. I don't know if he slammed his head. Maybe I've looked at it wrong, but I certainly wouldn't have thought that would be a report either.
Let's hear from the two men who are the sole focus tonight in the Collingwood celebration, Scott Pendlebury and Steele Sidebottom, speaking to 7 Sport a short time ago.
It's been incredible to share it with someone like this that's basically become a brother of mine, and this one to me almost means more than any individual milestone I've achieved, because to do it with a really close friend and in a game like tonight, it's just been hell of a ride, but I reckon we've got a little bit more left in us.
Just now going through it with Dip, but having our family to be a part of all these milestones like this, and to have my kids interact with Dip's kids, and it's a real family club, and it's really nice.
It's pretty cool, isn't it, as a milestone? So, as he said, Scott Pendlebury and Steele Sidebottom there, for everything they've achieved in the game, to now have played more games together than any other duo in the game's history. They get to 308 tonight. Andrew McLeod and Tyson Edwards were the previous record holders. Just on Pendlebury, by the way, so this is his 406th game tonight. I wonder how high he can climb. So, you look, 4th. He's currently 4th on the all-time list. He'll catch Burgoyne on 4:07, you'd think. That'll happen as soon as next week. Michael Tuck played 4:26, and, of course, our mate Boomer Harvey out on top on 432. Let's go into the victorious Collingwood rooms with Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Corbin, Nick Dacos was going to join us. The TV has gobbled him up, but the skipper, Darcy Moore, has been very good to come and join us. We appreciate that. It felt like more than 4 points out there. What a titanic Friday night struggle.
It wasn't it? A real struggle. That's how it felt. It was like no team could take ascendancy for long periods of the game. I thought, we had some patches of some of our best footy really there, but they looked super dynamic coming back at us and put us under the pump for long periods as well. So felt like a big arm wrestle and a big 4 points.
There was some good, but gee, there's some bad, wasn't there, from your team? Yeah. You must take so much out of it to think, how are we going to unpack this?
All of us. I mean, everyone has their moments. That's AFL footy. Such high pressure, especially in the early rounds. Like the early rounds, super chaotic. Your body, your mind is still getting used to the pace of the game and performing under the bright lights. So, we all had a few of those moments, myself included. But, AFL footy is about shaking them off. It's like that stuff happens. No one's got through a whole game without making a mistake. So if you can shake it off in a tight game like that, you give yourself more of a chance. And I thought largely we did that pretty well tonight.
Talk about titanic struggles. What about the battle you had with Sam Darcy? He is going to be a rock star of the game, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. He's a massive unit, isn't he? He's just long arms are more than a handful, really. And, the way their mids, move the ball and find him and look for him is really, really hard to defend. So, it was definitely a battle. There were times of really high-pressure moments down there, but that's what we love about playing footy. So that's the fun part. And then, obviously, losing Reef as well early in the game doesn't help our back mix as well. So that took a bit of adjusting to as well. So, it was a very eventful night. Lots of high-pressure moments, but super grateful to play in front of the Magpie Army again, and they just turned it on.
You play in so many big games, but did you feel like they were worked up within an inch of their life because it was such a big night for Footscray and everything with their centenary celebrations?
Yeah, they're a super proud footy club, aren't they? I mean, they've battled with existential crises over their history, so there's a lot to sort of celebrate that they've made it through that. And a 100-year centenary is a big deal. So they're a proud footy club. We knew they were going to come and turn it on, and their fans were going to turn up. Fortunately, a lot of ours did too, which always helps. They can always be relied on for that. So, they're always going to come full of emotion, and we were ready for that. And credit to them, they really pushed us the whole way.
A tough start to the year, back-to-back wins. I'll send you upstairs. Very cool to have the captain of Collingwood, Darcy Moore. I'll send you up to Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Darcy, congratulations on the win. Fantastic effort. Can you take us into the last quarter and maybe during the last quarter, because it felt like from up here that you kind of had the game and you had those few shots at goal to completely seal it, but uncharacteristically for some of them, just missed those chances, and then the Dogs were coming at you. What was the communication like on the ground just to keep everyone calm, even though those chances had gone begging?
Exactly right. That was definitely the story of the last quarter. We want to be bold in those high-pressure moments and try and score, but, you still have to defend behind it. So it's about finding that balance. Like you said, we got our way through and then messed up the shot on goal. So, like exactly what you said, we're trying to stay calm behind the footy, trying to set the field up as best we can and be ready for it to come straight back to us because they're trying to win the game. So that's the mental battle of those high-pressure moments. Unfortunately, we've had a lot of them over the years, so we're pretty good at managing them.
As you're trying to set up the things you're talking about there, it must be nice to look up the ground through the middle of the ground and see somebody like Steele, who just had a monster last quarter and just started to control things through the middle. Obviously, Scott's there as well. Experience.
Sorry, Lingy. Darcy Moore's just been called in, so
okay.
We've just lost him. So we'll try and grab him back after this meeting, but just been called in by Craig McRae. So it's weird. A second meeting they've been called into. So they went into one straight out of the song that was very brief, and now been called back in there. So I'll stand by and see if we can grab him afterwards.
Hodgie, you were just chatting about Mason Cox as well. Is there any word on his health?
You'll love the fact that Mason Cox walked past Ben Cameron twice. And do you know what polo shirt Ben's wearing tonight, Corbin?
University of Texas, the Longhorns.
And both times Mason Cox gave him a bear hug. So, he's got an unbelievable black eye brewing underneath that left eye socket. So he'll be a watch. Although I think he was ready to come back on the ground. So obviously passed that HIA, but probably only got his spot in this team because Brody Myercheck was suffering soreness. So whether he can hold his spot next week, we'll wait and see.
I'm more a horns down kind of guy, but I get it. Mason Cox is from Texas originally, and
well, can't you tell?
Yeah, he'd be pretty happy to see that. There's no doubt about it. Thanks, Hodgie. Great to have him with us in the victorious Collingwood room. So a 6-point win for the Pies, and as we just heard, Darcy Moore ducking out for a little meeting downstairs. We're just getting Hodgie as well on some of our pictures in the box, which I think might be a little bit delayed, which given Steele side bottoms, they're having a few photos in front of him.
I think they're trying to drag Steele into the meeting that Darcy just got called away to, and he's talking to that many family and friends. And
it's Jack Kennedy just says, shaking hands with your famous Collingwood board member, Doctor.
Geez, had a good start to the year, Steele side bottom. So 34 years young, had 31 and kicked a goal last week. And then tonight, in particular, as you touched on his final quarter, 12 disposals and a goal in the last quarter alone. He ends up with 22 and 2 for the night.
More importantly, there's one stat there that won't even show, is that tap on right in front of us where he had to put a lot into it. He swung his arm back like he's going a big forehand drive, or forehand drive, knocked it into the space where the Collingwood player was able to run onto it. I can't remember. I know the result. I think it would have been to go with it, that it latched onto it. But just smart plays. And I think you were saying, Lingy, before he even received one of those, that football, he already had his body twisted around so that when he received it, he was in a kicking motion towards where he wanted to go.
Yep.
Well, that's almost 20 years of experience, or 15 years of experience. So he's been an absolute. I reckon 2 years ago, I spoke to a couple of people from Collingwood. And they saying, what do you reckon? I just thought he just dropped off. He wasn't using the ball well. His speed was down. His possession rate was right down. And the question was, can he go back on a half-back flank and start to recreate again? Then last year, I thought, well, grand final year, he was quite good, but last year was very, very good. I think he might have been runner-up best and fairest, actually.
Yeah, not sure.
Yeah, I reckon he was pretty high. Well, if he wasn't, he was high. And last week he was, I might be mixing up. Anyway, no, last week he got 2 votes.
31 disposals and a goal last week.
Well, he's
turning back the clock, isn't he?
Well,
he plays
smart,
that wing so smartly.
And when he drops back to a half-back flank, his use is so good. So he's able to free up players.
He was pick 11 in 2008, you'd remember.
Oh, I remember him. I remember him playing on the back of... Derek Hine was a fantastic recruiting officer. And he had him in his mind anyway. But he kicked 10. Kicked 10. And everyone goes, oh, yeah, but look at him the way... He's not that big and he's... I think he had a little bit of weight on and he just... not allowed to record weight. I reckon he's probably lighter now than what he was then.
So I was working at Channel 10 with Christy around that time. I remember before the draft at the end of 2007, ringing the AFL and they said, yep, we've got an interview for you. Go up to Congupna near Shepparton.
Shepparton, yeah.
And interview this young kid called Steele Sidebottom.
Yeah.
So we drove up. How long does it take to drive to Shepparton, Mick?
Not long.
2.5?
Went all the way up to Congupna. The youngest of 5 boys.
Yeah.
They said he's got a good story to tell. He's setting the Shepparton Footy Club alight up there. So he got in the car and we drove him to the Shepparton Football Club. He did not say boo the entire drive.
No.
We got out, I interviewed him. He answered yes or no. We drove him back to home. He didn't say boo. We drove all the way back, and it wasn't a very good TV story. Fair to say he's come a long way, still side bottom since that day. I'll never forget that day.
I'm not being rude, being on the phone. I'm going to my photographs. Grand final day, end of the game, in the room bomber. Just you love a bit
2010.
2010. You just love a bit of spare room, just space. In walks Nanette, my 4 kids, their partners, with the cup. Going to take one photograph.
Of the Malthouse clan.
Yep. And this player from the back seat launches across the photograph.
He's shown it before.
And it's...
With a big smile on his face.
And it's Steele Sidebottom.
Oh, across the back he comes.
Across the back and wrecks the whole photograph.
Yes.
So the family photograph has got Steele
And he's blurry.
Launching from... Yeah, well, he was in motion.
Moving.
He was in motion.
He's photobombed your photo forever.
Well, I've kept it, so I obviously rate it, but you can see how handy he was. He's got his medal in his hand, and
He's one of your favourites, isn't he? I know you're not allowed to have favourites, but...
But he was, what was he, 18 there?
He was the youngest member of the team, yep.
There you go.
Just younger than Dame Beams, and obviously then he was the second oldest behind Scott Pendlebury when they won it the next time in 2023.
Yeah,
so.
well, and I'll still stand by it. I think if they get their side up and they can manage their team, they're going to be around the mark.
Yeah, I agree.
Forward line. I was going to talk to you about this on our show, but I know at the end of it's going to be the ladder's close and this sort of stuff. There's 5 standouts. There's 4 or 5 that you go maybe we'll fill 7th and 8th, maybe 6th, 7th and 8th. There's 5 that have got no hope, and that's just our competition. And I've got Collingwood in one of those that will make it.
So who are your 5?
Well, there's Brisbane, Collingwood, Hawthorn, Geelong, GWS.
Yep.
Then the next 5 who could surprise us all, Adelaide. The Dogs, if they get their players back on tonight's performance, their bottom 4 or 5 are just not quite there yet. I'll give them some grace, but they're not quite there. And it's hard when you've got those good players out.
Sydney. Fremantle.
No.
Not in the middle 5.
I've got no. I just don't know how they've improved. How did they improve from last year? They were no good last year. They're no good this year. I reckon Melbourne.
Yep.
I was impressed in Melbourne last week. They didn't win, but what they did, they played kids and
Suns.
That's the big question.
And Gold Coast Suns.
Yeah.
Yep. And that's it. You're down to 10.
Yep.
And then you got another bracket of little 3 teams, and then 5 teams that are no chance.
Yeah, and I'd say St Essendon and the Dogs and this sort of stuff. They're probably in that next level. They need a lot going for them. Look, some of them are going to make the 8, but
Fremantle, Carlton, all in that little next bracket.
That's right.
And Port Adelaide
No.
in your bottom 5.
They're bottom.
Okay.
So the bottom 5 will be Port,
West Coast.
Yes.
Richmond,
Yes.
North,
Yes.
St Kilda.
Yep.
That's
You got Port Adelaide falling that far?
Only because of the circumstances.
Yeah, right.
I just can't see how they're going to hold up, and that's not about Hinkley. It's not about Carr. It's simply there's a confusion there. They were tackle free last week. They just didn't want to go tackling. Their forward line is non-functional. They've got big Dixon's retired and Marshall's now injured, so they've got to find 15 goals.
And they're not playing Ollie Lord either.
No, they've lost. They've lost players who mean a bit to them. So, no, I haven't got them there at all.
Do you feel for the situation that Ken Hinkley's in this year?
I totally feel for him. It's another case of a board trying to take pressure off themselves. They've just loaded up the coach. They don't realise it, but they're loaded up the players. Instead of hanging in there with him and walking with him, they've walked behind him with the pitchfork in his back and keep shoving him forward. At some stage, they know they're going to get him.
Do you see Ken Hinkley seeing out the year?
I don't know what this board is capable of doing because that's going to be the crunch. I personally think they should, but they should support him all the way. They should be out there marching down there like a German band. They should be out the front, giving him every bit of support. There's nothing it's not coming one little bit that way, and that will reflect on the player group because you remember it's what the player group think of the coach sometimes determine where they end up, and those players he's nurtured a lot of those blokes and they're almost father figure and I think they feel let down by what they're seeing in front of them. That's got again nothing to do with Josh Carr, but I just think that. Because of the pressure over the last 3 or 4 years, you've got to remember, this is not about this year, it's about the last 3 or 4 years, because every time he looks like he's going to make it and they fail, bang, he cops it. And then people go, well, why did you reappoint him? So they load up, in this case, the coach. So I reckon they'll have an overall overbearing burden for those players to carry for the year.
And you'd know, because you've lived it.
No, I've lived the other way. See, I was lucky because we, in my case, I think anyway, I had a player group that was committed. They were in fair form. We got on well, and
you had more of a runway too, didn't you?
I had yes, I did. Look, I know it was Eddie's decision in the end, but I still had support from Eddie. Strong support. And I think that was important. Maybe a few other blokes at the football club not.
So you
administration and board level, but I just dismiss them.
Yep.
Punch them,
but you think...
But anyway, not allowed to say that to them.
You think looking in that Ken Hinckley doesn't have the support of David Koch?
Not at all. That's the way I'm reading it.
Have you spoken to Ken?
Not recently, no.
Yep.
No.
Do you think it must be hard for him to live that?
Well, I think it's hard for him to live that because of... Where did they finish last year? I can't remember where they finished.
Top 4.
Yeah, top 4, but...
Lost to the Swans in the prelim.
Yeah. So it's another prelim. And I just think that is the...
4 prelims.
It's the hammer that's just belting you on the head. Why can't you... It's like John Longmire. Smashed in the last 2 or 3 grand finals they've played in. Really got them there. They didn't play well, but I think that got him in the end. Had they been beaten by 10 points last year, he'd be still coaching. I just think it's... To live in a coach's shoes, it's non-stop pressure, winning and losing, unless you are coasting. Very rarely do you coast.
We'll talk more about this tomorrow on AFL Saturday. Mick Malthouse will be there from 12 noon Australian Eastern Standard Time. Or Daylight Time, I think we still are. Australian Eastern Daylight Time, my apologies. So Mick Malthouse, Luke Ball and myself, Corbin Middlemass. Around the country, you'll have SA Grandstand, you'll have Sports Talk in WA, and of course you'll have Grandstand in Tasmania as well in your local market. The Pies winners by 6 points over Footscray tonight in what was an intriguing game of footy. Steele Sidebottom kicking a goal with 2 minutes to play. It was his second of the night. And on a milestone night for him, he spoiled the party for the Dogs, who were celebrating their centenary celebrations. Let's go into the Western Bulldogs rooms and check in with Tim Hodges, who's jumped across. Hodgie.
Hello, guys. Tom Liberatore, the skipper, has been good enough to join us. Tom, thanks for your time. That was a hell of a game, hell of a night for your footy club, and just came up a goal short.
Yeah, obviously a great occasion. It was very special to have the crowd we had at the G. It's great for the club. Unbelievable history, 100 years now. So, but unfortunately, as you said, as previously mentioned, Steele and Dacos, they were just too good in the last quarter and, just couldn't go over the line.
It's only round 2. Did it feel like it was almost finals like that, especially that final quarter? It was just helter-skelter.
Yeah, a little bit. Probably a bit less contest. It was probably, ball was sort of popping here and there and felt a bit more free-flowing than, sort of the back end of the year a bit. But, definitely atmosphere and, the Collingwood fans always turn out. And, it was quite hectic in the end, but, just couldn't get done.
We've got Libba for a couple of minutes. I'll just send you upstairs now. We've got Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Libba, bad luck on tonight. A fantastic effort on a big night for the club. We were discussing it up here. This might be a bit hard for you, but we certainly felt like you copped the rough end of it tonight when it comes to the umpiring. Did you sense that out there? There seemed to be a level of frustration that had us all scratching our heads.
I think, it's quite obvious. I think the numbers speak for themselves, but I just don't think, it was in particularly critical moments. I felt like it didn't go away, but, I'm not going to sit here and blame them. So, probably our fault in the end.
Libba, congratulations on your game. I thought it was outstanding the way you attacked the football. We're noticing also there was a little bit of hostility towards you. You noticed that at all? There was a little bit off the ball, a little bit of getting into you a little bit or trying to?
No, not really. I don't know what you picked up there, Mick. But to be honest, I actually didn't feel like it was anything compared to usual. So. Yeah.
Well, let's talk about the rucks. I just thought English and Cameron together, virtually, it was round about even. It looked okay. When Darcy went in the ruck, there's no doubt you had the advantage of even against when Cox went in there, and then later in the game, Norton went in against Cox and left Darcy forward. Yeah. How'd you rate that? How did you work with that?
Norton v Cox, you mean? Yeah. It was. We went in going just sort of negate their mids. But to be fair, Naughty gave a fair crack. Naughty was really good. And we had to keep him inside shoulder. But I think Naughty did his job.
Tom, I know you got to run. Appreciate your time and congratulations on the 100 years. I know your family's had a whole lot to do with that over the journey.
All good. Thanks, guys.
Well done, mate. Well done, mate.
Tom Liberatore in the Bulldogs room. So Footscray falling 6 points short. They gave it a good crack.
Oh, yeah.
Multiple times tonight where you felt like Collingwood's about to bust it open and the Dogs would come back. We had 3 lead changes, and then that last quarter they kicked 3 goals on the bounce after they found themselves, 15 points behind. Got scores level, side bottom when Collingwood leading by 1, hooked through that goal with 2 to play, put them 7 clear. Then there was a behind, and there was still another minute to navigate for Collingwood, and they were able to do it with Darcy Cameron marking on the bell to deny Footscray tonight in their centenary celebrations. All right, the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Cameron Ling.
Tough one for me tonight exactly to do it. I think I've gone against Mick here a little bit, but I may have been swayed by some vision I've been watching. So we'll see how I go. 1 vote. I'm going to go... I don't know how I've left Libra out of this, Mick, but please don't kill me. Please don't punch me. All right? I'm giving 1 vote to Sam Darcy. I just think kicked 4 goals too, 8 marks, lots of contested marks, just fought hard. I know he didn't maybe finish off in the last quarter, but I don't think that was necessarily because of him. I think they should have used him more there.
I agree.
He was threatening at times where they just put it in his area to his advantage. So I'm giving Sam the 1 vote. I'm going to give Nick Dacos the 2 votes. Ended up with 39 disposals, 9 clearances, 8 inside 50s. And just some of his run where he's give and goes, where he turns one little handball into then all of a sudden breaking the lines and opening up the game. I'm going to give 3 votes to one of the milestone men, the record breakers, Steele Sidebottom. I think for sheer influence in crucial moments, and maybe I'm weighting this really heavily to the last quarter in particular, Steele has 22 disposals. I know that doesn't compare to 39, but he kicks 2 goals, had a number of score involvements, and just crucial moments in that last quarter, won a clearance or 2, that tap-on that you were referring to in the last quarter. I just thought he controlled as much as it could be controlled in such a close game that last term, and I think that gets him the 3 votes.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you.
3 for Sidebottom, 2 for Nick Dacos, 1 for Sam Darcy. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. What a night. The Bulldogs falling 6 points short, but they do set an attendance record in the process, 78,027, so the most that the Bulldogs have ever had for a home and away game. And for Collingwood, they get themselves to 2-1 on the season.
Like this, just off the social media from Stephen May. Is he still injured? The Melbourne defender? He is, isn't he?
Fractured larynx.
He put this on social media. Feeling for the key defenders who will have to play on Sam Darcy for the next 10 years. Hashtag freak.
Yes, he might be happy with where he's at in his career compared to Sam Darcy's.
Next week, so for Footscray, we'll have them on the bright lights again. Friday night footy up against Carlton, which is an interesting game at Docklands, so we'll be there this time next week. Meanwhile, for Collingwood, they get the chance to put their feet up. And an interesting quirk, they both play Carlton next, so that'll be the fixture for Collingwood the following Thursday.
Corbs, I've just got one from our friend Mitch Cleary.
Yep.
A definite friend of us here at ABC Sport. He's just put on online. Bailey Smith will be a laid out for Geelong tomorrow night against St Kilda. He's picked up a calf injury. Ooh. Didn't train today. Big setback for the Cats. So he's an out after being best on ground last week.
He was red hot, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
Last week, first up. Geez, so he won't play against St Kilda. Been a little bit of a bogey team at Docklands for the Cats. They've won the last 3 meetings at the venue. That's on tomorrow. Obviously, our show from midday, Mick. We'll see you then 12 noon tomorrow, Australian Eastern Daylight Time for AFL Saturday.
Is your voice going to hold up?
I hope so. I've got 2 more games to call.
Go and get the, what do you got, lemon or pineapple juice?
Pineapple juice.
I knew it, Mick.
It's the pineapple juice.
You love the pineapple juice.
Oh, well, my doctor told me about the pineapple juice.
I'll recharge and see if we can go a little bit better and stronger tomorrow and into Sunday. Thanks for your company, Kel.
My pleasure.
Just getting there.
I'm just loving your voice.
Well done, Corbs.
Thanks, Lingy. Thanks, Mick. Thanks to Tim Hodges downstairs, to Ben Cameron for all his work, and to Stu Hollywood Baker, to Mitch Turner back in the studio. We are done. Collingwood by 6 points.
So is your voice.
Friday night footy in round 2. Catch you tomorrow on ABC Sport.